Fantastic. I get stronger just by fishing. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Bloody Battle. Thunder roared, and flames shot up into the sky. Chu Yun used three things at once. He charged at Chen Dushing with his sword. Two incarnations of the laws around him surrounded him. Boom! A thick purple lightning bolt as big as a bucket shot out at a terrifying speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. It hit Chen Dushing, but the latter dodged it immediately. This attack was not dodged by Chen Dushing when Chu Yun attacked. Instead, Chen Dushing had already sensed something through the mysterious induction of the Fate Wheel realm before Chu Yun attacked, so he dodged it in advance. This was not the first time he had fought against a strong man in the Fate Wheel realm, but no matter when, this feeling of sensing fate and taking control of the opportunity still made Chu Yun feel annoyed. Chu Yun had experienced this before when he was fighting Zheng Tanyang. No matter how fierce his attack was, Zheng Tanyang could dodge it in advance by peeping at the Wheel of Destiny. It was based on this point that it was almost impossible for a strong man in the Wheel of Destiny to fail against a warrior below the Wheel of Destiny. But nothing is absolute. A strong man in the Wheel of Destiny can peek into a corner of fate, but it is only a corner. When Chu Yun attacked for the second time, he took advantage of Zheng Tanyang's direct battle with Prince Cheng and was unable to be distracted to peek at his attack, and finally succeeded in one blow. This proves one thing: the fate that a strong man in the Wheel of Destiny can peek into is only a corner, a limited fate, and not all possibilities. As long as Chu Yun's attack speed and frequency are so many that a strong man in the Wheel of Destiny cannot avoid them all, that is when Chu Yun will win. Boom boom boom. A series of attacks, bursts of fire and lightning flashed, almost connected into a piece of silk, and in the middle of it, Chen Dushing's figure flashed and moved, but he passed through the flowers without getting a single leaf on him. Chen Dushing was naturally very angry about Chu Yun. It was because of this kid's sudden appearance that the dragon vein spirit was gathered, causing his plan that had been planned for decades to fall through. If there was a chance, Chen Dushing would have wanted to crush Chu Yun to ashes, but unfortunately, when he found opportunities to counterattack several times and attack Chu Yun, he found that this kid's defense was so terrifying that his strange golden body could withstand his attacks without any damage. Bang bang. Several terrifying attacks hit Chu Yun. Chu Yun dodged those who could dodge them, but those who couldn't dodge them hit Chu Yun directly, but they only made the golden light of merit flicker for a moment, and then continued to attack as if nothing had happened. What kind of monster is this? He is obviously just a warrior in the Nirvana realm. Why does he have such a strong performance? Except for his inability to peek into the Wheel of Destiny, he has reached the level of a warrior in the Wheel of Destiny in all aspects, and even surpassed ordinary warriors in the Wheel of Destiny. Chen Dushing was extremely shocked, and his heart soon sank. Is this the warrior in the Nirvana realm who has successfully passed through 9 heavenly tribulations? If this kid is allowed to grow up, in addition to Prince Cheng, the first god of war, the Tangji dynasty will soon have a more terrifying existence. When Chen Dushing realized this, his thoughts were shaken a little. Originally, he wanted to evacuate with all his strength, but now, he really wanted to stay and kill Chu Yun here to eliminate future troubles. But the idea is just a thought after all. If there is still a trace of rationality, Chen Dushing will not stay. No matter how Chu Yun will grow in the future, that is a matter for the future. Now, if he does not leave, he may not even see the sun tomorrow. So what is the future? So, Chen Dushing completely gave up attacking Chu Yun, and moved around several times to bypass Chu Yun's 2 law incarnations. The terrible law incarnation had the power to destroy everything, but it could not touch the existence of the enemy at all. Boom boom, sparks and lightning all the way. Chen Dushing's footsteps were fast, and he was about to rush out of the square. Do you think I don't exist? Prince Cheng shouted angrily, and his body suddenly jumped up. In the same way of spying on fate, he blocked Chen Dushing's way in advance, facing the first war god of the Tangji dynasty. Even though Prince Cheng was poisoned at the moment, Chen Dusheng still felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He did not dare to despise him at all. He launched the most violent attack with the holy great martial arts, Tangxin Shinpom, and slapped Prince Cheng's chest. In this spiritual world, no matter whether it is a martial arts technique, there is a threshold. Below the holy grade, it can basically be classified as ordinary, including the heavenly grade. Only when it is above the holy grade can it be considered extraordinary. Boom! Chen Dusheng slapped out with this palm, and the spiritual power between heaven and earth was sensed, gathering thousands of forces. With the power of the holy martial arts, even the first war god had to retreat and could not resist it, and this moment of evasion was Chen Dusheng's chance to escape. If Prince Cheng was not poisoned, he would not dare to have this confidence, but at this moment Prince Cheng had already been unable to protect himself. Facing the attack of the holy martial arts, he would definitely not be able to stop him. But, at this moment, on the other side, a terrifying aura suddenly rose. In that instant, Chu Yun thrust out a sword. In addition to the golden body of merit shining with golden light, there was also a purple shadow that appeared at some unknown time. The shadow was wearing a dragon robe and a crown, hanging high above the 9 heavens, controlling the stars in the sky. It was the righteous god, the Emperor Ziwei. Swish! This sword shot out from Chu Yun's hand, cutting off the air, cutting off the spiritual energy, cutting off everything that separated everything, and collided directly with Chen Dusheng's palm. In an instant, with lightning and flint, the two terrifying forces collided and crushed each other. In the end, the sword light cut off Chen Dusheng's palm power and cut the huge palm print abruptly. Although, after this sword, Chu Yun's sword light, along with the shadow of the Emperor Ziwei behind him, disappeared together, Chen Dusheng couldn't help but reveal an extremely surprised look on his face. How is this possible? Although Chen Dusheng already knew that Chu Yun was very strong, with 2 law incarnations composed of the terrifying purple sky thunder and the Yinling refining fire, his attack and defense were terrifyingly strong. However, Chen Dusheng never thought that Chu Yun had the ability to confront the holy martial arts head-on. In front of the holy, even martial art that has been cultivated to the peak of the heavenly grade and mastered to the great perfection is still just ordinary. And at this moment, the strength displayed by that terrifying phantom of the Emperor is undoubtedly the power that only the holy grade and above can have. It is not even an ordinary holy martial art, but a level close to the peak of the holy grade. How is this possible? How old is Chu Yun now? Even if he has been practicing the holy martial arts since his mother's womb, and has encountered many adventures during this period, coupled with his own extraordinary talent, it is impossible for him to master such a terrible martial art at such a young age and practice it to this level. At this moment, Chen Dusheng really wanted to grab Chu Yun's collar and ask loudly whether you are still a human being. How did you do those incredible things? But Chen Dusheng couldn't ask. After his Tangxin Shin palm was broken by Chu Yun's sword, the figure of Prince Cheng had already attacked at a very fast speed. Die! Prince Cheng groaned, and his index finger and middle finger formed a sword finger, and one finger landed on his forehead. This attack was the final conclusion drawn from spying on fate several times. No matter where Chen Dusheng hid, he would eventually come to this place, and with the mysterious fate, he would send a finger of death. There was only a sound of punchy, a bloody hole exploded in Chen Dusheng's forehead, and blood splashed. The remaining power penetrated into his brain, flew out from the back of Chen Dusheng's head, and disappeared. At this moment, on this chaotic battlefield, Chen Dusheng, the imperial master of the Tangji dynasty, the military strategist of the Qin royal family, and the mastermind behind all the conspiracies, died here. He died on the spot at the finger of Prince Cheng, and died cleanly and without any defense. Looking at Chen Dusheng's empty eyes that gradually lost their spirit, Prince Cheng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Masters are lonely, especially masters like Prince Cheng, who are even more lonely. No matter how despicable Chen Dusheng's plan was to get to know Prince Cheng, at least in terms of ability, this is almost the only one who can play with Prince Cheng. Prince Cheng doesn't look down on others. But at this moment, Prince Cheng personally killed his only friend in this world. Uncle, are you okay? Chu Yun walked forward, suppressed the backlash brought by the arrival of the righteous god, and came directly to the side of Prince Cheng. Looking at his pale and somewhat black face, he said, "Are you poisoned?" "Yes." Prince Cheng nodded, slowly exhaled, and said, "It's okay. The battle situation is important at the moment. Go." Chu Yun heard this, took a deep breath, nodded, and went to support. The poison that Prince Cheng was poisoned with was indeed deadly, but since he said it was okay, it really was okay. Originally, when Prince Cheng just knew that he was poisoned, he had actually prepared to fight against the poison and force his move, and die with Chen Dusheng. But later, because of Chu Yun's move, Prince Cheng got some time to breathe. When Chu Yun and Chen Dusheng were fighting fiercely, he had temporarily suppressed the toxins in his body. In this way, the deadly poison will no longer be deadly. As long as you can survive today and see tomorrow's sun, it won't be a problem. On the other side, when Chu Yun and Prince Cheng joined forces to kill Chen Dusheng, dozens of strong men in the Fate Wheel realm were fighting each other to death on the square, and they were merciless when they attacked. Normally, when two masters of the Fate Wheel realm fight, it is already a scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Wherever they go, they want to flatten a mountain and create a rift valley. At this moment, these dozens of strong men in the Fate Wheel realm are fighting like gods in the square outside the palace. No matter how you think about it, this city should have been lost. However, the court, which has the advantage in numbers, will naturally not let such a thing happen. Fortunately, they are standing on the outer layer of the encirclement. While besieging the masters of the Qin royal family to prevent them from escaping, they are also trying to prevent the attacks inside from affecting the outside world. At the same time, those court warriors who were not strong enough to participate in the war were also actively evacuating the surrounding people and fleeing from the scene of the coronation ceremony to avoid being injured by the aftermath of the attacks of these strong men. Although they did not save everyone, at least most of the people were saved, and half of the city was cleared into a no-man's land. Until then, the strong men of the Fate Wheel realm on the court side could finally act recklessly, turning the siege that had been maintained for a long time into a siege and killing, and mercilessly killing the strong men of the Fate Wheel realm of the Qin royal family and the strong men of the court who rebelled on the battlefield. After Chu Yun joined the battle group, he soon became excited because he found that he was very popular in such a close environment of the chaotic battlefield. Because the strong men of the Fate Wheel realm only have a glimpse of the Fate Wheel, which is not comprehensive, so when they are deeply trapped in a complex and chaotic battlefield, the strong men of the Fate Wheel realm cannot guard against attacks and fate from every direction. Simply put, they can't calculate it at all. At this time, Chu Yun joined the battle. His own attack power was extremely strong, and his defense power was even better. He was not afraid of the attacks of other Fate Wheel realm masters at all. His purple sky thunder, however, killed the enemy as soon as it touched him. Once he made a move, he immediately turned into a butcher who killed everyone. In a short moment, Chu Yun had killed several Fate Wheel realm masters. Basically, every one of them was killed by him sneaking from behind while the other party could not spy on more of their fate. Although his means were not noble, you have to know that compared to the dozens of flying guys around him, Chu Yun was just a Nirvana realm warrior. For a Nirvana realm warrior who rashly joined this level of chaotic war, it was already extremely difficult to preserve his own existence. If he still maintained a noble character at this time, he would really die without knowing how he died. Chapter 327 Pie in the Sky. When Zhao Qianli saw Chu Yun again, it was already 3 hours later. In the portable space, the space door opened again. Chu Yun walked in, and Zhao Qianli quickly greeted him nervously. "Good brother, what's the situation outside?" Zhao Qianli asked nervously. Chu Yun had a deep face, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Seeing his expression, Zhao Qianli's heart sank, and panic appeared in his eyes, and he said, "Lost, lost, my father." "Qianli, I'm sorry." Chu Yun sighed deeply, and in Zhao Qianli's distraught expression, he suddenly laughed and said, "Of course it's a great victory." After the voice fell, Zhao Qianli was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but stepped forward and punched Chu Yun hard on the shoulder, laughing and scolding, "Good guy, you dare to lie to me." Chu Yun smiled in his eyes and also exhaled a long breath. After several hours of fierce fighting, the 12 Fate Wheel Realm Masters of the Qin royal family and the 6 rebels of the Tangji dynasty who turned against them were all hunted down. The reason why it took so long was mainly because 2 Fate Wheel Realm Masters took advantage of the chaos to escape, and Chu Yun and other masters of the court chased them all the way and finally wiped them out completely. So far, the rebellion plan brewed by the Qin royal family can be said to have completely failed. King Shan was gone, and not a single piece of firewood was left. Let's go. The rebels have been dealt with. But the next thing is that you need to take charge of the overall situation. Chu Yun patted Zhao Qianli on the shoulder and said, Me? Zhao Qianli was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Then, he followed Chu Yun out of the portable space and returned to the square inches front of the palace. When Zhao Qianli passed through the space gate and returned to the square, at that moment, Zhao Qianli was stunned, because the place he was in at this moment could no longer be called a square. It was completely a huge pit. The entire land could no longer be seen in its original form. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere, and the imperial palace behind it was completely turned into scorched earth. Zhao Qianli opened his mouth in surprise, standing in the deep pit, looking around in confusion. He was originally imagining how tragic the battle outside would be, and there were many pictures in his mind. But now, even the most tragic pictures cannot be compared with the situation here. The battle between the strong men in the Fate Wheel realm is really terrifying. We are already holding back our strength, but half of Jingxia city was still destroyed. Chu Yun sighed and shook his head. Wouldn't the people in the city be killed and injured countless times? Zhao Qianli's face was extremely ugly, and he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. His fingers under his sleeves were trembling slightly. How many people would die in such a war? Although he knew in his heart that this battle was inevitable and must be fought, he couldn't help but feel extremely sad for the innocent people who died in the city. A lot of people did die. At this time, Prince Cheng came forward. His steps were slow but firm, and he said, "But we have tried our best to avoid casualties." As soon as the battle started, our men cleared the area and escorted most of the people to the western half of the city, so the casualties were not as great as imagined. After the words fell, Zhao Qianli felt a little relieved, but he still couldn't hide his grief. At this time, the powerful people in the Fate Wheel realm of the court slowly stepped forward. They looked at Zhao Qianli, and tacitly bowed and knelt together, which scared Zhao Qianli. What are you doing? Zhao Qianli quickly jumped aside, not daring to accept such a great gift from these important officials in the court. Please ascend the throne. His Royal Highness Zhu Heng, the Minister of War, knelt in the front with a solemn face. Ascend the throne? Zhao Qianli was stunned for a moment and pointed at himself. Me? Chu Yun laughed and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Who else if not you? I have completely sent the spirit of the dragon vein into your body. Now, after several hours, you and the spirit of the dragon vein have perfectly merged together. From now on, you are the man who is responsible for the destiny of the Tangji dynasty. In addition, you are a member of the Zhe royal family. If you don't ascend the throne, who can be the emperor?" After the words fell, Zhao Qianli opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but stopped. Although he was very surprised, he also realized that what Chu Yun said made sense. At this time, Zhu Heng, the Minister of War, looked at Zhao Qianli and said, "Now the royal bloodline is withering. The third prince died for treason, and the prince was killed by the rebels just a few seconds after ascending the throne. Even if there is no dragon vein spirit, the future emperor must be selected from the rest of the royal bloodline, and Prince Cheng is the younger brother of the previous emperor. In terms of bloodline, it should be the lineage of Prince Qi who will inherit the throne. His Royal Highness is worthy of it." After he finished speaking, the important officials of the court around him nodded and agreed with Minister Zhu's words. Originally, after Emperor Yongxing was assassinated, they had to choose the next emperor. Looking at the royal bloodline, there is no direct lineage with a purer bloodline than Prince Cheng's lineage. Even if there is, it is not the other party's turn. Not to mention that Zhao Qianli is now bound to the dragon vein spirit. Just in terms of merit and strength, Prince Cheng's side also has a crushing advantage. In front of him was Prince Cheng, the first god of war of the Tangji dynasty, and behind him was Chu Yun, who turned into a dragon and gathered the spirit of the dragon vein to save the building from collapse. With the help of these two people, if Zhao Qianli didn't ascend the throne, no one would be worthy of the throne. At this moment, the truth has been made clear, and Zhao Qianli himself realized that it seemed that only his ascension to the throne was the most correct arrangement. But, facing the most honorable position in the world, Zhao Qianli instinctively resisted. Even as a royal blood, he had never thought about ascending the throne to become the emperor. He had never thought about it before, and he had never thought about it after establishing Buping Tower. Because, in Zhao Qianli's view, being able to run Buping Tower well is already the greatest way for him to realize his self-worth in this life, and the rest is not worth mentioning. Now, the throne is vacant, and he needs to take over the crown and become the new emperor. This is certainly a good thing, but it is definitely not what Zhao Qianli wants. Seeing Zhao Qianli silent, the ministers looked at each other, and they didn't know what was going on. For the throne, the crown prince and the third prince turned against each other and killed each other. Others had racked their brains and tried their best to climb up, and tried their best to touch that position, but now it was given to Zhao Qianli for nothing. But he seemed reluctant. Damn it, what the hell was going on? You don't have to think so much. At this time, Chu Yun stepped forward, patted Zhao Qianli on the shoulder, and said, "Good brother, at this time, you have no choice. From the moment I poured the spirit of the dragon vein into your body, you must take on this responsibility. No one else can ascend the throne before you." Zhao Qianli heard this and immediately smiled bitterly and said, "You know, I don't want to be the emperor." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "What you don't want to be is the emperor you imagine. In fact, the emperor is you, and the rules are made by you. As long as you do the right thing, the ministers will not oppose you. What you wanted to do when you were the owner of Buping Tower, you can still do it now, and it will be more convenient to do it." After the voice fell, Zhao Qianli was thoughtful, as if he had realized something. After a moment, Zhao Qianli nodded vigorously, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "Good brother, you are right." Chapter 328 Emperor Yongping. For the people of Jinxia City, the past month has been a month of disasters. Disasters broke out inside and outside the dynasty, and there were tens of millions of refugees. Countless people were displaced and died in various natural and man-made disasters. When the royal family moved the capital, the lives of the people in the city were extremely difficult. First, the dispute between the crown prince and the third prince had an increasingly strong impact. After the dispute over the throne was finally over, the Qin royal family rebelled. After a great war, half of the city was destroyed. According to official statistics afterwards, more than 32,000 people died in that war. This number sounds terrible. But in fact, considering the size of Jinxia City, a super city with millions of permanent residents, the destruction of half of the city only injured 20,000 to 30,000 people, which can be regarded as a very fortunate thing. However, despite this, the court still expressed deep condolences to the tens of thousands of people who died in the accident, and compensated the families of these people according to the standards of war pensions. If there are relatives in the city, compensation will be paid to the relatives in the city. If there are no relatives in the city, the Ministry of Revenue will mobilize the power of the Ministry of Revenue to search nationwide, so as to ensure that every pension will fall on a specific person. This is not a small workload, and the funds used are not small. Ordinary officials, even those who have reached the level of Shangshu, are not qualified to make such a decision. In fact, this decision was made by the new emperor, Emperor Yongping. When many people first heard the name and news of this new emperor, they were surprised, because the three words Emperor Yongping suddenly appeared on the imperial list one morning, announcing to the world and telling the people of the Tanji dynasty that the emperor above their heads had changed. And then, there was nothing else. There was no coronation ceremony, no amnesty, no majestic monarchy, nothing. It was just a very simple way to tell everyone, "I, Zhao Qianli, have ascended the throne. I am your new emperor. You can call me Emperor Yongping." Those who didn't know Zhao Qianli, after hearing that the new emperor ascended the throne, even the coronation ceremony was not held. Some people speculated in their hearts whether the new emperor was too timid, knowing that his predecessor, Emperor Yongxing, was assassinated at the coronation ceremony, so he simply didn't hold the coronation ceremony. However, after Emperor Yongping Zhao Qianli announced that he had become the new emperor, he didn't even ask for the construction of the imperial palace that had been destroyed by the war. The emperor did not live in the imperial palace, but lived in Bupinglu. Just like Zhao Qianli before, it was simple and unpretentious, which made people's eyebrows jump. And the most incredible thing is that the emperor's residence in Bupinglu actually allowed any people to come and entrust. Sometimes if you are lucky, you can even see the emperor himself. Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. After hearing this news, every citizen of the Tangji dynasty felt that their new emperor was a lunatic, not following the rules at all, not sticking to the rules at all. Simply put, how can this be an emperor? Emperor Yongping's move not only caused a lot of discussion among the people, but also caused a great controversy in the court. Especially those ministers who abided by the ancestral system and followed the rules were crazy, and all kinds of advice flew to Zhao Qianli's desk like snowflakes. But Zhao Qianli didn't even look at it. Hey, just playing. Zhao Qianli ignored the minister's requests for him to rebuild the palace, to attend the morning court and discuss matters like the emperors in the past, to shape his own majesty, to distance himself from the people, etc. Many ministers who claimed to be clean saw that the emperor was so stubborn as soon as he ascended the throne, and he didn't listen at all, so they immediately took out their trump cards, to die to show his will. They said that if the emperor continued to act so stubbornly, he would crash into the city gate and die. As a result, the emperor's reaction was also straightforward. He packed the dragon robe, the imperial seal, and the crown together and sent them to the doorsteps of those King Liu families, saying that he was quitting the job. He said, "I will not be the emperor anymore, you can find whoever you want." One can imagine the expressions of those ministers who were full of grief and indignation and were ready to hit their heads against the city gate and wake up the emperor with blood when they saw their emperor quit the job. As a result, the ministers compromised. A country cannot be without a monarch for a day. What's more, the fate of the Tangji dynasty now depends on Zhao Qianli alone. If he fails, the Tangji dynasty will experience another turmoil. No one else can take on the responsibility of being the emperor except Zhao Qianli. Therefore, those ministers who were ready to die became honest again and immediately sent back the dragon robe, imperial seal and other items sent by Zhao Qianli with a very respectful attitude. "Since you still want me to be the emperor, then I will tell you how I want to be the emperor. I am just a name for this identity. I will not go to the morning court or the meeting because I don't understand it at all. Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. You are all ministers in the court and the pillars of the country. If there is anything, you can discuss it yourself. I don't care about the process, I only look at the results. Take 3 years as a term. Each of your positions will be assessed once every 3 years. Those who do well can stay and get promoted and salary increase. If you don't do well, I, the emperor, will take you down. So, do a good job. No one's position is stable. Oh, of course, except me, the emperor." Zhao Qianli said to all the ministers slowly and carelessly. When the voice fell, all the ministers looked at each other. There is no doubt that what Zhao Qianli said completely subverted the rule of the emperors of all dynasties over the Tangji dynasty. No matter which period the emperor was in, after ascending the throne, he was always used to gathering all the power in his own hands. Who would take the initiative to give up power like Zhao Qianli? If it was just a simple cessation of power, Zhao Qianli might be considered weak and cowardly, but Zhao Qianli did not give up the power completely. He also retained the most important supervisory power. He handed all the power to the ministers, and assessed all the ministers for a period of 3 years. Competent ministers can be promoted and get a raise, while ministers who are not worthy of this position will be directly removed. After listening to what Zhao Qianli said, many ministers' first reaction was to frown, then be silent, and finally become thoughtful. Zhao Qianli's proposal seems absurd, but in fact, it has changed the identity of the emperor from the system, which is a major drawback in the feudal dynasty. In the past, the emperor gathered all the power in his own hands and integrated with the country. In order to expand the national strength, The emperor would naturally do a series of things to strengthen the country, but the main motivation for these things was self-interest. As a person with the highest power, a small mistake made by the emperor may lead to a great disaster. In Zhao Qianli's conception, the subject of power has changed from the emperor to his ministers, from one person to a group of people. It is very simple for a person to make mistakes and do something that harms others and benefits himself for his own selfish desires, but it is not so easy to be in a group. Because of the 3-year term limit, every minister with power must think about how to get through the hurdle after 3 years. If the performance is mediocre or even very poor, he will face the risk of dismissal, and the emperor, the supervisor, will always hang over his head. In fact, the greatest contribution of many mediocre people who know nothing after becoming emperors is actually not to make mistakes. In history, the emperor who can bear the title of king of the status quo is already a good reputation. Being in a position that can influence the whole world, any small mistake made will lead to a huge disaster. Being able to make no mistakes or make fewer mistakes is actually a blessing for all people. The greatest wish of the ministers in the court of all dynasties is to turn the emperor from a substantial power holder into a noble mascot, so that he will not be in charge of everything and will not mess up anything. Unfortunately, this idea is impossible to achieve. But now, Zhao Qianli has taken the initiative to help them achieve this. And Zhao Qianli has done better. A mascot is placed on top, which is useless. After the people below have power, they are likely to collude with each other and eventually fall into the quagmire together. However, Zhao Qianli is not positioned as a mascot. He is more like a knife. A knife hanging over everyone's head. Power can be given to you, let you play it yourself, but you have to do things well. Otherwise, this knife will fall and chop on your head. In the end, the ministers accepted Zhao Qianli's proposal and ushered in a new millennium for the Tangji dynasty with a policy of governing the country that has never been seen in thousands of years. I didn't expect that they would actually agree. In the Buping building, Zhao Qianli lay in a chair in a sloppy manner. How could he have the momentum of an emperor? Chu Yun sat opposite him, took a sip of tea calmly, and said, "They will agree." It is not a good thing to put all of the power in one person. Smart people should be able to realize this. As for how far such a system can go, it will be left to time to verify. Zhao Qianli nodded, then smiled and said, "Let's not talk about these, let's talk about something happy. At my request, now not only in Daming Prefecture, but also in every city in the entire Tangji dynasty, a Buping building will be built. This new Buping building has me, the emperor, as the owner of the building. The power is simply too great. Now even if it is acting as the official, it is no problem. As long as the people have any commissions and grievances, they can go to the Buping building to appeal. Our ideals are finally blossoming everywhere." After saying this, Chu Yun on the opposite side couldn't help but smile. This is indeed a happy thing. The expansion of the Buping building and its spread across the country not only gives the people of the Tangji dynasty a good place to appeal, but also brings great help to Chu Yun. Just imagine that hundreds of millions of people across the country can access the Buping building and trigger tasks for Chu Yun through the Buping building. How terrifying would that be? Chu Yun has the fishing system for all things. How much bait can he receive every day? Under this almost endless accumulation, wouldn't Chu Yun's growth rate be almost limitless? In fact, the people of the Tangji dynasty today really need the Buping building to appear, because the legacy of the Qin royal family is far from subsiding. Although in the battle of the coronation ceremony, the Qin royal family masters headed by military advisor Chen Dusheng have all been killed and injured, and those who have not emerged are at most a few cats, and are no longer a concern. However, the damage they have caused around the world before is immeasurable. Under various disasters, the people have been displaced and miserable. Things have come to this point. Chu Yun will naturally not let go of the remnants of the Qin royal family, and the court will never let them go. Now a large-scale search has been carried out across the country. At the same time, Chu Yun also disclosed the antidote formula of the magic pill seed to the world, took out a temporary antidote, and issued a call to all those who were controlled by the Qin royal family with the magic pill seed. The court also has a real permanent antidote, as long as they are willing to abandon the dark and join the light. they can permanently get rid of the control of the magic pill seed. Chu Yun believes that among those who are deeply harmed by the magic pill seed, this news will definitely be a bombshell. After they try the temporary antidote, they will know that the permanent antidote owned by the court is real. As an organization that uses the magic pill seed to control its subordinates, how much sense of belonging can those grassroots members have to it? Once the antidote is released, I am afraid it will collapse immediately. Chapter 329, Second Transmigration to Nirvana. Facts have proved that Chu Yun's inference is correct. The disclosure of the antidote secret formula of the magic pill seed is undoubtedly a heavy bomb for the remnants of the Qin royal family. On the fourth day after the antidote secret formula was announced, 3 thugs controlled by the magic pill seed came to Bupinglu and confessed what they knew. Although the remnants of the Qin royal family had disappeared without a trace when the court led people to encircle and suppress them, this did not affect the fact that the Qin royal family had already fallen into division. Since the moment the antidote secret formula was announced, the Qin royal family has been completely divided. All those who were controlled by the Qin royal family with the magic pill seed are no longer in the same mind with them. They have become the objects that the Qin royal family needs to guard against, or even eliminate by themselves. Gradually, as time went by, more and more people came to surrender. Chu Yun gave each of them a permanent antidote and pushed them out as living signs. Even though the wind is not obvious now, Chu Yun can still guess that the days of the remnants of the Qin royal family must be extremely difficult. Chu Yun, in line with the idea of being considerate, dropped another bombshell. He publicly announced to the outside world that if the person controlled by the magic pill seed could take the initiative to wipe out the remnants of the Qin royal family, the court would not only give him a permanent antidote, but also exempt him from all guilt and forgiveness. At the same time, he would be given a lifelong official position in the court and rewarded with tens of millions of silver. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the remnants of the Qin royal family. From this day on, no matter how confident they were, they could no longer regard those thugs as their own people. They would always worry about whether the other party would kill them to receive the reward and win a bright future. After all, if you can live in the sun, serve in the court for life, have a family fortune of tens of millions, and not be controlled by others' threats of poison, which thug would not want such a day? On the 13th day after the war, there was a victory report. The last batch of thugs who defected from the Qin royal family won a battle with the remnants of the Qin royal family. With the imperial court's offer of amnesty, those thugs who had suffered from the magic pill seed showed a strong subjective initiative, and almost without hesitation, pointed their guns at their old bosses. As the saying goes, it is difficult to guard against thieves at home. When those who know the organization best betray the organization, the destructive power caused is naturally unbearable for the Qin royal family. If it was during the heyday of the Qin royal family, these thugs would have made a big fuss, but it would not have been a big deal. But now the Qin royal family is left with only a group of useless remnants, and there is not even a strong man in the Fate Wheel realm sitting in charge. Facing the ruthless big hands, they immediately capsized in the gutter. On that day, the remaining 12 members of the Qin royal family were killed by those rebellious thugs, and 3 were captured. The remaining 2 people, the eldest princess and the 4th prince, have fled and are nowhere to be found. The court fulfilled its promise to these rebellious thugs, exempted each of these thugs from their past crimes, and promised to give them a new identity and a new future from today. Whether it is antidote, official position or reward silver, all have been issued. As for the escaped eldest princess and 4th prince, the court is still ordering a high-intensity hunt, but whether they can be caught in the end depends on fate. However, the Qin royal family, which had been dormant for 1,000 years and intended to subvert the entire Tangji dynasty, now has only the eldest princess and the 4th prince. After a disastrous defeat, they have disappeared without a trace. No matter how much they struggle, they will not have any chance to restore their country. Even whether they can escape the court's pursuit is another matter. This game between the Tangji dynasty and the Qin royal family undoubtedly ended with the absolute victory of the Tangji dynasty. With the surrender of those rebellious thugs, many man-made disasters in various places have been adequately alleviated. After all, These disasters were caused by those thugs ordered by the Qin royal family. How they destroyed it in the past, they repaired it today. On the other hand, as the undoubted first hero in this war, Chu Yun's gains were also extraordinary. Even though the court did not give Chu Yun any rewards, and Chu Yun did not take the initiative to ask for anything, as Zhao Qianli opened branches of Buping Lu all over the country, Chu Yun received system rewards every day, which were simply like snowflakes, and could not be used up at all. And Chu Yun's cultivation, under this crazy accumulation of materials, also showed an abnormal explosive growth. In half a month, his cultivation rose by a full 5 grades. He perfectly broke through the 9th grade of Nirvana, and then his cultivation returned to the 1st grade of Nirvana in the second turn. Although his cultivation was reset, Chu Yun's combat power did not weaken at all. On the contrary, when Chu Yun completed the 9th level of the 1st Nirvana realm and was promoted to the 2nd level, his strength was greatly enhanced, and the extent of the improvement was even more than the sum of the previous levels from the 1st to the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. When Chu Yun's cultivation reached the 2nd level of Nirvana, his own power of law was also perfectly integrated. In the past, when Chu Yun used the law incarnation, he simultaneously used a thunder law incarnation and a fire law incarnation. Although they were equally powerful, they were not unified. Now, after entering the 2nd level of Nirvana, when Chu Yun used the law incarnation again, in addition to being able to summon 2 law incarnations as before, he could also fuse the 2 law powers together to condense a special thunder and fire law incarnation, which has the power of 2 law incarnations at the same time and superimposes each other. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 is greater than 2, or even greater than 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. And, when Chu Yun broke through to the 2nd level of Nirvana, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the martial arts cultivation required for the 2nd level of Nirvana was not much higher than that for the 1st level. With Chu Yun's capital now that he has opened up all over the world, it only takes 3 or 4 days to complete the 1st level breakthrough, and about a month to be able to perform the 3rd level of Nirvana. 1 month, going through the process from the 1st level of Nirvana to the 9th level of Nirvana, this can no longer be described as terrifying. It is simply horrifying and extremely vicious. But, if the cultivation is piled up so quickly, then the factor that hinders my cultivation progress will change from the realm breakthrough itself to how to comprehend the new power of the law. Chu Yun smiled bitterly, touched his chin, and thought to himself, after all, the power of the law can only be comprehended by oneself, and if you want to comprehend the other 7 kinds of power of the law, it is still difficult to do without a special environment as a foundation. Just finding these foundations will cost me a lot of effort. The 9 great laws of the world, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, time and space. Among them, the 5 elements law, as well as the wind law and thunder law, are all very common laws of power. It is not difficult to comprehend them, it only takes some opportunities. However, Chu Yun was really confused about the latter 2 laws of time and space. In order to answer his doubts, Chu Yun went to ask Prince Cheng, 9 laws. When Prince Cheng heard Chu Yun ask this question, he touched his chin and said, "Is this related to the 9 thunders when you were overcoming the tribulation? When you fought with Chen Dusheng that day, you simultaneously displayed the incarnation of the thunder law and the incarnation of the fire law. Could it be that you can comprehend the power of 9 laws at the same time?" "Yes, uncle is indeed a meticulous observer." Chu Yun nodded in admiration. With this vision alone, Prince Cheng lived up to the title of the first god of war in the Tangji dynasty. After a pause, he smiled bitterly and said, "Now, I have only comprehended 2 of the laws. I have some confidence in the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth and strong winds. But, for the most mysterious laws of space and time, I really don't know where to look." "Uncle, please give me some advice." "The laws of time and space." Prince Cheng pondered for a moment, shook his head slowly, and said, "As far as I know, in these thousands of years, there has never been a Nirvana realm warrior who has comprehended the laws of time and space. In the more distant history, there seems to have been a legendary supreme realm powerhouse who comprehended the law of space. However, this news is too old and is almost a myth. No one knows whether it is true or not. After the voice fell, Chu Yun frowned and said, "Is it so hard to find? In thousands of years, there has not been a person who has comprehended the laws of time and space." Prince Cheng laughed and said, "There has long been a saying in the world that among the 9 laws, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder are bestowed upon mankind by heaven, while time and space are controlled by heaven itself. Mortals can only comprehend the first 7." Seeing Chu Yun's silence and frown, Prince Cheng couldn't help but say, "You are too greedy, boy. You are already the most unique and terrifying existence in the world if you can comprehend the power of the 7 laws. Now you are only in the Nirvana realm, but you can fight in the Fate Wheel realm. In the future, when you comprehend the power of the 7 laws and advance to the Fate Wheel realm, who in this world can stop you? I'm afraid only the legendary Supreme Realm can do it." Haha. Hearing this, the bitter smile on Chu Yun's face became even more intense. He shook his head and said, "Uncle, you don't know, my physique, after being tempered by 9 heavenly thunders, has become different from that of ordinary people. If I can't comprehend the power of all 9 laws, I won't be able to break through to the Fate Wheel realm, and I can only stay in the Nirvana realm for the rest of my life." As soon as he finished speaking, Prince Cheng frowned, took a breath slowly, and said, "If that's the case, then this matter may be really difficult to handle. But don't lose heart. Although no one in the Tangji dynasty has comprehended the laws of time and space, it doesn't mean that it can't be done in other places." "You mean, outside the spiritual world?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. "That's right." Prince Cheng nodded and said, "No one knows how big the outside world is. If there is anyone who can comprehend the laws of time and space, I'm afraid the only way is to go outside." Chu Yun was silent for a long time after hearing this, and finally nodded, agreeing with what Prince Cheng said. He curled his lips and showed a hint of smile, saying, "Your advice is very useful. After I comprehend all 7 laws of power, I will definitely go to the outside world to take a look." Chapter 330 Under the Abyss. Chu Yun would definitely look for the laws of time and space, but as he said, there was no rush for this matter, because there was no order requirement for the comprehension of the 9 laws in the 9 turns of Nirvana. He could completely comprehend all the 7 laws except time and space in the spiritual world, and then leave to look for the last 2 laws. This was destined to be a very long process, but fortunately, Chu Yun was not in a hurry. Everything was proceeding step by step. 23 days had passed since the chaos at the coronation ceremony. During this period, the biggest focus of the court was to rebuild Jinxia City and appease the disasters in various places. After eliminating the culprit of the Qin royal family, there were no people who secretly tripped him up. With the power of the court, the effect of mobilizing all of them was still very impressive. Jinxia City was being rebuilt in an orderly manner, and the disasters in various places were also recovering rapidly with the unreserved support of the government. Everything was moving in a good direction. In just 1 week, Chu Yun's cultivation level was promoted by 2 levels, and he reached the 3rd level of the 2nd turn Nirvana realm. This cultivation speed is really a bit scary. At night, Chu Yun finished a whole day of fishing. There were countless treasures piled up in the system space, most of which were spiritual products. There were already thousands of ordinary baits. But Chu Yun had no time to go fishing. According to the usual practice, at the agreed time in the evening, Chu Yun opened the door of the space and entered the portable space to wait for a while, waiting for his little apprentice to appear. Even though Chu Yun knew that Yang Jian would not encounter any danger in the demon domain, since the master and apprentice had such a convenient communication channel, they naturally did not hesitate to communicate every day, even if it was just a few simple words. However, after waiting for a long time, Yang Jian did not appear. Chu Yun was a little surprised. With Yang Jian's temperament, if there was nothing wrong, he should not fail to come to the portable space to meet him. Could it be that something delayed him? With doubts in mind, he stayed in the portable space for a night. Little Yang Jian still did not show up until the next day. Chu Yun frowned and left the space gate without hesitation. After sending someone to pass a message to Zhao Qianli, He set off and headed straight for the demon domain. It seemed a bit of an exaggeration for Chu Yun to travel thousands of miles to the demon domain after just one day of not seeing each other. But in fact, with Chu Yun's current speed, it only takes 2 days to go from Jingxia City to the demon domain. If he flies in the form of a dragon, the speed will only be faster. Therefore, even if it is just in case, Chu Yun did not hesitate to make a fuss. Something that made little Yang Jian not go to the portable space for a whole day must not be a trivial matter. Otherwise, with the child's personality, it would definitely not be like this. 2 days ago, deep in the 10,000 mountains, a deep abyss covered by clouds, it reveals the atmosphere of no strangers allowed everywhere. Occasionally, a shining thunder, like the claws of a world-destroying monster, tore the sky. This is an area where almost no life can survive, but at the bottom of the abyss, there is an area emitting white light, and it is impossible to see the situation inside. Above the abyss, 2 figures flew in the air, and their figures were like thunder, shooting from the distant 9 heavens, and suddenly descended into this world. They stood above the void, and their eyes seemed to see through everything, falling on the layer of white light and crystal clear area, but they could not see anything inside. After a moment, the 2 looked at each other and nodded. It seems that there is nothing unusual. Let's go back and report, one of them said, and was about to mobilize his strength to break through the void barrier and leave the spiritual world. Wait. At this time, the other person swept his eyes, as if he had discovered something, and his divine thoughts surged around like a tide, as fast as tsunami, and in an instant, it almost covered the entire Xiao Mountains. The man who was about to leave raised his eyebrows and said, "What did you find?" "Interesting." The man's mind fell in one direction, and soon the corner of his mouth curled up a little, saying, "In this remote corner, there is actually such a good seedling." "What seedling?" The other person's mind moved, and soon he noticed the situation over there. After sensing it in his heart, he showed a look of surprise in his eyes. "It's actually a mysterious mirror spirit body." This is a special physique that ranks among the top 10 innate spirit bodies. As soon as the voice fell, the person next to him had already shot towards that direction like a rainbow light, and the speed was so fast that it was incredible. "Wait for me. This is considered our discovery together, and the credit is not yours alone," the man shouted and quickly followed. In just a few breaths, the 2 figures had arrived at the core of the 100,000 mountains, outside the Sky Fox City. The person who holds the mysterious mirror spirit body that they are paying special attention to is now in the Heavenly Palace, fighting against several fox guards and honing his martial arts. The so-called mysterious mirror spirit body is one of the 10 great spirit bodies in the world, and it has 2 main characteristics. First, it is immune to any spiritual power from the outside world. Second, it analyzes and decomposes the spiritual power that acts on itself from the outside world, and after understanding it, it can return it as it is. Based on this point, it is like using a mirror to reflect light, so this physique is called the mysterious mirror spirit body. At this moment, in the martial arts field of the Heavenly Palace, the figure fighting against the 3 fox guards is just a bright young man, with an upright posture and a righteous spirit. He holds a overlord soul-locking spear in his hand. He fights 1 against 3, and is not at all inferior. In the continuous battle, he quickly figured out the fighting style and philosophy of the 3 opponents, and then made corresponding restraints. Originally, the young man was at a disadvantage under the joint suppression of the 3 fox guards, but as the battle progressed, the young man quickly found a way to defeat the enemy. So in a very short time, he defeated the 3 fox guards one by one. "3 of you, I will give you the upper hand." Little Yang Jian put away his gun, bowed to the 3 fox guards, and helped the one closest to him up. The 3 fox guards smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Yang, your progress is too fast. You have just broken through to the Wanshai realm, and you can defeat the 3 of us at the same time. It is too modest to say that we will give you the upper hand." Little Yang Jian smiled bitterly and was about to say something. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from the side, laughing, "You are indeed too modest." Yang Jian turned around and saw two figures outside the martial arts arena. They were two very strange figures, and the clothing style they wore was also very strange. Not only was it completely different from the habits of the demon clan, but even in the Tangji dynasty, there was no similar clothing at all. You saw everything just now, right? In that battle, this young man fought 1 against 3, and he did not use his spiritual body talent throughout the whole process. He defeated all 3 opponents with his combat consciousness alone. Although it is not a great record, this young man's understanding of combat is really amazing. I'm not blind, how could I not see it? Haha. This time I came to this small spiritual world, I thought it would be a boring and drudgery, but who would have thought that I could meet such a good seedling? There are surprises everywhere in life. The two looked at Yang Jian, and the smiles on their faces became stronger. Who are you two? Little Yang Jian felt keenly that the two people in front of him seemed to be extraordinary. Little Yang Jian could not sense any cultivation aura from them, but this did not mean that the two had no cultivation. Instead, it proved that the two had unfathomable strength. Even if he turned his head, he could not detect the existence of the two. Little guy, we come from the world outside the spiritual world. You are very talented and have a special spiritual body. If you are willing, we can take you away from this small world and go to the real big world. At that time, you can become a disciple of our sect. The future is limitless. One of them looked at little Yang Jian, smiled gently, and said, "From the world outside the spiritual world?" Little Yang Jian was stunned for a moment. This answer was obviously beyond his expectations. In the history of the Tangji dynasty, there have been several times when people from the world outside the spiritual world came here. Almost every time, there was a big commotion, which made people know two things. First, there is indeed an extremely vast world outside the spiritual world. Second, the people from that world are very strong, very strong. In the Tangji dynasty, the strongest cultivator is only at the Fate Wheel realm. As for the stronger Supreme realm, it has been unknown how many years since it has appeared. However, in the world outside the spiritual world, the Supreme realm does not seem to be the end. Above it, there are even more powerful warriors, like gods. At this moment, when Yang Jian heard that these two people were from outside the spiritual world, he had not yet reacted. However, the 3 fox guards on the side looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. Little guy, what do you think? Seeing Yang Jian silent, the two asked with a smile. Yang Jian regained his mind, clasped his fists to the two, and said, "I'm really sorry, I already have a master. I'm afraid I can't become your disciple." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Devouring Demon Spirit. After the words fell, the two figures looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. It seemed that being rejected was a very rare experience for the two of them, or even an unprecedented experience. After all, what they proposed was an opportunity for people to leave this small cage-like world and go to the big world to ascend to heaven in one step, but now it was rejected by the young man in front of them. Little guy, you probably don't know what a good thing we are proposing to you. This is a good thing that many people dream of and can't get even if they try their best to get it. Now it is given to you for free, but you don't cherish it. If you see this world in the future, you will definitely regret it. One of them shook his head and said with a sigh. The other person laughed and said, "It is normal for a martial artist to worship several masters in his life. Even if you have a master now, it does not prevent you from worshipping my sect. To be honest, I have worshipped more masters in the past few hundred years than the people in this yard. It's different." Yang Jian shook his head and looked at the two of them. He didn't explain much, but his attitude was extremely firm and there was no possibility of wavering. There are indeed many people who worship many masters in martial arts practice. The higher the level of cultivation, the more masters they worship. But for Yang Jian, this is simply impossible, because Chu Yun is different. He is not only his master, but also the benefactor who saved his life. and the idol that Jian yearns for, regardless of whether these two people are from the big world outside the spiritual world. No matter what their origins and methods are, Jian will not change his sect and leave Chu Yun. It seems that you still don't understand. One of them shook his head, determined not to waste any more words. The corners of his lips raised a little arc, and he smiled. Then let you see what the power beyond this world is like. As he said, he stretched out his hand and pointed to a mountain outside Danu City that towered into the clouds. In an instant, the spiritual power of heaven and earth collapsed. An extremely powerful force flew out from the man's hand lightly and shot towards the mountain. Boom! There was only a muffled sound, followed by a series of explosions. Suddenly, the mountain that was like a jade pillar supporting the sky was directly cut in half by this finger. In an instant, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked, the peak collapsed, and it split apart. Even though it was far away, everyone in Danu City could still feel the violent shaking of the earth. Boom boom boom. When the half-broken mountain fell to the ground, it completely cracked the ground at the foot of the mountain, forming a series of rifts, spreading out in all directions like a dense spider web. This terrifying destructive power stunned everyone present, and the 3 fox guards who were training with him almost popped their eyes out of their sockets. Can a human being do this? However, after the man pointed his finger, the smile on his lips did not disappear, but became even stronger. Immediately, he formed a seal with his hands, and slowly retracted the finger he had pointed out. The next moment, a miracle happened. The half of the mountain that had already collapsed and fell to the ground in pieces, unexpectedly reunited in a burst of rumbling, forming the original appearance before it collapsed. "Get up," the man said in a faint voice, as if the gods were giving an order. The moment the words fell, the half of the mountain that had been reassembled actually flew up out of thin air and stuck to the broken part of the mountain. In a moment, it was restored to a complete mountain, and its shape was almost exactly the same as before. Amid the overwhelming smoke and dust, the sound of countless jaws falling to the ground in Danu City sounded at the same time, and everyone was shocked by this terrifying scene. If it weren't for the fact that the cracks in the earth around the mountain were still there, as shocking as scars, then everyone who saw this scene would probably think that this was some large-scale illusion that made people see something imaginary. After all, this is simply incredible, not to mention breaking the mountain with one finger. Under such a terrifying destructive force, it can actually be restored with one finger. You know, that's a whole mountain, a mountain thousands of meters high. It's not a small dirt slope, it's a whole mountain. This is the supreme realm. The man withdrew his hand and looked at the astonishment in Jian's eyes. He was more satisfied and said slowly, "For this kind of small world in a remote corner, the cultivation of the Fate Wheel realm is the bottom. It is impossible to go to the supreme realm one step higher. Even if there is a natural talent and it is recognized by the world by force, it will fall below the realm because of the lack of sufficient spiritual energy in the small world and the inability to resonate with the heavenly Tao at all times. This is the limitation of the small world, and it is also the reason why geniuses like you must leave here. In my Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, the supreme realm is not the end. Above this, there are more powerful saints. As long as you nod, the two of us can take you away from here and let you worship under the saints and become one of the saints." Jian's eyes were retracted from the mountains in the distance. He took a deep breath and calmed down. For anyone in this world, the scene in front of them really shocked everyone's 3 views. It was something that completely exceeded their cognition. It was impossible not to be surprised. But, surprise is surprise, shock is shock. Little Jian would not agree with what that person said. "I'm sorry, I still choose to refuse." Little Jian shook his head, looked at the 2 people seriously, and said, "The strength of the 2 seniors is indeed shocking, but now that I have become my master's disciple, I will not change my sect. No matter where the 2 seniors come from, no matter how powerful the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect you say is, I will not change my mind. I practice martial arts not just to make myself stronger. The reason I want to have power is because I need power to protect the people I cherish. And my master is the best person in the world to me, and the person I will spend my whole life to protect and respect. If I abandon my master in pursuit of stronger power, Then I will lose the meaning of practicing and becoming stronger. I will look down on myself. At that time, even if I become stronger, what's the use? After little Yang Jian finished speaking, the two looked at each other, frowned, and were silent. At this time, there was another noise outside the yard. It was Yang Xiaokan who ran over with a chicken leg in her arms. She ate while running and yelled, "Second brother, there was thunder outside just now." It was a loud noise. Did you hear it? Little Yang Jian saw his sister running over and protected her behind him. Then he turned his head and looked at the two people and said, "So, please find another candidate, seniors. I'm afraid it's not up to you." One of them narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Xiaokan behind little Yang Jian for a while, then turned his head to look at the other person, with a strange expression on his face. "Did you see it?" "Yeah." The man nodded, but took a breath of cold air, and was extremely shocked. Demon devouring spirit body. It is also one of the 10 great spirit bodies. This little girl hasn't started practicing yet, and her spirit body is not obvious, so I almost missed it. Damn it, you are really siblings. One of you has a mysterious mirror spirit body, and the other has a demon devouring spirit body. This family is full of monsters. Little girl, you call him second brother, then do you have other brothers and sisters? Yes. Yang Xiaokan opened her big eyes and nodded. Indigo. Then where's your eldest brother now? The man's eyes lit up and asked hurriedly. He left. Yang Xiaokan replied. Second brother said that Digo went to a very far place and will never come back. Yes, I haven't seen Digo for a long time. Second brother, why didn't Digo come back? Let's go find him. Okay, I miss him a little. As she said, Yang Xiaokan held a chicken leg in her mouth, and her little hand covered with oil stains grabbed Yang Jian's arm and shook it back and forth. Xiaokan, be obedient. Little Yang Jian showed a bitter smile on his face, and the sadness in his eyes flashed away. He touched Yang Xiaokan's hair and suppressed the grief in his heart. What a pity. Seeing him like this, the two looked at each other and naturally understood what was going on. They said it was a pity because both of the siblings had a special physique that was one of the 10 spiritual bodies. Their eldest brother, who was born of the same mother, might also have some kind of spiritual body. But now that the person is dead, it doesn't matter whether he has any special physique or not. Little guy, based on what you just said, if you are the only one with the mysterious mirror spirit body, we too would not force you. But your sister is just like you. She has a strong talent of one of the 10 great spirit bodies. If we miss her, it is absolutely impossible. After the two looked at each other, they made a decision naturally. They looked at Yang Jian and said, so, whether you are willing or not, we have to take you away. Seeing 2 pieces of unpolished jade drowned in a small and nameless world is simply a waste of natural resources and will be punished by heaven. 2 seniors, how can you? Yang Jian frowned and was about to say something, but the two had already taken action to restrain them. Let's go. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They were also from famous and upright sects. The name of Yuan Dao Ling Yanzong was also very loud in Jiazu, but now, they are doing things that force disciples to take in, which is really a bit too shameful. But, compared with letting these 2 outstanding talents be tarnished, what does it matter if I do something embarrassing right now? They deserve it. Chapter 332 World Barrier. Where are you taking us? Let me go. Be careful or I'll bite you. 2 bad guys. Put me down. Woo. It's so high. Yang Xiaokan was held on the shoulders by someone, and her body lifted off the ground involuntarily. Under the hands of the 2 mysterious strong men, she flew towards the end of the 10,000 mountains in the distance at an extremely high speed. Along the way, Yang Xiaokan shouted and screamed, and the 2 men were quite helpless when they heard it. They had a strange feeling in their hearts, as if they were the villains in the story. Little girl, stop shouting. We are not bad people. We are taking you and your second brother away this time not to harm you, but to give you an extremely broad world, a future that countless people dream of. One of them sighed. A smile appeared on his face, and he said to Yang Xiaokan in a gentle voice, I don't believe it, you are the bad guy. Yang Xiaokan puffed her cheeks, stared at him angrily, and said, bad guy, put me down quickly. Alas, hearing this, the man couldn't help but sigh again. He was quite troubled by the brother and sister. One was too young to explain the truth, while the other was too knowledgeable, so that the bright future and powerful strength they described could not shake the faith in his heart. However, even if it was a headache, it would only hurt for a while. After sending the brother and sister back to the sect and handing them over to the saint, their mission would be completed. Only saints are worthy of worrying about such talented seedlings. Even if the two of them wanted to accept disciples, the saints would ask them to go. The journey is still long. You haven't practiced yet, and it's not suitable for you to fly for a long time. You should take a rest. The man looked at Yang Xiuquan, as if he couldn't stand the little girl calling him a bad guy. He stretched out his hand and pointed Yang Xiuquan to sleep. On the side, Yang Jian saw this scene. His eyes were calm, and he was extremely helpless when he saw the scenery around him rapidly retreating to the back. With his intelligence, he could naturally see that the two brothers and sisters were destined to be taken away at this moment, which was certainly not a good thing. But fortunately, these two people did not look like evil people, and their words and deeds were mostly decent. At least there was no need to worry about the safety of the two brothers and sisters. But, if Yang Jian wanted to change his sect, join someone else's sect, and leave Chu Yun, it would be absolutely impossible. At this moment, Yang Jian already had a way to get out of it. That is, relying on the transmission of the portable space, he would take Yang Xiuquan and return directly to Chu Yun's side. Of course, he would not leave directly like this, but would wait until he reached the destination, drag it for a period of time, and then find a way to disappear in a reasonable way, preferably pretending to be missing or killed. Otherwise, these two knew the location of the spirit world and knew that Tanu City was related to them. If they left rashly, they would definitely be alerted and chase them back to the spirit world. Therefore, if they wanted to use the space gate to leave, Yang Jian would definitely choose a way without worries and take his sister with him. On the way, Yang Jian was silent for a while. The two looked at him, thinking that he had accepted his fate, and then they chatted with a smile, saying, "You are still young, and you don't understand the vastness of this world. You don't know how high the sky is and how big the earth is. You think the vast world is actually just a speck of dust in the real world of Jiaozu. In this universe, it is even smaller and not worth mentioning. Apart from anything else, do you know why there has never been a strong man in the Supreme Realm in your world? Why are there occasional legends of the Supreme Realm, but soon the person disappears? It is because the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in this small world cannot support the most basic consumption of a strong man in the Supreme Realm. This leads to the fact that the warriors in this small world, no matter how strong their talents are, cannot break through to the Supreme Realm, and the strong men of the Supreme Realm from outside, like us, cannot stay for long even if they squeeze into the world barrier and descend into this small world, because the strong in the Supreme Realm have merged with the laws of heaven. In the environment of the big world, they have the spiritual energy of Jiaozu to provide, but once they come to this small world, they lose contact with Jiaozu. Without the huge spiritual power to provide, they will gradually lose contact with the heavenly Tao, and then their rank will fall. Therefore, the real strong have always existed only in the big world, and you and your sister, who have extremely rare Xuanjing spirit body and devouring demon spirit body, are destined to become strong people who are famous in Jiaozu in the future. The Supreme Realm, or even the Saint Realm, is not impossible for you. You are destined to be geniuses belonging to the big world. Once you have seen the vastness of the outside world, you will know how insignificant the place you originally belonged to is. The long speech was still the same old tune. Little Yang Jian listened silently and did not react, and the man did not care and continued to talk. They went all the way to the end of the 100,000 mountains. Through that conversation, mainly the man's own chatter, Yang Jian also learned some basic information. The outside world is a big world called Jiaozu. Jiaozu, as the name suggests, is composed of 9 continents. Each continent is an extremely vast and boundless world, with a vast territory and millions of lives. Among them, powerful warriors are countless like stars in the sky. And small worlds like the spiritual world are very common in Jiaozu. They are usually attached to the edge of each continent, like small islands. Of course, comparing the size of small worlds with the size of any continent in Jiaozu, using small islands to describe them is really a bit too much of an underestimation of these small worlds. If the universe is likened to a sea, Jiaozu is the 9 pieces of land floating on the sea, and small worlds like the spiritual world are just attached to the side of these 9 continents. Just bubbles. In fact, some people have always called these small worlds bubble worlds, because, on the outer layer of these small worlds, there is a world barrier, like a hollow bubble, covering the entire small world. Whether people outside want to enter or people inside want to go out, they need to pass through this world barrier. We are here. This is the world barrier of your small world, Lin Wu'ai said. He introduced this name to Yang Jian himself. The other person who came with him, who seemed to be less talkative, was called Liu Ke. Both of them were walking members of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, that is, people who act outside. At this moment, Lin Wu'ai and Liu Ke brought Yang Jian and Yang Xiaokan to a huge foggy wall. Yang Jian looked up at the sky and saw that the foggy gray wall in front of him spread out from the ground below and extended upwards, getting taller, and finally almost flush with the entire sky. This is the world barrier, rising from the earth and reaching the sky. No matter where you look, there is no edge. In fact, it is an extremely huge sphere that covers the entire spiritual world. How are you going to get out? Little Yang Jian couldn't help asking. On the surface, he was curious, but in fact, he was gathering information for Chu Yun. After knowing the existence of the Jiaozu world, little Yang Jian knew that people like his master were destined to leave the spiritual world and venture into the outside world. The world barrier in front of him looked very difficult to break through. If he could get some skills to leave, he could make some useful suggestions when he returned to Chu Yun. Haha. Lin Wu'ai smiled and said, "Finally, you are curious about our methods?" Little Yang Jian pursed his lips and did not answer. Lin Wu'ai didn't care and said with a smile, "There are only 2 ways to pass through the world barrier. One is to cross it with your physical body and take the land route below, and the other is to use the void shuttle and pass through from above." As he spoke, Lin Wu'ai stretched out his hand and grabbed it. A ring between his fingers flashed a glimmer of light, and then a 3-foot-long black boat appeared in his hand. "This is the void shuttle." Lin Wu'ai smiled, and with a thought, the 3-foot-long black boat fell to the ground and soon began to expand. In the end, it became no different from a normal boat, just enough to accommodate dozens of people. During this process, Lin Wu'ai's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally placed on Yang Jian, as if he hoped to see some surprise and curiosity on Yang Jian's face. After all, people who come from a small world like this can't have seen a space ring, let alone a way to take things from a distance, right? He wanted to use these seemingly insignificant methods to convey a message to Yang Jian in a casual way, that is, the world outside is really great beyond your imagination. However, when Yang Jian saw the telekinesis method and the void shuttle that was growing larger, there was no expression of surprise on his face, which seemed ordinary. That was not a fake expression, but Yang Jian really couldn't be surprised. Lin Wu'ai saw this very clearly in his heart. But, it was precisely because of this that Lin Wu'ai frowned, thinking that this little guy's ability to accept new things was so strong. Even the telekinesis method could not cause a slight fluctuation in his mind. Could it be that Liu Ke's method of breaking the mountain with one finger and restoring it before caused too much shock in his heart, so that he didn't think telekinesis was so powerful at this time? Lin Wu'ai was suspicious. But in fact, the reason why Yang Jian was not surprised was very simple, that is, he was tired of watching his master play this trick. In fact, he, like his master, also has an extremely vast personal space. Although he doesn't know how big it is, it should be able to accommodate 1 million enlarged void shuttles. Chapter 333, Supreme Road. As the void shuttle started, Yang Jian stood on the deck of the black boat, helplessly watching the void shuttle slowly rise, higher and higher, and finally reached a very high altitude. "Stand firm." Lin Wu'ai smiled, and then stretched out his hand and pointed, and the void shuttle quickly rushed to the world barrier and crashed into the layer of gray mist. At the moment when the collision was about to happen, Yang Jian stood on the deck, feeling a little nervous, and then saw that at the end of the sharp collision angle at the front of the void shuttle, black particles of light spread out, and quickly formed a layer of gauze, wrapping the entire void shuttle inside. Whoosh! The void shuttle crashed into the world barrier, and the gray gauze instantly merged with the gray mist of the world barrier, passing through without any hindrance as if passing through a layer of air. Yang Jian opened his eyes wide, stood on the deck and looked around, and saw that after the void shuttle passed through the world barrier, it suddenly came to a vast starry sky. The surroundings were boundless darkness, so vast that it was shocking, and in that darkness, there were some twinkling stars, and the stars all over the sky gathered into a dazzling sea of stars. In the direction of the void shuttle, you can see from afar an extremely huge golden sphere, as majestic as the sun, and so vast that you can't look away from it. The void shuttle was moving very fast, so fast that Yang Jian couldn't be sure how they were moving, but even if they walked faster, he couldn't see clearly how far away he was from the golden planet at this moment, because it seemed that no matter how close he was, the golden ball of light was always so vast. Yang Jian suddenly looked back and saw that there was also a huge gray sphere behind him, composed of gray mist, and through the translucent mist, he could vaguely see the outline of a continent. There is no doubt that the gray sphere in the back is the location of the spiritual world. As the void shuttle continues to move forward, the size of the gray sphere becomes smaller and smaller in the eyes of little Yang Jian, and the golden sphere in the front, even though it has been moving forward for a long time, has not changed in size. Maybe it has, but the change is too small to judge from the visual and distance how big the golden sphere is. This size comparison is simply despairing. Compared with this golden sphere, the gray sphere in the spiritual world is really too small. Is that Jiazu? Little Yang Jian asked in a low voice. No, Jiazu is not that small. Lin Wuai smiled faintly and said, that golden area is considered the center of this small world, called the true spirit realm, and it's also the sun in the eyes of you people in the spiritual realm. It itself is also just a small world, but in terms of size and scale, it's barely acceptable, at least much stronger than the spiritual realm you're in. And if it's the real Jiazu, no matter which state you put in front of you, you won't be able to see its full picture, no matter how far away you are from it, because that exceeds the limit of human vision. Hearing this, little Yang Jian was shocked again, and then he found that the direction that the void shuttle was heading at this moment was the golden sphere, so he couldn't help but ask, then why are you still going to that place? It's not you, it's us. Lin Wuai corrected, and then patiently explained to Yang Jian, because Jiazu is too far away from us. At the speed of the void shuttle, it may take more than 10 years to arrive, so we have to go to the true spirit realm first, through the teleportation array between the true spirit realm and Jiazu, and directly reach Shuai. When Lin Wuai introduced the situation of Jiazu to Yang Jian, he also mentioned that Jiazu is composed of 9 continents, and each continent has its own unique name, named after the 9 laws. That is, Jingguangzu, which represents gold, Shinmazu, which represents wood, Shuai, which represents water, Tanhuazu, which represents fire, Dawangzu, which represents earth, Fenglingzu, which represents wind, Jinglezu, which represents thunder, Shizu, which represents time, Kongzu, which represents space, and the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect where Lin Wuai and Liu Ke are located, originated from Shuai, one of the Jiazu. At the same time, Shuai is also the largest state in the 9 provinces that is closest to the spiritual world. No. It should be said that the spiritual world is a subsidiary of Shuai in the 9 provinces. Yang Jian took a deep breath, nodded, and looked down. In this boundless starry sky, he found something that caught his attention. What is that? Yang Jian stood on the deck and pointed. In the direction he pointed, it was the middle section between the spiritual world and the true spirit world. At a very low position, there was actually a road. It was like a floating bridge, extending all the way from the outer edge of the gray wall of the world barrier. Yang Jian looked carefully from front to back and found that this road actually directly connected the spiritual world and the true spirit world. But why is there such a road in this starry sky? Who built it? He. Lin Wu'ai smiled faintly and said, that is the Great Way to Heaven, which is also known as the Supreme Road. Yang Jian looked at him puzzledly, not understanding what he meant. Lin Wu'ai said, the environment of the universe is a void and a vacuum. If you were not in the void shuttle, you would have suffocated in this environment by now. Any small world in the universe, no matter how big or small, has its own gravity. It is precisely because of the existence of gravity that the matter in the world can stay firmly in the world and not dissipate into the universe. Although the existence of the world barrier isolates and protects the gravity of the world, some of it will still leak out, especially when the two worlds are close to each other. The gravity between them will interact and form a gravitational belt. This gravitational belt will absorb anything scattered in the outside world in the void, as well as dust, garbage, meteorites and the like between the universe, to form the floating bridge you see now. The road to heaven in front of you is formed by the gravity of the spiritual world and the gravity between the true spirit world, connecting the existence of the two worlds. Although he is still young, little Yang Jian has a strong ability to understand. He understood Lin Wu'ai's meaning in an instant and asked, so, after passing through the world barrier from the spiritual world, you can go all the way to the true spiritual world through this avenue? Yes. As if he knew what little Yang Jian was thinking, Lin Wu'ai said with a playful look on his face, but it's best not to do this. Why? Little Yang Jian frowned. Lin Wu'ai said, do you know why this road to heaven is also called the Supreme Road? Because only those who have broken through from the small world to the Supreme Realm and possess the power of the Supreme are qualified to walk this road, from the spiritual realm to the true spirit realm. If walking, a warrior in the Fate Wheel realm needs more than 3 months, and a strong man in the Supreme Realm is faster, but it still takes at least 1 month. If one's cultivation has not reached the Supreme Realm, it will be difficult for one to survive for a long time in the void of the universe. Even if one has a strong survival ability and can withstand the attrition of the universe with the flesh, this road to heaven is by no means so easy to walk. As he spoke, a hint of evil smile appeared on Lin Wu'ai's face. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the center of little Yang Jian's eyebrows, saying, if you don't believe it, you will know it for yourself. Under this finger, a clear light flashed in little Yang Jian's eyes. In an instant, he felt that his eyesight had been greatly improved, and he could see things in the distance very clearly. So, he hesitated and looked down at the Tongshan Avenue, and saw that something seemed to be moving on the Tongshan Avenue. When he looked carefully, he was shocked, because those moving things were not human beings, but ugly monsters with strange shapes. Some had 6 legs, bloody mouths, green faces and fangs, bodies like spiders, extremely long arms and legs, and hard thorns at the ends. Some had 3 or 4 heads, huge stomachs, and black sticky substances came out of their noses and mouths, which corroded large holes when dripped on the ground. What kind of monsters are those? Yang Jian's face was pale. Even if those indescribable monsters could not hurt him, just a glance was enough to make people feel panic. The Tongshan Avenue is formed by the gravitational belt. Gravitation can attract the scattered matter in the starry sky to form a road, and naturally it can also form other things. There is no spiritual power in the universe, but there is more bizarre magic power. The monsters you see are bred by magic power. They have no intelligence, do not need to eat, and will not kill each other. However, for all lives without magic power, such as people like us who have spiritual power, they will be killed mercilessly. Any human who passes through the world barrier in the flesh and comes to the Tongshan Avenue will be attacked by these monsters. They are not afraid of pain or death, and are extremely powerful. Among them, there are some extremely powerful individuals. Even if Liu Kei and I go down, we will have a headache to deal with them. As for the warriors in the Fate Wheel realm, they will be hunted by monsters before they can go far. Therefore, unless you have a cultivation base above the Supreme Realm, you will not be able to complete this Supreme Road. Even if one has the cultivation of the Supreme Realm, he may not be able to complete this journey. Some extremely powerful monsters can even kill the Supreme in seconds, but their number is extremely rare. Lin Wui's words made little Yang Jian full of awe for the outside world. You don't have to be too clear about yourself. With your talent, if you become a disciple of my Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, you will definitely be accepted as a disciple by a saint. If you practice with a saint, it won't take long before you will be able to dominate the world. Oh, by the way, do you know why your sister's spirit is called the demon-devouring spirit? Lin Wuya smiled mysteriously. Is it related to those monsters? Little Yang Jian was startled. Lin Wuya paused slightly, then smiled and nodded, saying, your intuition is very accurate. Yes, it is related to those monsters. I said before that those monsters are bred by magic energy. If they are killed, the magic energy in the monsters will dissipate. For ordinary warriors, magic energy is meaningless to them, but for those who have a demon-devouring spirit body, magic energy is the most tonic source of energy in the world. Absorbing those magic energies, people with demon-devouring spirit bodies, their special body system will convert magic energy into pure spiritual power by themselves. The more monsters they kill, the faster they practice. Your sister will definitely become a shining star in the demon exterminating peak of my Yuan Dao Lingshan sect in the future. After the voice fell, Yang Jian couldn't help but look at Yang Xiuqin. At this moment, she was still asleep and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. She was still grinning foolishly when she was sleeping sweetly, with crystal saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth. Chapter 334 True Spirit Realm. 2 days later, the Void Shuttle finally arrived outside the huge golden planet. When it got closer, Yang Jian suddenly realized that this huge golden sphere, like the huge gray sphere in the spiritual world, was only the outermost world barrier. And inside this golden barrier, through the translucent light, you can see that there is a continent inside, which is many times larger than the spiritual world. When the Void Shuttle approached the golden world barrier, particles also appeared from the top of the Void Shuttle, forming a veil to the back, wrapping the entire Void Shuttle. However, unlike when passing through the world barrier of the spiritual world, the particles emitted from the top of the Void Shuttle this time were golden, and perfectly integrated with the world barrier of the true spirit world. Whoosh! The Void Shuttle passed through the world barrier and arrived at a vast world. Come down. We'll have to walk next. Lin Wuya smiled faintly and said, the speed of the Void Shuttle in the universe is faster than that of the Supreme Realm, but it's not possible when it comes to this world. Little Yang Jian pursed his lips and said nothing more. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and now they can only listen to Lin Wuya's arrangements honestly. However, when they arrived at Shui Yunzu and came to Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, as long as they seized the opportunity, little Yang Jian would immediately take his sister with him, leave here through the portable space, and return to his master. A group of 4 people, led by Lin Wuya and Liu Ke, went to a big city. After coming to this world, little Yang Jian also observed the humans here and found that they were no different from the spiritual world. To be honest, the warriors in this real spiritual world are generally much stronger than those in the spiritual world. However, no matter how strong the warriors in this world are, they can't cause any influence or threat to Lin Wuya and Liu Ke. As soon as the 2 of them showed their aura, the pressure of the Supreme Realm strongmen whistled past, and no one dared to look up at them. When they arrived in a big city, a big man in the city came to greet them with a gentle smile. Lin Wuya exchanged a few words with him, while Liu Ke looked arrogant, as if he didn't take the other person seriously. Even though the other party knew Liu Ke's attitude towards him, he still greeted him with a smile. Then, the big man took them to the teleportation array in the city. It was a huge mid-mountain formation located above the city. From the location, it can be easily guessed that this formation connects the mountains and rivers of this entire area. Outside the teleportation array, there were dozens of figures that had gathered here, seemingly preparing to teleport. However, when the big man brought Lin Wuya and the other 4 over, he was very domineering and dismissed all those people, asking them to come again next time. This domineering behavior naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of many people, because the teleportation array requires a huge amount of energy. Even if it borrows the mountains and rivers, it still takes some time to charge. Therefore, for this teleportation, many people have waited for a long time, prepared for a long time, and made a lot of preparations. But now, the arrival of Lin Wuya and the other four has made all these people's preparations fall into vain. They can only wait for a long time for no reason. How can everyone bear this? But, even if they can't bear it, they have to bear it. Who told Lin Wuya and Liu Ke that they are strong men in the Supreme Realm? Who told them that they are from the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect and Shuai Yunzu? I can't afford to offend them. Let's go. Lin Wuya smiled and looked at Yang Jian. Those who were forced to delay around him, even if they were resentful in their hearts, did not dare to show it on their faces. This attitude has proved to Yang Jian the strength of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. Presumably, Yang Jian will yearn for the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, right? However, Yang Jian looked at the people around him, but his face was full of apology. He felt that he had caused trouble to many people because of himself, and he was very embarrassed. Interesting. At this time, a lazy voice sounded faintly in the crowd. The voice was not loud, but it appeared clearly in everyone's ears. Lin Wuya and Liu Ke looked at each other, and their bodies suddenly became extremely stiff. Their necks seemed to be frozen, and they slowly turned around. Then they saw a middle-aged man with a wine pot, disheveled hair, and a full beard, who appeared in front of everyone with a decadent atmosphere. He walked slowly and came in front of Lin Wuya and the other four. With every step, Lin Wuya and Liu Ke felt an extremely huge pressure. Even though the drunkard did not exert any force, they felt that they were about to be crushed, and they did not even dare to think of taking action. Saint Liu Ke's eyes widened, his eyes full of astonishment. Why is there a saint in this small true spirit realm? Lin Wuya reacted much faster. He immediately saluted the middle-aged man and said, I didn't know that the senior was here. We are sorry for offending you. Please use this teleportation array first. He quickly admitted defeat. There was no way to not admit defeat. Although he and Liu Ke were both supreme, there was still a huge gap between them and saints. Although there were saints in the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, and more than one, they were not afraid of any saints because of the name of the sect. But the two of them did not dare to create a saint-level enemy for the sect that was courting death. Seeing Lin Wuya's attitude, Yang Jian was also surprised, and then naturally guessed that the middle-aged man in front of him, who looked unremarkable, was a saint. Is this the saint? He clearly can't sense any aura, but he can make Lin Wuya and Liu Ke, the two supreme beings, so afraid. Little Yang Jian thought to himself. At this time, the middle-aged man picked up the wine pot, took a big sip of wine, looked at Lin Wuya with a faint look, and said, You came here to get in my way, but you can't just give in now. Not to mention you can't do it. Even if your sect leader comes, it won't work. After the words fell, Lin Wuya broke out in a cold sweat, knowing in his heart that if he didn't bleed today, this matter might not be so easy to get over. The saint in front of him didn't look like he was from a famous and upright family, and he seemed to be very vindictive. He swallowed his saliva, pondered for a while, and said, Senior, although we have no intention of offending you, we also feel guilty. Why don't you leave your name? When we return to the sect, we will definitely give you a satisfactory apology. What do you think? For a large sect like Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, the promises made by the sect walkers outside are extremely credible. If they say they will give apology after returning, they will definitely give it. Moreover, if you want to satisfy a saint, it is not something that can be solved by simply taking something. If it were normal, Lin Wuya, with the identity of a sect walker, would definitely not be so submissive in front of this saint. This has nothing to do with strength. Although he cannot beat this saint, he also expects that the other party will not dare to kill him. After all, he has a background. Yuan Dao Lingshan sect is not afraid of any challenge from a saint. But today's situation is different after all. Beside them, there were also the talented young Yang Jian and Yang Xiaoqin. It was more important than anything else to send the two siblings to the sect safely. For this reason, even if there was no big conflict, Lin Wuya was willing to give in and promised to make amends on behalf of the sect, just because he didn't want to cause trouble. However, a playful smile appeared in the eyes of the middle-aged man, and he said, "If you want to make amends, you don't have to do it in the future. You can make amends to me now." Now, Lin Wuya was stunned for a moment, and laughed dryly twice, saying, "Senior, you are joking. The two of us are just small sects. How can we have any treasures that can catch the eyes of the senior?" "Of course you don't have it." The middle-aged man shook his head lightly, turned his eyes, and fell on the little Yang Jian beside him, and said, "But he has it." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Wuya and Liu Kei's bodies shook, and their faces instantly became extremely ugly. They both could see that Yang Jian and Yang Xiaokan had special physiques, and that they could also be stronger than the saints. Even after they entered the true spirit realm, they had provided a cover for Yang Jian and Yang Xiaokan to avoid complications. This could fool ordinary supremes, but not powerful saints. And now, this middle-aged man showed his true colors, and what he was after was the good seedlings they brought back from the spiritual realm. How could Lin Wuya and the others tolerate this? Chapter 335 Bei Kengshan. When little Yang Jian heard what the middle-aged man said, he was also startled, with a strange look on his face. The spirits of the two brothers and sisters were really popular. People were fighting for them everywhere, and it seemed that Lin Wuya and Liu Kei could not stop this mysterious middle-aged man. "Senior, this request is too much." Lin Wuya gritted his teeth, glared at the middle-aged man, and said, "These two disciples are already members of my Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, and are the sons to be prepared. They have come to the true spirit realm to train. If you want to snatch them away, wouldn't you be making an enemy of my Yuan Dao Lingshan sect? Stop bluffing." The middle-aged man held a wine jug and smiled faintly. "These two little kids don't have any trace of your Yuan Dao Lingshan sect aura. The girl hasn't even started practicing yet. Besides, if they are really the sons to be prepared for your Yuan Dao Lingshan sect who have come out to train, how can they not have a saint to protect them? You two are obviously going to rush back to the sect with these two little kids. If I'm not mistaken, you recruited these two people from the lower realm, right?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Wuya's heart sank. With the middle-aged man's experienced eyesight, he really saw through his words and got to the truth. But, even so, Lin Wuya would not back down. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "Even if these two disciples have not yet joined our sect, things should be based on first come first served. There is no such thing as first come first served. It's just that whoever sees it gets a share." The middle-aged man sneered lightly and stretched out his hand. Little Yang Jian, who was protected by Lin Wuya behind him, flew into his hand involuntarily. The middle-aged man put a hand on his shoulder. After seeming to sense it, he nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Very good. Senior." Lin Wuya's face changed, and he said, "How can you forcibly take away my Yuan Dao Lingshan sect disciples?" The middle-aged man looked at him and sneered. "Although this boy looks 15 or 16 years old, his bone age is only about 10 years old. He is so young, but he has such a deep foundation. He must have a master in the lower realm. You two bring them with you. It can be said that you have robbed someone else's disciples, right?" Lin Wuya's face darkened, and he was speechless for a moment. Compared with the two of them who clearly stole other people's disciples, this middle-aged man just took advantage of Yang Jian's lack of worship before he joined Yuan Dao Lingtianzong. In terms of the degree of crime, Lin Wuya and his men were more excessive. Seeing this, Yang Jian hurriedly said, "Senior, if you want to take me away, please take my sister with you. She is my biological sister." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and showed a playful look on his face. He looked at Yang Jian and said, "Little guy, if I take your sister away with me, will you voluntarily worship me?" Yes. Yang Jian's eyes flashed, and he nodded against his will. Of course, he would not voluntarily worship the middle-aged man's door, but he didn't want to be separated from his sister. If he was forcibly separated from Yang Xiaokan, even if he could enter the portable space, he would not be able to leave alone. Haha. The middle-aged man couldn't help laughing and said, "What a pure and simple boy. You rarely tell lies, right?" Little Yang Jian's heart tightened, not knowing where he had let the cat out of the bag. Your forehead. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and pointed at the forehead of little Yang Jian, saying lightly, "Those two idiots can't see it. Don't you think I can't see it either? Although I don't know how you can have such a breadth of this level with your cultivation. The thing in your forehead contains the power of space. If you are left alone, I'm afraid you can use it to disappear instantly at any time, right?" As soon as the voice fell, the pupils in little Yang Jian's eyes shrank, but for the first time he felt an extremely strong oppression. The big stone hanging high in his heart not only did not fall to the ground, but exploded with a bang. His portable space was actually discovered. This is the biggest reliance and trump card in little Yang Jian's heart after he was forced to come to Jiaozu. It is his hope to return to Chu Yun's side. He hid it from Lin Wuya and Liu Ke, but he couldn't hide it from this mysterious saint. Buzz, as the middle-aged man pointed at the center of little Yang Jian's brow, little Yang Jian's Taiyan mark was blocked by a powerful force and could no longer be opened. On the other side, Lin Wuya and Liu Ke looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. The saint just called them idiots, and they were angry, but now they were only afraid. It turned out that this young man had a space method that could teleport away at any time, and they didn't even notice it. If they really brought little Yang Jian and his sister back to the sect, and they disappeared after arriving at the sect, then Lin Wuya and Liu Ke would be in big trouble. They lost two geniuses who were two of the 10 great spirits. The sect master would probably skin them alive. "You want me to take your sister with you, just to take advantage of my unpreparedness and use this space method to teleport away, but now, you can give up this idea." The middle-aged man smiled faintly, looked at Lin Wuya and Liu Ke, and said, "Although the little girl is not bad, I only need one disciple. After you bring her back to you on Daoling Tianzong, you must keep a good eye on her, so that my little disciple won't go to pick up his sister." Lin Wuya and Liu Ke looked at each other and couldn't speak. The middle-aged man was certainly not reminding them kindly, but to ensure himself, if one day, his blocking method can't lock Yang Jian's Taiyan mark, so that Yang Jian can activate the space method to leave at any time, then Yang Jian will definitely go to Yuan Daoling Tianzong to pick up his sister and go together. And if Yuan Daoling Tianzong keeps Yang Xiukan under control, as long as Yang Xiukan can't leave, Yang Jian can't leave, and his disciple can't run away. I won't take you as my master. Little Yang Jian took a deep breath. Although he felt desperate, he still expressed his persistence. "It doesn't matter." The middle-aged man shrugged, took a sip of wine, and said, "I don't need you to call me master, nor do I need any master-disciple relationship. The relationship between you and me will be very simple. I will teach you something, and when you grow up, you will fight with other disciples for me. If you win, I will let you go free, and if you lose, I will kill you." Little Yang Jian heard this. His face was full of sorrow. He was about to say something, but was knocked unconscious by the middle-aged man's finger, and was carried on his shoulders as if he was carrying a sack. Seeing the middle-aged man walking towards the teleportation array, Lin Wuya and Liu Ke looked at each other, knowing in their hearts that they could not keep this young man today. "Senior, please leave your name. If the saint daughter of our sect wants to find her brother in the future, it will be a good way." Lin Wuya shouted at the back of the middle-aged man. "Bei Kengshan." The middle-aged man left 3 words lightly, carried Yang Jian and walked into the teleportation array. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared in the teleportation array. After he left, the crowd around him suddenly set off in uproar. Lin Wuya and Liu Ke looked at each other and saw the infinite astonishment in each other's eyes. Bei Kengshan? It turned out to be him. Lin Wuya widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Is it the Bei Kengshan who destroyed the Mo Pavilion? Besides him, who else could it be?" Liu Ke took a deep breath and said, "Who dares to pretend to be this name?" Bei Kengshan was born in Jinglezu. He used to be the saint of Mo Pavilion, but now he is a wanderer in the world. There is only one legend about him in the world, that is, as the saint of Mo Pavilion, he suddenly changed his temperament 12 years ago and slaughtered the entire sect. In one battle, he killed all 7 saints of Mo Pavilion. Although the reason behind this is still unknown, Bei Kengshan's record is truly terrifying. He fought against 7 saints alone and killed 7 saints in a row, shocking the whole country. Originally, Lin Wuya and Liu Ke asked for Bai Kengshan's name, intending to ask the saints in the sect to get back their revenge after returning to the sect. But who knew he was actually Bai Kengshan? Chapter 336 Soul Sending Beat. The Spiritual World. The Demon Realm. After a day and 2 nights of travel, Chu Yun finally arrived. When he arrived at Danu City and came to the Heavenly Palace, a familiar figure came to greet him. Mr. Chu. Yao Qinger was about to enter the Heavenly Palace. When she turned her head and saw Chu Yun's figure, she was startled at first, then hurried to greet him, her face full of guilt. Chu Yun looked at the beautiful figure coming and said calmly, "I came to see my little apprentice. I wonder where he is now." This. Yao Qinger looked helpless and bitter, and sighed. Little Yang Jian and his sister are no longer in the Heavenly Palace, and even they are no longer in the spiritual world. Chu Yun's heart sank when he heard this, and his brows furrowed. He asked, "What happened?" That day, young Master Yang was in the Heavenly Palace, practicing with 3 guards. Suddenly, 2 strange strong men appeared in Danu City and said that young Master Yang had a spiritual body and wanted to take him as a disciple. Even though young Master Yang refused, he was still forcibly taken away by them, including Yang Xiuqin. Yao Qinger sighed and told Chu Yun everything that happened that day, including Lin Wuya's terrible ability to break a mountain with 1 finger and then restore it. After the voice fell, Chu Yun pursed his lips. Although his face was calm, a trace of anger had already emerged in his eyes. Little Yang Jian and Yang Xiuqin were both his disciples. Those 2 broke into the Sky Fox City and took his disciples away. Who with a bit of temper could stand it? Mr. Chu. Yao Qinger was full of grief and said, "It is my Sky Fox clan that has led you down." When it happened, the Sky Fox Emperor was taking Zhalinger to retreat in the Fox clan's forbidden area. He did nothing and let those 2 take little Yang Jian and his sister away. Before she finished her words, Chu Yun raised a hand to stop her and said, "Don't say anything. You are not to blame for this. Since those 2 are supreme beings from the outside world, even if the Sky Fox Emperor is there, he can't stop them." Although the Sky Fox clan did nothing in the whole incident, Chu Yun could not expect them to do anything. After all, the gap in strength was there. If they really angered those 2 supreme beings, it would probably bring a catastrophe to the Sky Fox City. Chu Yun would not vent his anger on them. Ding. Task triggered. Task target. Find Yang Xiuqin. Task deadline. Within 1 year. Task reward. 3 holy baits. Task target. 2. Find Yang Jian. Task deadline. Within 3 years. Task reward. 5 holy baits. The long-lost system prompt sound appeared in Chu Yun's mind, making Chu Yun a little dazed for a while. He almost forgot when he last triggered a task. It seems that for his current cultivation, the spiritual world can no longer provide him with valuable tasks, so tasks above the heavenly level have never appeared. And now, Yang Jian and Yang Xiuqin, brother and sister, were kidnapped and taken outside the spiritual world, and the system's personal task was finally triggered again. Moreover, the first shot was the reward of holy bait. Chu Yun exhaled a long breath and calmed down his inner emotions. His good apprentice was forcibly kidnapped, and Chu Yun was angry. Chu Yun would definitely make those 2 outsiders pay the price even if they were powerful Supreme Realm warriors from powerful forces. The Supreme Realm does sound terrifying, but how long would it take Chu Yun to catch up? It took Chu Yun less than 2 years to go from a useless person with wasted cultivation to being able to run rampant in the spiritual world. As long as the system is there, what does a powerful person from a big world matter? I need you to do something now. Chu Yun looked at Yao Qinger and spoke slowly. "Mr. Chu, please speak." Yao Qinger was shocked and said quickly, "Whenever I can, I will go through fire and water and do it." It can be seen that she was full of regret and guilt because the little Yang Jian siblings were abducted. "It's not that serious." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "I just need you to help me pass a message to the new emperor of the Tanji dynasty, Emperor Yangping, telling him what happened here and I won't be back for a few years." After the voice fell, Yao Qinger nodded first, then suddenly raised her head in surprise, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "Mr. Chu, you don't want to go?" Chu Yun smiled faintly and said, "Someone kidnapped my apprentice without my consent. If I don't find them back, how can I explain to their mother? Yao Qinger bit her lip and was silent for a while. She knew that she had no relationship with Chu Yun, and even if she knew it was dangerous, she couldn't dissuade him. Suddenly, she remembered something and said quickly, I almost forgot, Mr. Chu. There is another person here. Who? Chu Yun was stunned. Yao Qinger smiled bitterly and said, it's Miss Ali. When those two people from outside the domain took young Master Yang and his sister away, she was looking for new plants in the mountains outside. Now she hasn't come back yet. Chu Yun nodded and said, I know. Which direction did she go? Yao Qinger pointed. Okay. Chu Yun responded, flew up, and flew in the direction Yao Qinger pointed. The aura of the Zhengshan Yuanju spread all over the sky. In just a moment, a ray of green light soared from the valley below, turning into a quirky and cute girl with a wreath on her head. Ah, when did you come? Dao Li looked at Chu Yun in surprise, flashing a ray of light behind her, and flew in front of Chu Yun. Something happened. Chu Yun exhaled slowly and said, Yang Jian and Yang Xiao were kidnapped by someone. I am going to look for them now. Do you want to go with me? After he finished speaking, Dao Li tilted his head in confusion and said, the outside world? Isn't this the outside world? Is there another world outside this? Chu Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Then he remembered that this spiritual world, for Ali, was already the outside world outside the portable space. Anyway, we are leaving the spiritual world. Do you want to go with me? Chu Yun asked again. Okay. Ali nodded without hesitation, and said with a smile, I have been looking for new plants in the 10,000 mountains for a long time these days, but I haven't found any newer plants. Since we are going to the outside world, there must be many newer plants there, right? Chu Yun curled his lips, and a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, there will be. Let's go. After a whole day of flying, Chu Yun and Ali finally arrived at the world barrier. This is the edge of the 10,000 mountains. A wall of gray fog rises from the bottom of the earth, rises all the way to the sky, and finally disappears. When he came to this world barrier, Chu Yun realized that this world was different from the blue planet he lived in his previous life. This world is in line with the ancient theory of the sky is round and the earth is square. That is, the world is a huge flat land, and above this flat land, there is a huge cover that covers the whole world. In this world, or in the spiritual world, the situation is exactly the same, and this cover is the embodiment of the world barrier. What a high and big wall! How can we get through it? Ali flapped his wings and circled around the huge gray fog wall twice, not daring to get close. I'll study it, Chu Yun said, and with a thought, he opened the space door with the sun mark between his eyebrows and said, you go in first, and I'll take you out after I've studied it. Okay, be careful. Ali nodded, and with a whoosh, he flew into the space door. Listening to Ali's caring words, Chu Yun nodded, closed the space door, and then his eyes fell on the huge gray fog wall again. He walked forward and put one hand on the surface of the gray fog wall. Immediately, he felt a huge repulsive force, squeezing his palm, so that Chu Yun could not stretch his hand forward. Chu Yun exhaled deeply, exerted his strength suddenly, and tried to force his way out, but it didn't move at all. The repulsive force coming from the world barrier was so fierce that Chu Yun couldn't imagine it. He had a hunch that even if he tried his best to attack, he couldn't shake the barrier at all. And this was as it should be, after all. This is the barrier of the entire world. Just when Chu Yun frowned and didn't know where to start, an old voice suddenly came from behind. Young man, you can't get out like this. Who? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that there was no figure behind him, only a deep blue bead, quietly floating in the air. The voice just now came from this bead, with an extremely pure divine power, and the voice was transmitted into the secret. The bead floated quietly in front of Chu Yun and said, the world barrier is the protection of this world, and it is also the biggest obstacle that prevents people from leaving this world. Unless you have reached the Supreme Realm or have treasures such as the Void Shuttle, you cannot leave. Supreme Realm, Void Shuttle. Hearing these two keywords, Chu Yun frowned again. There is no doubt that he does not have either of these two things. But Chu Yun raised his head, looked at the bead, and said, Since Senior knows all this, I'm afraid you also have a way to leave. Could you teach me? Of course, otherwise why would I call you? A young man, a vicissitudes of life laugh came from the bead, as if it was quite emotional, and said, I have been stranded here alone for thousands of years. Even my physical body has collapsed, leaving only a wisp of spiritual consciousness hiding in this soul-retaining bead. Now, my biggest wish is to be able to return to my hometown and sleep in peace. Senior, if you can help me leave the spiritual world, I will send you back home. Chu Yun said calmly. Okay, okay. The old man in the bead said, come here. Hold the soul bead, place it between your eyebrows, and then relax your mind. I can use the soul bead as your other eye. With the supreme aura in my body, I can shake the world barrier and let you pass through. Chu Yun nodded, walked forward, held the soul bead in his hand, and slowly moved it to his eyebrows. During this process, the old man in the bead did not make any sound. He seemed to be extremely nervous and held his breath, waiting for the moment when the soul bead was placed on Chu Yun's eyebrows. Yes, yes, that's it, relax your mind, the old man in the bead said calmly, but in this calmness, there seemed to be a hint of impatience, and he was so anxious that he was about to scratch his ears. Chu Yun raised a sneer at the corner of his lips and said, let go of your mind? As he spoke, the sun mark suddenly appeared above his brow, and the power of the righteous god Chu Yun broke out in full force, turning into a beam of extremely yang and hot light, which shot at the soul-sending orb. In an instant, a ghostly shadow suddenly appeared on the soul-sending orb, and then under this blazing beam of light, it was illuminated by a series of corroded white smoke, which quickly dissipated in the air, making a sizzling sound. What are you doing? The old man's voice was distorted and swollen, revealing a hideous and resentful roar. Chapter 337 Supreme Source. Didn't you tell me to let go of my mind? Chu Yun sneered faintly, feeling the crazy kinetic energy of the soul-sending bead in his hand. It seemed to want to escape from his palm, but his big hand was always tightly clenched, as steady as Mount Tai. The old man roared with resentment, saying, I gave you advice with good intentions. If you don't want to repay me, then forget it. Why do you want to kill me? Hee. Chu Yun sneered faintly, saying, don't bluff me, you are a lonely soul with only a spirit body left. What else can I plan to do besides taking over another body? As soon as the voice fell, the old man in the bead roared, and the majestic mental power came out. It seemed extremely terrifying, but in fact it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In fact, although the old man in the bead did exist for thousands of years, he was not always awake during this long period of time. Most of the time, he was asleep. It was not until a few days ago that Lin Wuya and Liu Ke opened the world barrier and let the breath of the outside world flow into the spiritual world, which awakened the residual soul in the soul-sending bead. But, the old man only had a remnant of his soul left. As time went on, the more energy he absorbed from the soul-sending orb, so he could last a while longer in a sleeping state. But in a waking state, it would not take long for his soul to be completely devoured by the soul-sending orb and disappear into thin air. The only way to survive was to seize the body of another person before the soul-sending orb completely devoured his soul, so as to seize the body and be reborn. Therefore, after meeting Chu Yun, the old man was ecstatic. The boy in front of him was full of blood and youth. He not only had a good appearance, but also had good strength. He was simply the perfect object for seizing another person's body. But who would have thought? This young man was so alert that he immediately saw through his intentions when he heard that he was asked to relax his mind. Stop it! I'm going to disappear into thin air, the old man roared angrily. After a series of shrill screams, his own breath turned into corrosive white smoke, which dissipated faster and faster, and more, and finally disappeared completely. In Chu Yun's hand, when the ghost was completely dispelled by the sun mark, only a blue bead remained, lying quietly in his hand. This is the breath of the Supreme Realm. Chu Yun carefully sensed it, and the spiritual power merged into the soul bead, and he felt the energy left by the old man in the soul bead, and it seems that these vital energies were not left by the old man himself, but should be absorbed by the soul bead. Think about it, a treasure that can preserve the soul for thousands of years. If there is no price to pay, it is too cheap. and the price paid by this old man in the supreme realm is his own supreme source. Before, the old man said that if I put this thing between my eyebrows, it can replace one of my eyes, so that I can use the breath of the supreme source and pass through the world barrier. Chu Yun took a breath slowly and decided to give it a try. He placed the soul bead between his eyebrows, and with the sun mark, he released a ray of soul power, merged into the soul bead, and established a connection with it. This attempt was not without any precautions. Chu Yun did not use his soul power to directly contact the soul-sending orb, but instead used it through the transfer of the sun mark. The sun mark came from the holy skill, the righteous spiritual purification technique. Chu Yun had mastered the second level, and his status was already extremely high. If there was really something wrong with the soul-sending orb, or if there was a backup plan left by the dead old man, Chu Yun would have room to maneuver with the righteous spiritual purification technique. Buzz, with a slight tremor, the soul-sending orb slowly merged into the sun mark. In an instant, Chu Yun's body shook slightly, and he felt that there seemed to be a special state of fusion between the soul-sending orb and the sun mark. In this state of fusion, some powerful and profound things suddenly transferred from the soul-sending orb to the sun mark. Supreme Source Essence. Chu Yun was extremely surprised, as if he had opened his eyes to the sky. From this moment on, the whole world became a little different. It seems that from this moment on, Chu Yun can see some clues from the edges of the world, the floating of the breeze, and the growth of flowers and trees. He has a sense of destiny in his heart, as if he knows what will happen in the next second, and as if he can see the time that has passed. This mysterious feeling is the most unique experience brought to him by the Supreme Source in the soul-sending pearl. Chu Yun knows that it is the ability to peek into a corner of fate, which belongs to the ability of the strong in the fate wheel realm. So this is the feeling of peeking into a corner of fate. No wonder I couldn't hit those strong in the fate wheel realm before. In this peeping state, even the next move can be calculated accurately. Chu Yun was shocked and surprised. For Chu Yun, a very troubling problem has always been that he now has a fighting power comparable to that of the strong in the fate wheel realm. But because the strong in the fate wheel realm have the ability to peek into a corner of fate, he can never do anything to the other party in battle, unless he takes advantage of the melee to attack. Now, through the fusion of the soul-sending bead and the sun mark, Chu Yun has mastered the supreme source essence of the dead old man, and the ability of the fate wheel realm strongman to spy on a corner of fate has also been possessed by Chu Yun. From this moment on, although Chu Yun's cultivation has not yet been promoted to the fate wheel realm, in fact, he can already be regarded as a real fate wheel realm warrior. Moreover, Chu Yun can also clearly feel that this supreme source essence still contains some real supreme realm power, but due to some special reasons, it cannot be exerted in the spiritual realm. Perhaps after leaving the spiritual realm, those special powers can show their power. Chu Yun took a deep breath and looked back at the location of the world barrier. After all these twists and turns, the world barrier seemed to have many traces in front of Chu Yun's eyes. Following those traces, Chu Yun gradually had an intuition that he could really cross it. With this in mind, Chu Yun took a big step forward and stretched out his hand to touch one of the traces. Although he also felt a sense of repulsion, it was much smaller than before. The gray fog wall of the world barrier also changed from the feeling of a copper wall to a solid wall, and Chu Yun immediately exerted his strength and rushed out according to the flaws of the world barrier. Bang! In an instant, Chu Yun rushed into the gray wall. A huge sense of oppression came from all directions, as if every piece of gray fog was a heavy mountain that was going to crush his body directly in this barrier. However, Chu Yun took a deep breath, still resisted this oppression, and took a firm step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Chu Yun walked slower and slower, until his steps were almost still. His body was stiff in the air, but he was still trying to move forward. Finally, Chu Yun walked out of the gray fog, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. The road to heaven, the supreme road, a sea of stars, a smooth road. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Avenue to Heaven. After passing through the world barrier, what appeared in front of Chu Yun was an endless starry sky. To be honest, before this, Chu Yun had never felt that the starry sky was so vast and so magnificent, but before he could appreciate it, the pressure from all around suddenly hit him. The vacuum environment of the universe is completely different from the spiritual world. There is an extremely stuffy feeling, as if you are in a pool of stagnant water, unable to breathe, and every pore is blocked. At the same time, the most fatal thing is that there is not a trace of spiritual power in this vacuum. If your own spiritual power is used up, there is no way to replenish it. Ding. Task trigger. Task target. Complete Tongshan Avenue and reach the True Spirit World. Task time limit, within 3 months. Task reward, 1 holy product bait. The system prompt sounded in Chu Yun's mind, which made Chu Yun's mood excited in the slight boredom. His sight went all the way forward, and he saw a huge golden light ball floating quietly in the distant starry sky within the naked eye. According to intuition, that should be the sun of the spiritual world. Although Chu Yun did not know where the true spiritual world was, there was a passage between the golden light ball in front of him and the world barrier of the spiritual world. There is no doubt that this is the road to heaven in the task prompt. Chu Yun slowly exhaled and immediately felt strange. The feeling of exhaling in the void was completely different from being in the spiritual world. He lowered his head and observed his current location. Outside the world barrier of the spiritual world, there was a whole circle of unknown substances gathered into something similar to a star ring, but the volume was not as large as the traditional star ring. It felt very solid when he stepped on it, and the section of the star ring facing the golden light ball was a road to heaven connecting the spiritual world and the true spiritual world. Chu Yun did not hesitate and walked towards the road to heaven. Before setting off, Chu Yun had just stepped onto the road to heaven, and a question emerged in his mind. With a thought, he opened the door of space through the sun mark and then stepped into it. As soon as he entered the space gate, he felt the abundant spiritual energy. It was like a fish swimming back into the water. Every pore in his body was emitting a comfortable breath. Very good. There is still spiritual energy in the portable space. Being in the universe, I don't have to worry about the problem of spiritual energy supply. Chu Yun thought to himself, with a satisfied smile on his face. You are back. How are you? At this time, Dao Li flew over and looked at Chu Yun curiously. I have left the spiritual world and come to the starry sky. Do you want to come out and take a look? Chu Yun smiled faintly and asked. Okay. Dao Li nodded immediately, and while flying towards the space gate, she asked, can I touch the stars in the starry sky? Do they feel good? As she was talking, she flew out of the space gate. Before Chu Yun could catch up, Dao Li came back immediately, as if she was splashed with a basin of cold water in the cold winter, and she was chilled to the bone and shivered directly. What are you doing? Chu Yun looked surprised. Dao Li looked at him with resentment and said, it's so scary outside. Not fun at all. There's no smell of plants. I'm almost dead as soon as I go out. Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he nodded and said, okay, then you stay in this portable space. I'll come back often to rest. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to reach the next world with plants. As he said that, Chu Yun stepped out of the space gate and returned to the starry sky. After he looked back at the spiritual world behind him, he moved forward quickly without hesitation, moving at full speed. Since it has been confirmed that he can return to the portable space for replenishment at any time, Chu Yun naturally does not need to save anything on the use of spiritual power. After all, the task requires a time limit, and Chu Yun does not know how far this road will go, so naturally the faster the better. There is a saying that the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. Chu Yun now deeply agrees with it. This starry sky looks beautiful, but in fact, it contains countless dangers. In the process of rushing on the road, Chu Yun often encountered some special cosmic environments, sometimes cosmic undercurrents. A chaotic and violent dark matter swept through like a hurricane. He was accidentally caught in it, and his body was greatly traumatized. Fortunately, he opened the merit golden body in time, otherwise he would have been blown to death by this gust of wind. In addition to this, there is also an extremely strange cosmic radiation, like a special energy field. As soon as Chu Yun entered it, his physical organs began to fail. However, Chu Yun's body was still running the eternal rejuvenation technique, which was constantly repairing his body, so he walked down with all his strength. But if it were someone else, after walking around in this radiation field, they would probably lose a layer of skin when they came out. No wonder Ali came back immediately after he went out. The danger of this cosmic environment is indeed hard to ignore. If Chu Yun was not really good at it, he would not dare to go out like this. What the hell? What is that? As he was moving forward, Chu Yun suddenly saw a terrifying figure with 8 legs on the uneven road ahead, like a black stone spider, wandering on the Tongshan Avenue, like a stone rolling in the wind. Chu Yun frowned, and before he could react, the terrifying figure had already discovered Chu Yun, as if it had received some instructions, and as if its instinct was activated by an unexpected stimulus. The huge figure immediately ran towards Chu Yun at an incredibly fast speed. Swish! Chu Yun did not hesitate. The dragon ancient sword suddenly came out of its sheath, and with one sword, a flash of sword light flashed in the void, and the 8-legged monster was cut in half by Chu Yun's sword. What is this thing? Is it a monster unique to the void? I can't even detect any spiritual energy on it. What force drives it to move? Chu Yun had a question mark in his mind. He didn't understand this species, which was almost completely new to him. He walked forward and observed the cross-section of the corpse. He saw that the 8-legged monster had no flesh and blood at all, and its body was also made of stone. And at the location of the monster's head, a black energy body was vaguely visible, slowly dissipating. Chu Yun hesitated for a moment and reached out to touch it. Ding! Sensing the cosmic magic energy that is about to dissipate, do you want to absorb it? The sound of the system prompt made Chu Yun slightly startled. Cosmic magic energy? Is this a special force in the universe? The system can actually absorb it? After a slight hesitation, Chu Yun nodded and allowed the system to absorb the dissipated cosmic magic energy. Immediately, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Already absorbed cosmic magic energy. Current cosmic magic energy, 26 points. Charging progress, 26 100,000ths. The system prompt sounded, and Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. This 8-legged monster, whose combat power is comparable to that of a Half-Life Wheel Realm warrior, only has 26 points of cosmic magic energy. However, the charging task required by the system requires a full 100,000 points of cosmic magic energy. I wonder what will happen when the charging is completed, Chu Yun was thinking, but was suddenly awakened by a rumbling noise. He looked in surprise and saw that in front of Tongshan Avenue, there were patches of black waves, like huge waves, sweeping over him like crazy. So many? Are you crazy? Chu Yun's pupils shrank slightly. After a closer look, there were hundreds of strange-looking magic monsters in front of him, forming a surging monster tide, crushing him. Among them, those with similar strength to the 8-legged monster that Chu Yun had just killed occupied the majority, but there were also many monsters with stronger auras, whose combat power was comparable to that of ordinary warriors in the Fate Wheel realm, and there were also many of them in the monster tide. Facing the surging monster tide, Chu Yun did not hesitate and launched his strongest attack. He summoned the Righteous God to descend with the Righteous God King Yuanju, and swept across with a sword. The sword flashed, and the dozen or so magic monsters in the front row were directly killed under this terrifying power, and their bodies were broken into two. However, the weakness of this monster seemed to be that only the head part had cosmic magic energy. After many magic monsters were cut in half by Chu Yun's sword, they quickly gathered their bodies together again and killed Chu Yun again. Only those whose heads were chopped off died completely. Boom boom boom. Silent thunder burst out violently. Chu Yun summoned the incarnation of the law and rushed into the monster tide. The violent purple sky thunder turned the Tongshan Avenue into a sea of thunder and lightning. After the bodies of the magic monsters touched the thunder, they were quickly blasted into powder. But as long as they did not touch the vital parts of the head, they would not be disappointed. Even if they turned into powder, they could be reassembled. There is no doubt that Chu Yun fell into a bitter battle. These monsters are the biggest challenge Chu Yun has faced in his life. Even before, when Chu Yun was fighting with dozens of Fate Wheel Realm Masters at the coronation ceremony, he did not feel such a huge pressure, because, that time he was fighting with people. People would be hurt, painful, afraid, and scared. But the magic monsters will not. They will not even die. As long as they are not hurt in the vital parts, they can be resurrected infinitely. So when they fight, they are like mad dogs, fearless. Chu Yun's figure was moving around in the monster tide, and his mental pressure was so great that he was completely broken into a line. But even so, the overwhelming attacks could still hit him a few times. Although these magic monsters had no intelligence, they were extremely powerful. When they punched and kicked Chu Yun, even the extremely tough Merit Golden body was shaken. Obviously, these magic monsters with strength comparable to the Fate Wheel Realm had attack power far exceeding that of ordinary Fate Wheel Realm warriors. At least with Chu Yun's 5th level Merit Golden body, it was a bit difficult to continue. If he was hit by an ordinary Fate Wheel Realm warrior, the Merit Golden body would only shake at most. No, this is too difficult. If I keep fighting like this, I will be exhausted sooner or later, Chu Yun thought to himself, and immediately withdrew from the battle group, opened the door of space at the same time, jumped into it, and forced the ceasefire. As if he could hear the roars of those monsters in the gate of space, Chu Yun exhaled deeply, sat cross-legged and began to recover. After the melee just now, he killed a total of 27 magic monsters, and the system collected nearly 1,000 points of cosmic magic energy. But the number of remaining magic monsters was more than a few hundred. In this battle, Chu Yun could also feel that those magic monsters seemed to be extremely sensitive to the breath of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Whenever he released his spiritual energy, those magic monsters would fall into a short period of madness. Chu Yun estimated that the reason why so many magic monsters gathered into a monster tide was related to the first battle when he killed the 8-legged monster with one sword. At that time, the sword energy dissipated and the breath of the spiritual power of heaven and earth was leaked. It's really troublesome. I don't know if my battle with these magic monsters just now will attract more and more magic monsters on Tongshan Avenue. If so, won't I be trapped in a desperate situation? Chu Yun frowned, with a lot of doubts in his heart. At this time, Ali came over and asked, "What happened? Did you fight with Xingxing?" "It's not Xingxing." Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even though he was nervous, he was still amused by what Ali said. What did it mean to fight with Xingxing? He shook his head and said, "There is a group of difficult monsters outside. I killed some and came in to rest. Don't worry, they can't get in. Do you want me to go out and help? I'm also very good at fighting." Ali volunteered. "No need." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "I can handle it myself." This was just bragging, but asking Zhao Li for help was even more unreliable. Not to mention that Zhao Li's combat power can only play the combat power of Nirvana Realm in an environment with many plants, and there are no plants outside. Even if there are, the combat power of Nirvana Realm will hardly play any role in the monster tide of those magic monsters, so forget it. Work hard. Zhao Li immediately waved his fist at Chu Yun to cheer him up. Chu Yun smiled bitterly, and after recovering a little, he took a deep breath, passed through the space gate, and returned to Tongshan Avenue. When he appeared, the magic monsters that were wandering around in confusion quickly became violent as if they smelled blood. Moreover, Chu Yun took a closer look and found that the number of monsters seemed to have increased. There were only about 300 of them, but now there are more than 500. Damn it! There are magic monsters from farther away that are attracted here. Chu Yun's mind was in a mess, but no matter how bad the situation was, he had no other choice but to fight to the end. He had to burn his boats and give it a try. Chapter 339, Heavenly Heart Holy Water. A new round of battle began, until he was covered in wounds and exhausted. After passing through the space gate and resting for a while, Chu Yun appeared again and killed people everywhere on this Tongshan Avenue. For Chu Yun, time seemed to have entered a fixed cycle. From beginning to end, what he experienced was like a circle, from killing to rest, then to killing, and then to rest, repeating dozens of times. There was no telling how many magic monsters died in his hands. Chu Yun only knew that the total amount of cosmic magic energy absorbed by his system was close to 20,000. The magic monsters near the space gate seemed to be endless. After a batch of them died, when Chu Yun walked out of the space gate, he would often find that more monsters were surging around. The number was so large that it was terrifying enough to make people despair. Fortunately, Chu Yun had the space gate, which allowed him to enter the portable space to rest at any time when he was in a low state. Otherwise, he would definitely be exhausted to death by these almost endless magic monsters. Damn it! Chu Yun was so ferocious that he couldn't help but cursed. I don't believe that these magic monsters are really endless. I want to see whether I kill more or you kill more. The battle entered a stalemate, but fortunately, both sides had the will and capital to continue. When the magic monsters smelled the scent of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they would swarm in fearlessly. After a long time, all the magic monsters on the entire Tongshan Avenue would come. Chu Yun had a rest station with a portable space. He could go in and rest at any time when he was tired of killing outside. In this constant battle, his skills in hunting monsters became extremely skilled, and his own combat experience was also greatly supplemented. Finally, when Chu Yun walked out of the space gate again, he was surprised to find that the number of monsters around him had not increased. There were more than 100 when he left, and there were still more than 100 when he came back this time. I'm finally going to kill them all. Chu Yun's face was filled with joy, and he felt like crying with joy. He had waited for a long time and finally waited until today. After several rounds of killing, more than 100 magic monsters from the outside world finally died in Chu Yun's hands, and all turned into cosmic magic points on the system. 34,927 points. After fighting day and night, the magic monsters on the Tongshan Avenue contributed a total of 34,927 magic points to Chu Yun. According to the calculation of about 30 points for each magic monster, Chu Yun has killed thousands of them on this Tongshan Avenue. When Chu Yun killed the last magic monster and put down the bloody dragon ancient sword, he looked around and found that a huge mountain had appeared next to the space gate. The material that made up this mountain was only an endless amount of corpses, all kinds of strange corpses. Although those monsters looked scary, they had no habit of eating, nor would they eat or destroy the corpses of other magic monsters. Therefore, the corpses of the magic monsters killed by Chu Yun were finally piled up here, like a monument. Unfortunately, there were no spectators for this amazing scene. Chu Yun stopped where he was, exhaled slowly, and returned to the space gate again, changed his clothes and took a rest. You're back, are you done killing? Ali floated over at the first time, like a skilled coach, taking advantage of the boxer's halftime break, stepped forward and pinched his shoulders and beat his legs. All killed. Chu Yun exhaled a long breath of turbid air, with a bitter smile on his face, and said, I have never killed so many monsters in my life. It's finally over. I don't want to have this experience again. As he said, he glanced at Ali and said, How long has it been? 22 days and 4 hours. Ali replied. Although she was in the portable space and could not see the day and night outside, Ali was able to calculate the passage of time by counting silently in her mind. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of thing is incredible, but for a strange life like Ali, this is also what she would do alone in the portable space when she is bored. It's been so long? Chu Yun's face changed slightly. There is a time limit for walking through Tongshan Avenue. He wasted so much time on these monsters, fearing that he would delay the task. This is the task of holy bait. Thinking of this, Chu Yun didn't care about resting. After the spiritual energy in his body recovered a little, he immediately left the portable space and continued on his way. After this bloody battle, there were no more magic monsters on Tongshan Avenue. It seemed that even the magic monsters thousands of miles away had been attracted by Chu Yun's fighting aura and were now completely eradicated. This is obviously a good thing for Chu Yun. Although he has the ability to continue hunting magic monsters, he is not willing to go through such torture again. It is too stressful for people. Then, time entered a period of boring and tedious travel. In Chu Yun's sight, there was only the huge golden ball of light in front of him. As he traveled day by day, The size of the ball of light became larger and larger in his eyes. However, this matter itself was too boring. For dozens of days in a row, Chu Yun did nothing except traveling. The starry sky is beautiful and worth appreciating, but if this is the only thing you can do every day, then the most beautiful stars will lose their luster. But fortunately, after 2 months of long journey, Chu Yun finally came to the star ring outside the golden ball of light. During the 3 months required by the mission, Chu Yun worked tirelessly and finally caught up with the slight gap of 3 days and came to the outside of the world barrier of the true spirit realm. Looking at the golden ball of light so close, Chu Yun let out a long breath and said, "We are finally here." You must be in the true spirit world. If you take the wrong road or the wrong direction, I will be so sad that I can't even cry. As he spoke, Chu Yun smiled bitterly and came to the world barrier of the true spirit world. He stretched out his hand and immediately squeezed into it. Chu Yun took a deep breath and used all his strength to open the way with the supreme source of the soul bead in his brow, and squeezed into the world barrier of the true spirit world. Chu Yun had done this job once before, but the true spirit world was larger in size, and its world barrier was denser than that of the spirit world. Chu Yun squeezed forward with great difficulty. After half a cup of tea, his body finally passed through the golden mist barrier and came into the world. Ding! Congratulations, the mission is completed. The mission reward, a piece of holy bait, has been issued to your system space. Please check it. The long-lost system prompt sounded, and Chu Yun paused. He was in a vast forest, took a deep breath, and felt the long-lost freshness of the forest in his nose. For the first time, he felt that breathing was such a wonderful thing. The starry sky is beautiful, but the danger and loneliness in it are still frightening. Only when you put yourself in the universe can you feel that kind of insignificance. However, the mood of sadness and sorrow lasted less than a moment in Chu Yun's mind. The next second, Chu Yun immediately opened the door of space, entered the portable space, came to a pond dug next to the medicine garden, and started fishing. Hanging the holy bait that had just been rewarded on the fishing rod, Chu Yun took a deep breath, and then immediately cast the rod and put the bait into the water. For this first holy bait, Chu Yun was extremely looking forward to what it could catch. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the origin of the law of water, Heavenly Heart Holy Water. The system prompt sounded, and a ball of light swung out from the fishing rod flew into Chu Yun's body, causing his body to instantly vibrate. The next moment, in Chu Yun's danshan, on the third line of the 9 revolutions golden pill, a shimmering light suddenly flashed. That was the reward Chu Yun had just caught, the law of water, one of the 9 laws. It turns out that the reward content of the holy bait also includes the origin of the law. Chu Yun was pleasantly surprised. For Chu Yun today, the biggest need and the biggest obstacle to improving his strength is how to gather the 9 origins of the law. Among them, the law of time and the law of space have no clues so far, and the remaining few, if you want to have a suitable opportunity to realize it, it is not so easy to encounter. After all, Chu Yun didn't want to comprehend those crooked origins of the law. In his plan, his own 9 laws, not to mention that each one is as terrifying as the purple sky thunder, at least it has to have special abilities like the Yinling refining divine fire, right? And now, the rewards of the system fishing include the origin of the law, which saves Chu Yun a lot of effort. You know, the products of the system must be exquisite. The Tangsan holy water, the origin of the law of water rewarded this time, is a special water with powerful healing power. It is not an exaggeration to say that it can bring the dead back to life. It also has a strong restraining ability against dark matter and some ghosts and evil things. It can be said to be the nemesis of darkness. The cultivation reward from fishing while resting on Tongshan Avenue has pushed my cultivation to the 9th level of the 2nd level of nirvana. Now that I have comprehended the 3rd law, I can finally complete the 3rd level of nirvana. Chu Yun's lips slowly raised a smile, and he took out some lower grade baits, such as earth grade and spiritual grade baits. As long as he caught a cultivation reward, his cultivation would cross that threshold and reach the 3rd level of nirvana. By then, although Chu Yun's realm would return to the 1st level of nirvana, his strength would usher in another leap. Chapter 340 Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong. Just a few days before Chu Yun arrived at the True Spirit Realm, the teleportation array to Shuiyanzu was activated. Lin Wuya and Liu Ke, with Yang Xiuquan who was still in a coma, left this sad world with little interest for them. Bringing back a genius seed with one of the 10 great spiritual bodies was undoubtedly a great achievement, and bringing back 2 at the same time was simply a great achievement. But now, one of the 2 good seedlings was snatched away by Bei Kengshan. After passing through the teleportation array, they arrived at a big city in the west of Shuiyanzu. The 2 did not stay in the city and went straight to the sect. A few days later, Lin Wuya and the others came to a magnificent mountain range. This place is called Yuandao Mountain Range, which is the location of the Yuandao Lingshan sect. The entire mountain range is the sphere of influence of the Yuandao Lingshan sect. Not only that, with the Yuandao mountain range as the center, the surrounding area of hundreds of millions of miles of territory, 36 countries, 59 large and small sects, and hundreds of billions of lives are all under the rule of the Yuandao Lingshan sect. Lin Wuya and Liu Ke flew in the air and came to the outside of the Yuandao mountains. With a token of the sect, they passed through the outermost mountain protection formation and came directly to a city in the center of the mountains. This city is named Yuandao, but it is not the real location of the Yuandao Lingshan sect. It is just a transit to the sect headquarters. The real sect is not on the ground, but above the sky. In the center of this Yuandao city, there is an extremely thick golden light column, rising into the sky, straight into the clouds, transporting the power of the earth veins of the entire mountain range to the floating island above. The floating island is the real sect of the Yuandao Lingshan sect. It is basically completely separated from the entire Yuandao mountains. If it encounters any danger or attack, the floating island above can be activated immediately and instantly teleported to thousands of miles away through the nearby space jump layer. However, this safety-oriented design has never been used since the construction of the Yuandao Lingshan sect. Lin Wuya and Liu Ke left the sect this time to carry out a routine inspection mission. After returning to the sect, they only needed to find the elders in the Yuandao city below to report. However, because of the sleepy little girl, Lin Wuya and the others still came to the sect headquarters through the teleportation array and reported the matter. This news immediately attracted a lot of attention in the Yuandao Lingshan sect. Even with the size of Jiazu, it is still extremely rare to be born with the 10 spiritual bodies. The entire Yuandao Lingshan sect has hundreds of thousands of formal disciples, including the elders, and there are only 2 of the 10 spiritual bodies in existence. One is the current leader of the Yuandao Lingshan sect, Zhongwanhua, who has one of the 10 spiritual bodies, the shadowless spiritual body, and the other is Luo Qingcheng, the elder who is recognized as the strongest in the Yuandao Lingshan sect, who has one of the 10 spiritual bodies, the mysterious mirror spiritual body. Speaking of which, it is a pity for Lin Wuya and Liu Ke, because the spirit of little Yang Jian was exactly the same as that of elder Luo Qingcheng. He was the best candidate for master and apprentice, but he was snatched away by the damn Bei Kengshan. This matter was on Lin Wuya's mind, and they didn't know whether they should report it truthfully. After all, the person was lost in their hands. Although they couldn't beat Bei Kengshan and couldn't stop him at all, from the perspective of the sect, it was inevitable that they would feel that they were not doing a good job, which was quite disgusting. But, after a tangled struggle, Lin Wuya and the others finally decided to tell it. After all, this matter could not be concealed. Although Yang Xiuquan, the little girl, didn't understand anything yet, she also knew that she and her brother were brought together. When the girl woke up, she would definitely look for her brother everywhere when she couldn't see little Yang Jian, and then nothing could be concealed. So, that's it. In the King Ui Hall, Lin Wuya bowed to the sect master above and reported all their experiences of this trip. Boom. There was a loud bang, and a golden jade table above the hall suddenly cracked, accompanied by an angry and delicate voice, "Damn Bei Kengshan. He's really going too far, trying to snatch my apprentice from me." As soon as the words fell, Lin Wuya and Liu Ke immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of the furious female elder. But anyone who knew her knew that if anyone angered Luo Qingcheng at this time, there would be no good end. On the main seat, The leader of Yuan Dao linked Yanzong, Zhongwanhua, trembled his eyebrows, looking at the beautiful figure venting his anger. He couldn't help but sigh and said softly, "Junior sister, calm down, calm down." "How can I calm down?" Luo Qingcheng widened her beautiful eyes, put her hands on her waist and said, "That abominable Bei Kangxian actually snatched away my disciple with the same spiritual body. If I don't take revenge, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart." Several elders around hurriedly spoke up to persuade her to calm down. Not to mention where to find Bei Kangxian now. Even if they found him, their Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong didn't have to go to war with the powerful saint who was famous in the 9 continents just because of a disciple, and they might not be able to win. The Mo Pavilion destroyed by Bei Kangxian was not far behind the Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong in strength. Bei Kangxian could destroy the Mo Pavilion, and maybe he could also destroy the Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong. There is really no need to provoke such a lonely, carefree lunatic. Seeing Luo Qingcheng getting furious here, Zhongwanhua sighed. After so many years of being brothers and sisters, how could he not know the character of this little sister? Only 3 points of her rage at this moment were real, and the remaining 7 points were just pretending. Her purpose was naturally to get some benefits. Okay, one Xuanjing spirit body is missing, and there is another devouring demon spirit body. Since you have been clamoring to accept a disciple, I will send that little girl to your door. Zhongwanhua sighed helplessly. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng, who was originally full of anger, instantly suppressed her anger, like a lotus flower that emerged from the mud without being stained, with a charming smile, and said, "Thank you, senior brother, since you are so polite, then I will reluctantly accept this little girl." As she said that, she smiled with a relaxed smile, as if nothing had happened, and forgot about the fact that she had just clamored to fight to the death with Bei Kangxian. With a relaxed step, she directly carried away Yang Xiaoqun, who was sleeping in the hall. The change in her emotions was simply abrupt to the extreme. But, under Luo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes like water, the elders in the hall hesitated to speak for a while, but in the end they couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and let him take Yang Xiaoqun away. Chapter 341 Candid Haws. Oh my! Is this the devouring demon body? What a unique physique. Just by eating the cosmic magic energy, it can make the cultivation breakthrough very fast. It would be great if I also had such a physique. I could kill some monsters every day without practicing. King Luan Peak, Yangxin Palace. Luo Qingcheng looked at Yang Xiaoqun lying on the bed, and her soft and boneless jade hands groped back and forth on the little girl's body. She was very satisfied with the roots of her new apprentice. Seeing what she liked, she couldn't help but knead Yang Xiaoqun's chubby little face with her hands, and the light of motherhood flashed in her eyes. Too cute. How can there be such a cute human cub? Let the master take a bite. Luo Qingcheng laughed, holding Yang Xiaoqun's face, and smacked it hard. Yang Xiaoqun opened her eyes blankly, looking at the beautiful woman in front of her with innocent eyes. Because of her sudden awakening, Luo Qingcheng's aunt's smile on her face also froze there, and the air seemed to solidify. Then, ahem, Luo Qingcheng coughed twice without leaving any trace, and let go of Yang Xiaoqun's face as if nothing had happened. Although her expression looked calm, her ears were actually red. "Sister, where is this place?" Yang Xiaoqun touched her face, which felt a little wet, as if she had just been kissed. She looked at the unfamiliar environment around her, anxious to find her brother. "This is the location of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, and I am Luo Qingcheng, the leader of King Luan Peak, and also your master," Luo Qingcheng said seriously, but she kept glancing at Yang Xiaoqun from time to time. Seeing that the little girl was looking around and didn't seem to be listening to her carefully, she couldn't help asking, "What are you looking for?" "Looking for my brother." Yang Xiaoqun raised her head, looked at Luo Qingcheng with her big eyes, and said, "Sister, have you seen my second brother?" Mentioning this, Luo Qingcheng was also a little depressed. After sighing, she stopped being tense and sat down next to Yang Xiaoqun. She reached out and hugged Yang Xiaoqun in her arms, kneading Yang Xiaoqun's face and said, "Your second brother was taken away by someone. It's so annoying. I finally met a disciple with the same spirit body as me, but he was intercepted halfway." "But you are not bad either," I am still quite satisfied to have a disciple with another spirit body. This is not a lie, because when Luo Qingcheng thought about it carefully, she found that it seemed meaningless to accept a disciple with the same spirit body as her. After all, as a Xuanjing spirit body, who in this world can be better than her? It is really meaningless to work hard to cultivate a disciple with a Xuanjing spirit body, but in the end, it is not fun to see that the other party cannot surpass her achievements in this life. How can it be like her current disciples? They are cute, feel good, and have chubby little faces. They are so cute. Yang Xiaokan was hugged in Luo Qingcheng's arms, and her face was rubbed at a loss. She didn't understand most of the words Luo Qingcheng said. Only the first keyword was remembered by her. The second brother was taken away by someone. It only took 3 seconds for Yang Xiaokan to immediately fall down her face. Her mouth shrunk, and she burst into tears. This sudden burst of tears startled Luo Qingcheng, who thought that she had hurt Yang Xiaokan by using too much force, so she quickly slowed down her force and rubbed her gently, but Yang Xiaokan cried even harder. Woo woo woo, bad guy. Give my second brother back to me. I want my second brother. Woo woo woo. Yang Xiaokan cried until her face turned red. Master is not a bad person. Don't cry. Don't cry. It was obviously the first time for Luo Qingcheng to coax a child, and she felt a little bit at a loss. After coaxing for a while, Yang Xiaokan looked at her with tears in her eyes. Then can you find my second brother? Luo Qingcheng was a little embarrassed and coughed twice. Master doesn't know where Bai Kangxian died, I'm afraid. Seeing Yang Xiaokan's mouth pouting and she was about to cry again, she quickly changed the subject and said, however, your second brother was taken away to be an apprentice, and he will not be in any danger in the short term. If you meet him in the future, Master promises to bring him to you, okay? I won't listen, I won't listen, you are lying to me. Woo woo, bad guy. Yang Xiaokan continued to cry. Luo Qingcheng looked helpless. Seeing Yang Xiaokan's eyes were red from crying, she didn't know what to do for a moment. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and she said, Master can't find your second brother for the time being, but she can still find others. Is there anyone else in your family? Can Master find them? Hearing this, Yang Xiaokan finally stopped crying, took 2 breaths, and said, and mother. Great. Luo Qingcheng seemed to be relieved, and said with joy on her face, then we will go find your mother. Promise Master that you won't cry after seeing your mother, okay? Yang Xiaokan thought about it and nodded gently. A few days later, in the spiritual world, 2 figures, one big and one small, broke through the void and came to this world. Xiaokan, where do you live? Luo Qingcheng held Yang Xiaokan's hand with one hand and asked with a smile. Since she said she would bring Yang Xiaokan back to find her mother, the little girl really didn't cry again, which made Luo Qingcheng very happy. She felt that her little apprentice was a good child who kept his word. In Jingxia City, Yang Xiaokan answered in a low voice. She looked around blankly. Although the beautiful sister said that this world was the world she lived in, she didn't feel familiar at all when she looked at the unfamiliar environment around her. The hope that had just risen in her heart suddenly became a little uneasy. Jingxia City? It doesn't matter. It's easy to find with a name. Luo Qingcheng smiled slightly, and the powerful divine consciousness spread to the surrounding thousands of miles in an instant, and soon found a city where humans gathered. She took Yang Xiaokan's little hand, and her figure flashed. The next moment, she appeared directly above the city, and saw the 3 big characters of Lai Ufeng City hanging above the city. Let's go in and ask, Luo Qingcheng said, and flew to the wall of Lai Ufeng City. At this moment, the guards on the city wall saw 2 women, one big and one small, ignoring the no-fly order and flying in the air. They all frowned, as if they were facing a great enemy. Who are you? This is the city area of Lai Ufeng Giant City. No warriors are allowed to fly in the air here. Come down quickly, otherwise you will be regarded as an enemy of the city guards. The general on the top of the city shouted in a deep voice. Not allowed to fly? Luo Qingcheng raised her eyebrows, but she was not angry. After thinking about it, she flew down. For a saint of her realm, the rules of this small world cannot bind her at all. If she wants, she can completely ignore any rules. If the city guards really want to stop her, It is only a matter of her thoughts to massacre the city and destroy the country. But Luo Qingcheng was born in a righteous sect, not an evil demon, so she naturally would not do such a thing. Can we enter the city now? Luo Qingcheng flew to the outside of the city gate with Yang Xiuqin, tilted her head and looked at the general on the top of the city. The general on the top of the city looked at Luo Qingcheng. For some reason, he was afraid to look at Luo Qingcheng's face. He didn't know whether it was because the woman was too beautiful, or because of some unknown reasons. However, seeing that the woman had already landed, there was naturally no reason to stop her. The general looked away with a stern face, nodded in a deep voice and said, "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng had already taken Yang Xiuqin's hand and walked into Liufeng City. Although he came here just to ask for directions, since Luo Qingcheng had decided to accept Yang Xiuqin as his disciple, he naturally wanted to understand what kind of customs and habits there were in the place where Yang Xiuqin had lived since childhood. With the size of Jiazhu, let alone between states, even within Shuaiyanzu, the differences in customs and habits are huge. In some places, the people are not enlightened, and there are even incredible customs. Luo Qingcheng didn't want the disciple he accepted to look cute on the surface, but actually be born in a world with cannibalism. Thinking about that scene makes people feel weird and creepy. Pancakes for sale. Sir, are you here for a quick meal or to stay overnight? Our specialty is braised pork trotters. Don't miss it if you pass by. Unique skills, breaking stones with the chest, swallowing swords into the throat. The excitement is. Walking on the streets of Liufeng City, the noisy sounds around seemed very lively. After walking for a while, Luo Qingcheng nodded with satisfaction. Although this world seemed a little low-level to her, it was not a society of evil spirits. Yang Xiuqin followed her and drooled over the snacks on the street. Obviously, the recipes were also normal. "Xiuqin, do you want to eat candied haws?" Luo Qingcheng followed Yang Xiuqin's greedy eyes and saw an old woman selling candied haws, so she asked with a smile. Yeah. Yang Xiuqin nodded her head vigorously, and then was led by her beautiful sister to the old woman. "Little girl, which one do you want to eat?" The old woman looked at the greedy Yang Xiuqin with a smile and asked kindly. I want them all." Yang Xiuqin's eyes were shining, and she drew a big circle with her little hand. Luo Qingcheng looked strange. "Can you eat it?" "Yes." Yang Xiuqin nodded vigorously and said, "After eating these, eat a few more pork elbows and 2 roast ducks, and you will be almost full." Hearing this, the old woman selling candied haws just thought that the little girl was talking nonsense, and Luo Qingcheng raised her eyebrows, but remembered something. Since Yang Xiuqin came to you on Dao Lingshan sect, she has not eaten anything. At first, Luo Qingcheng thought that Yang Xiuqin didn't need to eat at all, but now she remembered that Yang Xiuqin hadn't started practicing, so how could she have been fasting? She hadn't eaten for these days, but Yang Xiuqin was never hungry, and she acted as usual. From this point, it can be seen that Yang Xiuqin's demon-devouring spirit body is indeed different. It seems that by eating a lot, the energy of food can be stored in the body, and then even if she doesn't eat for a long time, everything will be normal. When she wants to eat again, she will eat more. "Okay, then buy them all." Luo Qingcheng nodded generously, pointed to the old woman's small cart of candied haws, and said, "What do you want?" After the voice fell, the old woman was stunned for a moment, and then she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Girl, don't joke. Of course you have to pay to sell things." "What kind of money?" Luo Qingcheng asked again, not because she was sincere in joking, but because she really didn't know what the currency in this world was. In Jiazhu, because the area is too large and there is no unified force, there is no currency circulating in the whole world. Ordinary gold and silver are only circulated in the mortal world. For warriors, the universal currency is the resources for various cultivations. In such a small world, the resources she casually took out were definitely inappropriate. A man was innocent but he was guilty of possessing the treasure. An old woman who was powerless might suffer a catastrophe if she took her things. "Sister, I have them here." Yang Xiuqin shook her hand and took out a small purse from her waist. There were dozens of gold leaves, silver ingots, pearls, gems and some copper coins in it. Dao kindly stuffed them into her when he had nothing to do, asking her to buy food on the street. Seeing the gold and silver in the purse, Luo Qingcheng nodded, and then she knew that gold and silver were also circulating in this small world, so it was easy to deal with. In her storage ring, there was a whole mountain of gold, because when Luo Qingcheng had nothing to do before, she would also go to some mortal kingdoms to hang out, and give the other party a piece of gold at will, and the other party would be very happy no matter what she bought. "I'll pay for the things this girl bought." At this time, a frivolous voice sounded nearby. The old woman was waiting for Luo Qingcheng to pay. When she heard this, she looked in the direction of the voice and saw several figures walking towards her with fiery eyes. "Girl, hurry up." The old woman's heart tightened, and she hurriedly whispered, "You can't leave if it's too late." "Why do you want to leave?" Luo Qingcheng tilted her head, and then she saw a playboy with a weak breath, surrounded by several warriors, coming in front of them. The playboy looked at Luo Qingcheng up and down with an annoying look, and the more he looked at her, the more intoxicated he became, and the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to his ears. Alas, the old woman sighed. Seeing that Luo Qingcheng was still standing there after hearing her words, she felt sorry for a moment. Such a good young woman was going to be ruined by these dandies. "Old thing, why are you sighing? Take the money and get out of here. Don't delay my young master from talking to the beauty." The servant beside the young master had a ferocious look on his face. He threw a handful of copper coins at the old woman's cart and urged her to leave quickly. The commotion here soon attracted the attention of the people around. Chapter 342 Trial. It's Huang Qiailun again. He does these things of bullying men and women all day long. Isn't he afraid of retribution? With an uncle who is the city lord, can he do whatever he wants? This girl is so beautiful, just like a fairy in the sky. If she falls into Huang Qiailun's hands, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Alas. The onlookers sighed and groaned. Although it can be seen that everyone is very dissatisfied with this standy young man and is very sad and regretful about Luo Qingcheng's upcoming experience, no one stood up to stop it at this moment. It's not that they don't want to, but they don't dare. You know, Huang Qiailun is the nephew of the city lord Huang Zaifeng. In this Liufeng city, who dares to meddle in the family affairs of the city lord? Baji, so sweet. Yang Xiuqin held a string of candied haws in her left hand and a string of candied haws in her right hand. She smacked her lips without stopping for a moment, and saw that the candied haws on the wooden sticks were rapidly decreasing one by one. As for the unexpected encounter at this moment, the stupid kid took the food and didn't care at all, as if he didn't see Huang Qiailun and his evil servants opposite. Luo Qingcheng listened to the discussions around her, and then looked at the ugly and vulgar playboy in front of her, and asked very naturally, "Have you done this kind of thing often before?" What? Huang Qiailun was stunned for a moment. With a strange expression, he touched his chin and looked at Luo Qingcheng, laughing. "I did it a lot before, but since I met you, I guess I won't be tempted by those mediocre women anymore. If you are willing, I want to marry you into my Huang family. How about it?" After the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng showed a helpless expression on her face. For her, this kind of thing, in fact, is not the first time. Whenever she came to some mortal kingdoms to play, as long as she didn't wear a veil, there would always be some crazy bees and butterflies who would bump into her without knowing how to die. Sometimes, even if she wore a veil, she would attract those sharp-eyed old hands in the play because of her extraordinary temperament, which was really annoying. Of course, if she was willing to make an ugly face, she could solve the problem once and for all. But unfortunately, Luo Qingcheng was not willing to wrong herself like this. After all, even if she attracted those crazy bees and butterflies, she herself would not be affected. It was nothing more than having her good mood ruined and then killing a few trash to get rid of harm for the people. And at this moment, looking at Huang Qiailun who was pressing step by step, Luo Qingcheng was ready to take action. She heard from the people next to her that this dandy boy was from the city lord's family. After she killed these scum, she could also go to the city lord's mansion. In the past, when Luo Qingcheng practiced in seclusion in the sect for many years, she always yearned for the outside world, whether it was the world of warriors or the world of mortals. She was curious, but later, as Luo Qingcheng's cultivation level became higher and higher, and she finally became a saint admired by thousands of people, she suddenly felt that there was nothing good outside. The world of warriors is always full of killings, the law of the jungle, and bloody winds. And the world of mortals is always full of injustices. Just like a playboy like Huang Kai-lun, just because he was born into a powerful family, he can sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor, bully men and women, and no one dares to control him. The livelihood of the people is in the hands of a very small number of people. If those who hold power are upright and serve the country and the people under their rule may have a good life, but once the person in power has an evil mind, the territory under his rule will be like hell on earth, and outrageous things will often happen, which makes people angry. When Luo Qingcheng first saw this kind of thing, she was also angry. She killed all the corrupt officials who exploited the people with blood. However, when she went to that mortal kingdom again a few years later, she found that the same city and a new group of bureaucrats, although unfamiliar faces, did exactly the same things as those corrupt officials who had died at the hands of Luo Qingcheng before, and in many cases even worse. This made Luo Qingcheng confused and even pessimistic about human nature. Could it be that all those who sat in that position would eventually be blinded by greed and become evil and self-serving people? Luo Qingcheng didn't want to believe that this was the case, but the facts she saw were all like this. "Little beauty, what are you thinking about?" Huang Kai-lun saw that Luo Qingcheng sighed and had no expression for a long time. He smiled and said, "When you come back to my house with me, I will immediately ask my uncle to preside over our marriage and marry you as my 13th concubine." After the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng regained her mind and was no longer willing to face this ugly face. Although it looked like a human, under this human skin, it was full of dirty things. With a thought, she wanted to kill this scum to pieces. However, at this moment, a line of figures in dark blue uniforms passed through the crowd like sharp arrows and directly surrounded Luo Qingcheng, Huang Kai-lun and others. Huang Kai-lun and his evil servants saw this and their faces suddenly became very ugly. Seeing that the situation was not right, several servants wanted to step forward to protect their young master, but they were directly rushed away by those uniformed figures. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and under the flashing of the bright sword light, Huang Kai-lun froze in place, not daring to move. On his neck, there was a long knife. "Brother son, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Huang Kai-lun was sweating and swallowing his saliva. He looked at the cold figure in front of him with a knife on his neck. He said in panic, "My surname is Huang Kai-lun, and I am the nephew of the city lord. We met at the dinner party in the city lords mentioned before." "Brother son, do you remember me?" The man in front of him was named Sun Zi, the head of the Bupinglu branch of Liufeng Giant City. Huang Kai-lun could scare ordinary civilians with his identity as the nephew of the city lord, but he did not dare to be presumptuous to Bupinglu, an organization directly under the emperor. "The incident of your Huang family has been exposed," Sun Zi said coldly. "Since the establishment of the Buping building branch in Liufeng Giant City, we have received more than 50 reports from the people. The reason why we did not touch your Huang family was just to collect evidence. Now the evidence is conclusive. No one from your Huang family can escape. Take them away." As soon as the voice fell, Sun Zi waved his cold hand, and the Buping building members beside him immediately came forward with a pair of shackles and directly arrested Huang Kai-lun. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingcheng tilted her head, and a trace of surprise appeared in her expression. At this time, Sun Zi walked up, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes when he looked at Luo Qingcheng, and then he quickly tightened his face and said routinely, "This girl, for the case of Huang Kai-lun molesting a woman on the street, you can be regarded as the first witness. I wonder if you are willing to testify in court. Identify Huang Kai-lun's crime. What will happen if you identify it?" Luo Qingcheng was very interested. According to the laws of the Tangji dynasty, molesting a woman in the street will result in 100 strokes of the cane and 3 years of imprisonment. If the circumstances are serious, the maximum penalty is death. And according to our investigation of Huang Kai-lun at Buping Tower, He has done similar things at least dozens of times, and he has also killed innocent women. As long as the charges are established, Huang Keilun will definitely die. Sun Zi said every word with great seriousness. After the words fell, Luo Qingcheng became even more curious and asked, "Isn't this Huang the nephew of the city lord? Do you have the power to execute him? If you are worried about the revenge of the city lord, you can put your heart at ease." Sun Zi straightened his chest and said, "We in Buping Tower will not tolerate a grain of sand in our eyes. Anyone who is guilty must be tried. The city lord Huang Zifeng has also committed many crimes. We have obtained evidence. When the trial comes, all the main members of the Huang family will be tried together. In addition, according to the rules of Buping Tower, all witnesses and informants who come to testify or identify will enjoy the highest level of protection of Buping Tower to ensure your personal safety. If the people who come to report or testify in court are persecuted, I, the manager of the Buping Tower branch, will be dismissed immediately. So, in terms of safety, please don't worry about it. Even if it is to keep my position as the head manager of the branch, I will do my best to ensure your safety." After these words, the more Luo Qingcheng knew, the more interested she became in the Buping Lu mentioned by Sun Zi. So, she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go testify." A moment later, under the leadership of Sun Zi, a group of people went straight to the Buping Lu branch of Liufeng Giant City. Among them, Huang Keilun and his group of evil servants were escorted there in shackles, while Luo Qingcheng and Yang Xiuqan, a little foodie, went there as witnesses. When they arrived at the building of the Buping Lu branch, Sun Zi arranged Luo Qingcheng and Yang Xiuqan to be witnesses in the court, and asked a Buping Lu member who was responsible for judging the case to go to court directly, and then rushed to arrest people. The Buping Lu branch of Liufeng Giant City was just established in the past few days. Just after its establishment, the Buping Lu branch received a large number of reports and complaints against various corrupt officials in Liufeng Giant City. As for these people, Buping Lu will definitely deal with them as long as the evidence is solid. So in these days, Buping Lu did not take any action on the surface, but in fact, it was collecting evidence everywhere, waiting to sort out all the evidence tomorrow and attack together. But who knows? Huang Keilun molested a woman on the street, and was reported to Buping Lu by an enthusiastic bystander. After hearing the news, Sun Zi was naturally unwilling to wait any longer, and immediately led people to catch Huang Keilun and others. His actions also sounded the horn of the charge. The corrupt officials who were originally scheduled to be arrested tomorrow were solved together today. So, after Sun Zi put Huang Keilun in Buping Lu, he took a group of masters from Buping Lu to the city lord's mansion and several major families in the city to arrest people. What Sun Zi didn't know was that while he was busy with his actions, an extremely powerful divine thought was always following him, observing the every move of all the members of Buping Lu. So, with Sun Zi's actions, the entire Liufeng Giant City was in turmoil. The people from Buping Tower broke into the city lord's mansion, took down the city lord without saying a word, and pressed him to Buping Tower. In the city's major families, many important members were also directly captured by Buping Tower. During the whole process, Buping Tower acted vigorously. After Sun Zi captured all the corrupt officials in Liufeng City and brought them back to Buping Tower, Luo Qingcheng's case was over. After all, with the evidence gathered, Huang Keilun's actions were seen by so many people, and naturally they were irrefutable. After Luo Qingcheng testified in court, many women who had been persecuted by Huang Keilun, as well as their families, came forward to testify and pointed out Huang Keilun's past atrocities. Bold Huang Keilun, who has no respect for the law and no humanity, has committed so many crimes. This court pronounces a sentence of death for Huang Keilun, to be executed immediately. In the court, the judge threw down a token and sentenced Huang Keilun to death. "I'll go to your mother," Huang Keilun cursed. "Sentence me to death? Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? My uncle is the mayor of Liufeng City. You." Before he finished his curse, he heard a noise from behind. Huang Keilun turned his head and widened his eyes. He was shocked to find that his uncle, Huang Zifeng, the mayor of Liufeng City, was caught by Sun Zi with his hair disheveled and in a mess. "What did you want to say just now? Go on." Sun Zi looked at him with a faint look. Huang Kai-lun was stunned on the spot, a little at a loss, as if something in his heart collapsed. Then, in this court, a new round of trials began. From the city lord's mansion, Buping Tower captured a total of 17 people, including the city lord Huang Zifeng. Each of them was guilty of numerous crimes, and the evidence of each of them was as strong as a mountain. In addition, in the other major families in Liufeng Giant City, many big shots in the eyes of the common people were also captured, and they were also guilty of numerous crimes, and the evidence was as strong as a mountain. Faced with the heinous crimes of these people, the judge of Buping Tower did not hesitate at all, and did not show any mercy. He directly sentenced the highest punishment. Those who should be executed were executed, and those who should be exiled were exiled. Those who could be imprisoned in the prison would be at least 20 years, and some would be 50 or 60 years. This action undoubtedly triggered a turmoil like a landslide and tsunami in Liufeng Giant City. People's hearts were floating and panicked. But, the arresters had a determined face, fearless of life and death, and the judges hated evil and made clear judgments on right and wrong. There was a fire-like light in their eyes. They were determined to burn this dirty old world to ashes and usher in a brand new future. Chapter 343 Reform. Outside Buping Tower, more people came to join in the fun of chasing Huang Kai-lun, and saw with their own eyes that dozens of fresh heads fell to the ground. Among those people, there was the mayor of Liufeng Giant City, the mayor's younger brother, his own son, his own nephew, the head of the Li family, the head of the Wang family, the vice president of the Dongshan Chamber of Commerce, etc. All of them were big shots in the eyes of the people, all of them were terrifying, and all of them were powerful people who could make people angry but not speak out. But today, under the vigorous and resolute action of Buping Tower, the heads of these people all fell to the ground. Many people were crying heartbreakingly. But, they were not sad for the death of these people, but crying with joy that their injustice was redressed. They were victims, persecuted people, who suffered unfair treatment, but had no place to turn to. They thought they could only live with pain and despair for the rest of their lives. But who knew, there were really people who could make decisions for the people. Everyone. Sun Zi came to the door of Buping Tower, stood in the middle of dozens of heads, looked at the increasing crowd around him. Every pair of eyes was staring at him, so he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "From today on, under the protection of Buping Tower, Liufeng Giant City will no longer tolerate any injustice. If you have grievances, have been treated unfairly, or have been oppressed, you can come to Buping Tower to report it. Even if the person you want to report is a member of Buping Tower, we will deal with it seriously." When His Majesty ascended the throne, he said that if the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people. With your Majesty's dignity, you are willing to set an example, let alone us ordinary people. As Sun Zi spoke loudly, the people around him talked about it. The emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people. Luo Qingcheng murmured to herself, she has lived for so long, experienced so much, and seen so many things, but this is the first time she has heard this sentence. As the Son of Heaven, the most honorable person in the whole country, he was willing to put himself in the same position as a commoner before the law, not to mention whether the Son of Heaven would be punished if he really made a mistake. But the act of undermining the royal authority to elevate the law was unprecedented. As a person from outside the domain, Luo Qingcheng also understood what kind of existence this Buping Tower was by testifying in the court of Buping Tower. At first, it was just a whim of two young men in Jingxia City, who were determined to wipe out all the injustices in the world with a frank and innocent heart. But in just 1 year, what Buping Tower did shocked everyone, saved tens of millions of disaster victims in Kangnan domain, and destroyed the Qin royal family's conspiracy to bring disaster to all living beings. Now, one of the two young men has ascended the throne and become the emperor, calling himself Emperor Yangping. Although he is the emperor, he still shouted out the words, "If the emperor breaks the law, He will be punished like the common people to set an example. The other one is called Chu Yun. He is Yang Xiuquan's master. Luo Qingcheng looked at Yang Xiuquan, who picked up a pork elbow and ate it hard, and her expression suddenly became complicated. At this time, Sun Zi came to Luo Qingcheng and said, "Miss, if you have nothing else to do, you can stay near Bupping Building for the next few days. We will protect you closely." "Oh, don't get me wrong. It's not that I have any bad intentions towards you, but in the arrest operation just now, several people were caught and are now fleeing and missing. Before they are caught, all witnesses are in danger." Luo Qingcheng glanced at him and said nothing. Then, the woman raised her jade hand, as if grabbing something in the void. Hundreds of miles away, several figures who were running at high speed suddenly changed their faces and found that their bodies were flying backwards in the direction of Liufan City without control. In just a breath of time, those figures were forcibly captured and brought back to Liufan City. They flew to the gate of Bupping Building and met Sun Zi's eyes with horror and confusion. Sun Zi was also horrified and widened his eyes in shock. He never expected that the fairy-like woman in front of him actually had the means of a fairy. With a casual grab, she caught those few fish that slipped through the net directly. Girl. What a good means," Sun Zi said stutteringly, and he was already guessing the woman's cultivation level in his heart. It must be impossible for someone in the mountain and sea realm to do it. He had seen someone in the Nirvana realm before, but he was afraid that it would not work either. Could it be a strong person in the Fate Wheel realm? But she is still so young. These people didn't run away by themselves. They were deliberately let go by several members of your Bupping Building. Luo Qingcheng looked calm and stared at Sun Zi. When the voice fell, several Bupping Building members who were working behind Sun Zi could not hide the astonishment and panic in their eyes. Before they could react, their bodies were grabbed by Luo Qingcheng and directly in front of Sun Zi. Just now, during the entire arrest operation, Luo Qingcheng covered the entire Liufan City with a powerful divine sense. Every move and everything done by anyone in the city could not escape her perception. The fact that these Bupping Building members took benefits and deliberately let these fish that slipped through the net was naturally in her eyes. Are they the ones? Sun Zi's face became extremely ugly in an instant, and he looked at the Bupping Building members. At this moment, under the pressure of Luo Qingcheng's powerful strength, those people knew that it was useless to deny, so they kowtowed and begged for mercy, saying that they were just blinded by greed and had no intention of harming Bupping Lu. But Sun Zi's tense face did not relax at all. Knowing the law and breaking it is a heavier crime, Sun Zi said angrily, "Come on, suppress them, find out the whole story, punish them severely, and kill those who should be killed." Yes. Upon hearing this, several members of Bupping Lu were immediately shocked, and hurriedly stepped forward to suppress these traitors. During the whole process, there were constant wailing and regretful begging for mercy. "I'm sorry to make a fool of myself, young lady." Sun Zi's face was still not good, but he forced a smile, arched his hands to Luo Qingcheng, and said, "Thanks to the young lady's magical powers, you helped us catch these fish that slipped through the net." Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingcheng raised her hand to stop him. "I don't want to hear these empty words." Luo Qingcheng shook her head and said, "I just want to know, how do you, Bupping Lu, face yourself? Facing the outside world, you accept reports and complaints from anyone, and actively protect the reporters. These are all good and are the basis for doing things well. But, how do you face the corruption from within, like the traitors just now? I believe that it is not the only time that they took money and deliberately let people go. I saw it this time, but what about the next time when no one sees it? Over time, the people of Bupping Lu will become corrupt and degenerate. Will one day you become the same as the corrupt officials you killed? Have you thought about these questions, or has your building owner thought about it?" As soon as Luo Qingcheng finished speaking, Sun Zi's face suddenly became solemn. The fact that he could ask such a question proved that Luo Qingcheng's vision was incomparable to ordinary people, and the depth of his thoughts was also worthy of recognition. Bupping Lu is an institution that makes decisions for the people. It holds great power and can raise the butcher knife against local officials and tyrants. But, after killing those evildoers who prey on the people, How can the powerful not become a new evildoer? After killing the dragon, the brave dragon slayer often lowers his head in front of the dragon's treasure, grows dragon scales all over his body, reveals sharp fangs, and becomes a new evil dragon. This is the weakness of human nature, and also a kind of reincarnation. Where there are people, there is oppression, and where there is oppression, there is resistance. However, when the old oppressors are overthrown by the rebels with power will often get lost in the game of power and become new oppressors. What the young lady said is exactly the most important part of the outline of Buping building, which is self-discipline. Sun Tzu answered in a deep voice, with a serious face, and said, "Our building owner, Lord Chu Yun, once said that human nature is diverse. It is sometimes beautiful, sometimes warm, sometimes ugly, and sometimes greedy. Many people with firm beliefs, with a sincere heart, can go far alone in the cold darkness, ignoring all kinds of temptations and threats on the road. Such qualities are valuable and worth learning, but we cannot expect all members of Buping building to be such people." Therefore, Lord Chu Yun formulated a strict set of rules and regulations. All branches of Buping building, their managers, must be rotated every 2 years. No matter how good their political performance is, they must leave and go to a new branch after 2 years. Under this rotation system, it can be said that the possibility of collusion between local forces and Buping building managers is completely eliminated, and there is no soil for forming factions for personal gain. At the same time, there is an internal review system in Buping building, which also accepts complaints and reports from anyone. Once it is found that a member of Buping building has violated the law and done something that should not be done, he will be punished more severely. Lord Chu Yun said that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. It is impossible for us to form a completely clean organization. That is unrealistic. People cannot reach the end of their lives with passion. Many people will not be able to withstand temptation and will bow to greed. What we have to do is to eliminate the possibility of corruption among members as much as possible under strict rules and regulations, and keep Buping building clean as much as possible. That's all. Luo Qingcheng looked at Sun Tzu, who was talking about this with fanatical sparks in his eyes. When mentioning the words Lord Chu Yun, there was an endless gratitude and admiration. Not all members of Buping building look at Chu Yun in this way, but Sun Tzu is different. He is a person who has eaten bitter porridge and Kangnan domain. For Luo Qingcheng, this trip to the lower world really brought her a different experience. Originally, she just wanted to pick up Yang Xiuqin's mother and go back immediately, but now she has developed a strong interest in Buping Lu and the person who founded Buping Lu. After leaving Liufeng City, Luo Qingcheng asked Sun Tzu about the location of Jingxia City, and then took Yang Xiuqin all the way to the capital of Danji Dynasty. It was not a full-speed journey, but a stop-and-go journey. Every time she passed a huge city, Luo Qingcheng would stay there for a while to see what the local Buping Lu branch was doing. The result was that without exception, the Buping Lu branch in each huge city was carrying out a cleanup campaign in a vigorous manner. Since the branch was opened, it has widely accepted complaints and reports from the public, and has been merciless to any local corrupt officials, regardless of their identity and background. Even during this period, Luo Qingcheng once took action and secretly intercepted a powerful city lord, and let the members of Buping Lu capture him. This is the case in one place, and it is the same everywhere. Even though she was just a passing visitor, Luo Qingcheng could feel that a new era was about to begin on this land. This made Luo Qingcheng begin to reflect on herself. In the past, when she traveled to those mortal kingdoms, she saw corruption and bullying of the people. She instinctively felt angry, so she swept away all the corrupt officials. However, after a cycle, new officials came to power and continued to repeat the mistakes of their predecessors. At that time, Luo Qingcheng was wondering if human nature was really like this. Is there really no hope? But in Buping Lu, Luo Qingcheng saw something else, which was the rules that constrained human nature. From the root of the system, it curbed the causal chain of the dragon slayer becoming a dragon. Those corrupt officials who were killed had vacancies in their positions, and naturally someone needed to fill them. However, the successors of these officials were not members of Buping Lu, and many of them were not even warriors. Instead, Scholars. In such a world where martial arts are respected, scholars are actually in a very embarrassing position. If you are good at studying, the best way out is to go to a city lord and be a staff member. It sounds good to say that you are giving advice, but in fact, you are just a role to clean up the city lord's actions. If you don't go into politics, the best way out is to go to some forces or chambers of commerce and do some accounting work, which is not good enough. The really important positions have always been held by powerful warriors. But, after Emperor Yongping ascended the throne, this situation changed. He followed Chu Yun's advice and abolished the rule that the strong ruled everything in local governance, and instead appointed some scholars to be officials. Because, in Chu Yun's view, the principle that the strong are respected and rule everything in this world is wrong in itself. In those positions that govern people's livelihood, what is needed is not a warrior who can blow up a mountain with one punch, but a scholar who cares about the world. Whether a city lord can govern a place well does not depend on whether he is strong or not, but on whether he has a broad vision and agile thinking. As for powerful warriors, they only need to make good use of their strengths and stay in the Bupping Tower, which serves as the eye of heaven to supervise all officials and also as a sword to deter all parties. For those innocent officials who have not been tried, the court did not force them to step down, but encouraged them to read and study. Every 2 years, the court will judge the performance of all officials. Anyone who does not meet the performance standards will be dismissed, regardless of whether he is a scholar or a traditional warrior. This seems to be aimed at those innocent warrior officials, but in fact it is not the case, because officials who are unwilling to exploit their people are good officials. Even if they have not read books before, they are not comparable to some bookish scholars based on their years of practical experience in governance. What the court really cares about is not whether the officials read books, but whether the officials can govern the place well and keep the peace. Chapter 344 Meeting. From Liufan City to Jingxia City, although the distance is 20,000 to 30,000 miles, for a saint, it actually only takes a short time to arrive, at most a few breaths. But, this short journey took Luo Qingcheng and Yang Xiuqin 2 full days. However, during these 2 long days, Luo Qingcheng's experiences along the way were novel. Luo Qingcheng was very interested in the reform led by Bupping Tower. According to her observation and analysis, this is indeed an effective way. It can even be said that the person who proposed this reform has an extremely advanced vision, even ahead of the entire era. If such an idea came from a scholar who was well read in poetry and books, or a capable official who had been deeply involved in the officialdom for many years, Luo Qingcheng would not find it strange. But, in fact, the proposer of this reform was just a teenager who was only about 20 years old. This made Luo Qingcheng full of interest. After arriving in Jingxia City and entering the city gate, Yang Xiuqin was very familiar with this place. She took the initiative to hold the hand of her beautiful sister and walked towards Bupping Tower. However, despite being very familiar with it, when Yang Xiuqin arrived at the door of Bupping Building, she was still shocked by the unfamiliar scene. The shops on Bacon Street had been moved away at some point, and the entire front of Bupping Building was completely requisitioned and became a huge court agency. Yang Xiuqin's blank eyes turned among the crowd, a little at a loss, but fortunately, after a few glances, she saw a familiar courtyard, where her mother lived. There, Yang Xiuqin pointed with her hand and turned her head to look at Luo Qingcheng. Luo Qingcheng nodded, took Yang Xiuqin's hand, took a step, and actually came directly to the courtyard and walked to the inside. Not long after, Yang Xiuqin took Luo Qingcheng to the door of an ancestral hall. Seeing a figure inside, Yang Xiuqin immediately shouted with joy, "Mom, I'm back!" As she spoke, Yang Xiuqin trotted into the ancestral hall. Channer. Yang heard her daughter's voice and her body shook slightly. When she turned her head, she saw Yang Xiuqin's figure in her sight. She immediately squatted down and opened her arms. Yang Xiuqin ran into her mother's arms and rubbed against her. "Where did you go, kid?" Yang's eyes were slightly red. She looked at her daughter with some worry and said, "Mother heard your master sent someone to tell her that you and Jian'er were kidnapped." "What happened?" "Ahem." At this time, Luo Qingcheng, who was standing at the door of the ancestral hall, coughed slightly with a little embarrassment, attracting Yang's attention. When the latter looked up, she saw a figure standing outside the door. Her attention was all attracted by her daughter just now. Now seeing Luo Qingcheng, she guessed in her heart that this must be the person who sent Yang Xiaoqun back. "This girl. Did you send my daughter back?" Yang asked softly. "That's right." Luo Qingcheng nodded gently, with a smile on her face, and said, "However, I came to the spiritual world this time not to send Xiaoqun back, but to take you away with me, Madam Yang, so that Xiaoqun would not be alone in Jiaozu." After saying this, Yang was slightly startled. After a while, she understood what Luo Qingcheng meant, and asked hesitantly, "Miss, the person who kidnapped my daughter and son, is it you?" "Ahem." Luo Qingcheng was embarrassed for a while, coughed twice, and said, "It's a bit." "Well, it was indeed a walker in my sect who took a fancy to the qualifications of Yang Xiaoqun and her brother, so he took them away. But this kind of thing, I'm sure you can understand, Madam Yang. After all, your children are so talented that staying in this spiritual world completely buries their talents. If they were in Jiaozu, it wouldn't take many years for them to have the ability to soar above the 9 heavens. The height they can reach will be something that people in the spiritual world will never be able to catch up with in their lifetime. Hearing this, Yang took a deep breath and said nothing more. A few months ago, when the incident happened, Chu Yun had someone from the demon realm send a message, informing them that little Yang Jian and Yang Xiaoqun had been abducted. From that time on, Yang knew that those people from outside the realm were unreasonable. Their strength was too strong, far exceeding that of the warriors in the spiritual world, so they looked down on everyone. Even though little Yang Jian and Yang Xiaoqun already had a master, they took a fancy to the qualifications of the brother and sister and just robbed them without caring about others. Of course, those people had their own reasons. They felt that Yang Xiaoqun and little Yang Jian were unpolished jades, and unpolished jade should be handed over to masters to carve. Putting them in the hands of ordinary people would bury the treasures given by God. But they never asked the unpolished jade itself what it thought. No, they did ask, but they didn't care. "Madam Yang, I know that it was our sect that did something wrong." Luo Qingcheng looked at Yang, and after pondering for a moment, she finally lowered her posture and apologized. The two people who came to the spiritual world and took Xiaoqun and her brother away were two sect walkers in Ma Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. They forcefully took action and took Xiaoqun and her sister away. They did something that was not in accordance with the rules. But now that things have come to this, the people have been brought into the sect and have been seen by the sect master and the elders. Even if it was wrong at the beginning, the sect can only make the mistake to the end. Therefore, this time I came to the spiritual world, in addition to wanting to bring you, Madam Yang, back to Yuan Dao Lingshan sect to keep Xiaoqun company. I will also make certain compensation to Xiaoqun and her brother's master, which I believe will satisfy them. Young Master Chu won't accept it. Yang smiled, shook her head confidently, and said, "Oh?" Luo Qingcheng raised her eyebrows, a little curious, and asked, "Has Madam Yang asked him?" "You can know without asking." Yang sighed softly and said, "That Mr. Chu is a very proud person. He would rather break than bend. No matter what kind of compensation you give him, he will not accept it." Luo Qingcheng smiled faintly and said nothing more. In her opinion, Yang did not practice martial arts, so it was hard to imagine how attractive the cultivation resources from the upper world would be to the warriors in the small world. With the resources of the saint of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, if a little bit of it leaked out from her fingers, it would be enough to make all the warriors in the small world crazy. That Chu Yun was indeed very extraordinary. At a young age, he was famous all over the world and single-handedly led to unprecedented reforms, but these were nothing in the eyes of a saint with great strength. "No matter what, we should meet." Luo Qingcheng looked at Yang and asked, "Where is Chu Yun now?" "He has left." Yang sighed and looked at Luo Qingcheng with a complicated look, saying, "After learning that Jianer and Chener were kidnapped, Master Chu had already left the spiritual world. It has been several months now." Gone? Luo Qingcheng's expression was a little surprised. This was indeed something she had not expected. "Madam Yang, do you know how good his cultivation is?" Luo Qingcheng asked. "It is said that he is in the Nirvana realm." Yang replied. After the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng's expression became even weirder. With the cultivation of the Nirvana realm, let alone going to Jiazu, he could not even pass through the world barrier of this small world. But if he was blocked by the world barrier, what had Chu Yun been doing in the past few months? Was he always looking for a way to leave and never showed up? After thinking about it, he was puzzled. However, it was obvious that nothing could be asked from Yang in front of her. An ordinary mortal who did not understand martial arts could not understand what was going on. Luo Qingcheng paused, got the topic back on track, and said, "Let's talk about your story, Madam Yang. Now I have accepted Xiaoqin as my disciple. She is still young. Before she finished speaking, Yang shook her head gently and said, "I understand what you mean, young lady. But a widow still has to keep vigil for her dead husband. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for her to leave." This. Luo Qingcheng was slightly startled. She did not expect to get such an answer. She came all the way to the spiritual world, met someone, but the person was unwilling to follow her. Yang looked at her, sighed softly, and said, "I am a woman with no ability, but I can see that the young lady is a person worthy of trust. No matter what. Now that Xiaoqin and Jianer have come to your sect, I can only hope that they can be well. Brother is not here." At this time, Yang Xiaoqin said, "Brother was taken away by someone else." "What?" Yang was stunned for a moment, and looked at Luo Qingcheng with surprise. Luo Qingcheng's face floated a few black lines, thinking in her heart that this little girl is really talking about something. But when the words came to this point, she had no choice but to nod. "Xiaoqin's brother is indeed not in the Yuandao Lingshan sect now. He was taken away by a saint named Bei Kangshan and accepted as his disciple. But you don't have to worry, Madam Yang. Bei Kangshan is not a notorious person. He will not harm Yang Jian by accepting him as a disciple." Luo Qingcheng sighed and explained, then added a promise, "Of course, if I have the chance to meet him in the future, I will definitely bring him back and reunite him with Xiaoqin." When Madame Yang heard this, her heart was shaken. She took a few deep breaths before she managed to calm down a little. Under her dull face, a pair of bare hands and her sleeves had clenched tightly, saying: "If that's the case, I can't leave even more. I have to wait for Jianer at home. He will definitely come back to find me. Okay." Luo Qingcheng nodded, without telling Yang that it was an outrageous thing for a teenager to want to slip away from the hands of a saint who was famous in the 9 states. At this time, it was really not right to use any words to stimulate Yang. "In this case, then we'll leave." Luo Qingcheng slowly exhaled and said, "I've been here. Next time if Xiaoqin misses Madam, I will bring her directly here." As she said that, Luo Qingcheng took out a jade pendant and gave it to Yang, saying, "This thing can communicate with me in the spiritual world. If there is any emergency, Madam Yang, you can break it and I can sense it myself." After the voice fell, Yang looked at the jade pendant, and after a moment of silence, she still nodded and accepted the jade pendant. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, A Mountain of Corpses. When leaving Jinxia City with Yang Xiaoqin, Luo Qingcheng felt relaxed, and the whole person seemed to be much lighter. It must be said that when facing Yang, Luo Qingcheng really felt a little weak. It was not because of how terrible Yang's strength was. In fact, Yang was just a weak woman who was powerless and dared not even kill a chicken. Her strength was as small as dust in front of her, a saint. But, no matter how huge the gap in strength was, it couldn't stand the shame of what they did this time in Yuandao Lingshan sect. They forced others' children to be disciples, and ended up losing one of them. Carrying such a halo, facing Yang again, Luo Qingcheng often felt embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But fortunately, this most difficult hurdle was finally dealt with. "Let's go. Master will take you back to Jiazu." After leaving Jinxia City, Luo Qingcheng was in high spirits and took Yang Xiaoqin's little hand. She felt that she had become the cool female saint who dominated Jiazu again. Mom doesn't want to come out, so when can we go see her again? Yang Xiaokan looked back, still a little reluctant. Seeing her like this, Luo Qingcheng also felt a little soft-hearted, rubbed her hair, and said, just wait until you start practicing for the first time. After that, every time you have some breakthroughs, Master can bring you to see Mom. Yeah, Yang Xiaokan responded softly. Seeing that she was a little depressed, Luo Qingcheng suddenly thought of something and smiled. It's just right that we left Jiaozu this time, and we can see those annoying guys in the starry sky. Xiaokan, you have a demon-eating spirit body, and those annoying guys that ordinary people avoid are the best nutrients in your mouth. Sister, what are you talking about? Yang Xiaokan tilted her head. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. It means that Master is going to take you to eat delicious food. Luo Qingcheng blinked at her. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Xiaokan naturally understood it immediately, and her two big eyes emitted a bright light, flashing non-stop. Afterwards, Luo Qingcheng pulled Yang Xiaokan and quickly moved towards the location of the world barrier. When they arrived in front of the gray wall of the world barrier, Luo Qingcheng waved her jade hand, and the storage ring between her fingers lit up a faint light, and then a void shuttle emerged. This void shuttle was obviously more advanced than the one that Lin Wuya was riding. Just from the size, some clues can be seen. The void shuttles of Lin Wuya and Liu Ke were about several feet long and nearly half a person's height when they were reduced. After returning to their original state, they became no different from a normal small fishing boat. And Luo Qingcheng's void shuttle, when reduced, was only the size of a palm, extremely light and small, and after returning to its original state, it immediately became a huge cruise ship several stories high. Compared with the void shuttles of Lin Wuya and the others, it can be said that the difference was immediately judged, and the opponent was destroyed in seconds. Wow! Yang Xiaokan looked at the void shuttle that suddenly grew larger and opened her eyes wide in surprise. Although she was in a coma when she rode Lin Wuya's void shuttle before and did not see the appearance of the void shuttle, so she had no concept of comparison at the moment. But this did not affect her surprise at the fact that the void shuttle changed in size. She looked at Luo Qingcheng with admiration and said, Sister, is this the delicious food you mentioned? Where should I start eating? As she spoke, Yang Xiaokan's eyes moved back and forth between the deck and the cabin of the void shuttle. After a while, she seemed to think that the masts should taste good too. Stupid girl, this is not for you to eat. Luo Qingcheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She gently knocked on Yang Xiaokan's head, and then pulled her onto the void shuttle and said, This is the ship we are going to build. I found some delicious food for you. It's behind this world barrier. As she spoke, Luo Qingcheng started the void shuttle and moved forward. She passed through the world barrier and arrived outside the world of the spiritual world, in the starry sky. Although, as a powerful existence at the saint level, Luo Qingcheng can completely cross the void with her physical body, and her speed is even faster than the void shuttle. However, the real purpose of this trip is to let Yang Xiaokan feel the starry sky, catch a few magic monsters, and help Yang Xiaokan awaken her physique. So the existence of the void shuttle is very necessary. Wow, it's so beautiful. Yang Xiaokan stood on the deck and exclaimed. Luo Qingcheng glanced at her, and seemed to recall the way she looked when she first saw the starry sky. She couldn't help but remind her with a bad taste. Don't just look up, look down too. The food prepared for you is on the road to heaven below. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Xiaokan lowered her head, her little head lying on the edge of the deck, looking around. Where is the delicious food? She glanced back and forth, while Luo Qingcheng on the other side was secretly laughing in her heart, looking forward to Yang Xiaokan's expression when she saw the magic monster later. Will it be surprise, fear, or both? Little girl, don't blame your master for scaring you. As the owner of the demon-devouring spirit body, dealing with these magic monsters will be your lifelong mission. Now is the time to adapt and advance. At the same time, Luo Qingcheng was also thinking about what kind of moves she would use later to make the magic monsters below appear particularly elegant when they were blasted to pieces. Although it was her first time to be someone else's master, she also knew that in front of her disciples, she must create an elegant and powerful image, which would be conducive to the master-disciple relationship. Therefore, When Yang Xiuquan was frightened by the magic monsters below, Luo Qingcheng, as a master, would definitely take action at the first time and eliminate all the monsters with the most perfect and elegant posture, so as to gain Yang Xiuquan's admiration and worship. It's perfect, Luo Qingcheng was thinking happily in her heart, while Yang Xiuquan on the other side patiently searched for a long time, but turned her head to look at her in confusion and said, "Sister, where is the delicious food you said? Why haven't I seen it after searching for so long?" As the voice fell, a question mark emerged in Luo Qingcheng's heart. She didn't raise the void shuttle too high, and it was only about 10 feet above Tongshan Avenue. Logically, if there were active magic monsters on Tongshan Avenue, Yang Xiuquan would definitely be able to see them at a glance. But after so long, why didn't she find anything? Could it be that Yang Xiuquan looked cute, but was actually a very rough girl who was not afraid of monsters at all? Or was it that this girl had poor eyesight and couldn't see the magic monsters below at such a close distance? Both were unlikely. In doubt, Luo Qingcheng used her divine sense to scan the road they had passed when they came. The result was that no magic monsters appeared in the places they passed, which was strange. Logically, as long as they left the radiation range of the world barrier, the magic monsters would appear immediately. And they had already traveled a long distance on the void shuttle at this moment, and they had clearly arrived at the territory of the magic monsters. Strange, why are there no monsters? Luo Qingcheng looked confused, and then her divine sense went forward along Tongshan Avenue, looking for traces of magic monsters. The result, shocking. From the world barrier of the spiritual world to the world barrier of the true spirit world, such a long road. There is not even a breath of life of a magic monster on it. Luo Qingcheng could not feel any breath of magic in her mind. How could this be? There is indeed a part of the universe that will not be radiated by the cosmic magic energy because of the special magnetic field, so there will be no magic monsters born. But this area is obviously not of that type. With the abundance of cosmic magic energy around, there should be at least hundreds to 1,000 magic monsters on this Tongshan Avenue. Luo Qingcheng thought in confusion, and then she saw the corpses of the 1,000 magic monsters. On the Tongshan Avenue in front, a strange mountain appeared. It was not made of cosmic dust, nor was it space garbage, but the corpses of magic monsters. They were piled up on the ground and gathered into a mountain. At first glance, people couldn't help but feel a shock from the bottom of their hearts. It was a real mountain of corpses and blood. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. With her eyesight, she could see the scale of the corpse mountain at the first time. It was made up of at least thousands of corpses of magic monsters. According to her previous calculations, the total number of magic monsters on the entire Tongshan Avenue should be around 1,000. In other words, a guy who came out of nowhere had killed all the magic monsters on the entire Tongshan Avenue before they arrived, leaving no one behind. Ah, what a scary monster. How can it be so ugly? Yang Xiuquan saw the corpse mountain below, and after a closer look, she found that the mountain was full of corpses of various monsters. She was immediately frightened and her face turned pale. She said, "But why? When I see those monsters, I feel like they are delicious. But they don't taste that good. Are they delicious or not? I'm so confused." Chapter 346 Jade Pendant. Yang Xiuquan's words sounded very confusing, like a stupid child's soliloquy. But in fact, they made sense. She thought those magic monsters looked delicious because of her special physique. The devouring demon spirit body only ate magic energy. But now she thought those monsters were not so delicious because these magic monsters were already dead, and the magic energy in their bodies had dissipated by 80%, leaving only some insignificant residues. In other words, they were delicious, but not that delicious. After Luo Qingcheng hovered the void shuttle, she flew forward and came to the mountain of corpses. She stretched out her hand and hooked it. A corpse that was broken into two halves from the head appeared in front of her. As Luo Qingcheng's gestures changed, the corpse also turned back and forth for Luo Qingcheng to observe. The attack was very quick and decisive. There was only one wound on the whole body, which was a fatal wound from head to tail. Apart from that, this magic monster did not have any other fights with the other party. Luo Qingcheng nodded. With her eyesight, The marks on the body were enough to judge the battle situation at that time. This quick and decisive method was remarkable even in the eyes of a strong man of her level. However, Luo Qingcheng looked at the sword mark, frowned slightly in confusion, and said, "Why does the mark of this sword mark not contain a trace of the power of heaven? The strength is also a little worse than that of the Supreme Realm Warrior, only the level of the Fate Wheel Realm. Could it be that the one who killed these monsters was just a warrior in the Fate Wheel Realm? The warriors in the Nirvana Realm master the power of the law, the warriors in the Fate Wheel Realm can peek into a corner of fate, and the warriors in the Supreme Realm contain the power of heaven when they attack. Every move has the pressure of the world's power. This whole mountain of corpses, thousands of demonic monsters, placed in front of a Supreme Realm Warrior, although it is difficult, it can be done easily." The reason why it aroused Luo Qingcheng's interest was that the corpse on the top was handled very beautifully, like a work of art carrying an outstanding battle. However, when Luo Qingcheng observed carefully, she found that the scars on the corpse did not contain a trace of the power of heaven, which meant that the person who killed these monsters did not have the strength of the Supreme Realm. But how is this possible? Most of these 1,000 demonic monsters are comparable to the existence of the Fate Wheel Realm Warriors. If it is not the Supreme, who can kill so many Fate Wheel Realm Warriors? 1 against 1,000? Luo Qingcheng shook her head. That is not something that the Fate Wheel Realm can do, even if she had the Xuanjing Spirit Body, one of the 10 great spirit bodies. When she was in the Fate Wheel Realm, she could not have killed so many demonic monsters in this universe environment. After all, demonic monsters are monsters without intelligence, not people with emotions, or monsters with instincts. For the latter two, emotions can play a big role in the battle. If morale collapses, or if there is a mass panic like howling camps and bombing camps, it is entirely possible that 100 people chase 10,000 people to kill them. But emotions are meaningless to the magic monsters. They have no emotions, no fear, and do not know what retreat is. If they say there are 1,000 monsters, they can definitely exert the power of 1,000 monsters. Could it be that a supreme being, or even a saint, deliberately suppressed his own power and used these magic monsters to hone his combat skills? Luo Qingcheng thought in her heart, feeling unbelieving. She must find a reasonable explanation. These magic monsters must not have been killed by a warrior in the Fate Wheel Realm. No one has this ability, not even those magic hunters who make a living by hunting magic monsters. However, looking at these neat and tidy methods, it really looks like a senior magic hunter. Swish, 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 on the mountain of corpses, corpses kept flying up and floating in the air. Luo Qingcheng looked at them one by one. The more she looked, the more suspicious she became, because she inexplicably discovered that the deeper the monsters were in the mountain of corpses, the more slow their deaths were. The hunters' methods for killing the magic monsters on the outermost layer were neat and just right, while in the middle of the mountain of corpses, there were often many wounds on the bodies. At the bottom of the mountain of corpses, you can even see completely dismembered magic monsters with too many wounds to count. What does this mean? This means that the mysterious hunter's skills in killing monsters are actually constantly improving. The first batch of magic monsters he killed were very crude, and he could even be called an amateur who knew nothing. He had no understanding of magic monsters and only fought with conventional means. However, after killing about 200 or 300 monsters, the hunter's skills began to rise sharply, and usually there would be no extra moves and actions. In the final stage, he could kill the remaining 300 monsters with great proficiency, even like flowing clouds and water. This can be seen from the fact that Luo Qingcheng was attracted by the method at first sight. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Luo Qingcheng did not find the breath of the power of heaven on any of the corpses in the mountain of corpses. The level of power was always around the Fate Wheel Realm. Crazy, right? Luo Qingcheng found it hard to accept and said, "Doesn't this mean that a Fate Wheel Realm warrior who has never come into contact with magic monsters has killed thousands of magic monsters alone? How is this possible?" Sister. At this time, Yang Xiaoqan called out on the void shuttle, as if she had discovered something. Luo Qingcheng turned her head and saw that the little girl was pointing in a direction excitedly and said, "Sister, there is a glowing thing over there. I think I know it." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng looked in the direction and saw that there was indeed a glowing object in the place where Yang Xiaoqun pointed. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it, and the thing flew into her hand. It was a crystal-clear jade pendant. Do you know it? Luo Qingcheng returned to the void shuttle with the jade pendant and looked at Yang Xiaoqun in confusion. This is Master's personal jade pendant. Yang Xiaoqun answered as a matter of course, saying, this was given to Master by Brother Qianli. I often see Master wearing this jade pendant around his waist. After the words fell, Luo Qingcheng paused slightly. Her beautiful eyes widened a little, and she said, you said, this jade pendant is that Chu Yun's thing? Yes, yes. Yang Xiaoqun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, saying, Brother Qianli said that this jade material is extremely rare. There is only one piece in the entire Tangji dynasty. In the end, there are only 3 jade pendants made. In addition to one for him and Master, there is another one for my second brother. You won't make a mistake. Luo Qingcheng stared at Yang Xiaoqun. Of course, she could see that the little girl was not lying, but how could this be possible? Chu Yun, who was only 20 years old, had not even reached the Fate Wheel realm, only the Nirvana realm. A Nirvana realm, in this universe without spiritual power, fought against thousands of demons and killed thousands of demon monsters comparable to those of the Fate Wheel realm warriors. This is simply the biggest Arabian Nights that Luo Qingcheng has ever heard in her life. This is no longer a matter of possibility. If someone else talked about this in front of her, Luo Qingcheng would just slap the guy away with a slap, and would never insult others' intelligence like this. But, if it wasn't Chu Yun who did it, why did his jade pendant fall here? Luo Qingcheng looked at the broken part of the jade pendant's tether, which was cut by a demonic energy. It must have accidentally fallen on this Tongshan Avenue during the battle. Crazy psychopath. How is this possible? No matter how you think about it, it shouldn't be. If it was really Chu Yun who did it, how evil must this guy be? Is he still a human? I don't believe it. There must be something fishy. Luo Qingcheng took a deep breath, and there seemed to be a flame burning in her heart. As the saying goes, there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. People should have awe for things that they cannot do. They should think about whether there are people who are stronger than me who can do it. If so, how is the other party stronger than me, and how can I catch up? However, this mentality does not exist in Luo Qingcheng. She is a mysterious mirror spirit body, one of the 10 great spirit bodies in Jiaozu. She is immune to spiritual power, has a combination of moves from hundreds of schools, and has profound cultivation. She stands at the top of the Jiaozu continent and is considered one of the ceilings of Jiaozu. There are indeed people who are stronger than her in this world, and there are still many of them. But Luo Qingcheng knows that even if those people are stronger than her, they are very limited. What she can't do, those people can't do either. At this moment, a person with the cultivation of Nirvana realm can fight against 1,000 in the universe and kill 1,000 magic monsters. She can't do it. No one can do it. So, she wants to find Chu Yun to see what this guy has experienced and what tricks he has played. Get on board. Luo Qingcheng flew onto the deck of the void shuttle, with a sharp gaze and an indomitable spirit of inquiry, looking towards the true spirit realm ahead. Madame Yang said that Chu Yun had left the spirit realm a few months ago and went to Jiaozu to look for Yang Xiaoqun and his sister. If these magic monsters were really killed by Chu Yun, then Chu Yun had only one destination, which was the true spirit realm ahead. Only through the teleportation array of the true spirit realm could Chu Yun go to Jiaozu. At this moment, what Luo Qingcheng had to do was to follow Chu Yun's steps and find that confusing guy. Chapter 347 Master. True Spirit Realm. Outside Danjiang City. Boom. With a dull explosion, a hideous and ugly demon monster with 7 legs and 4 arms fell to the ground. At its neck, a very sharp sword mark flashed and cut off its entire head. The body fell heavily to the ground with a bang, stirring up dust. On the other side, Chu Yun put away his sword, grabbed the head of the demon monster on the ground with his big hand, and took it into his hand through the air. This is the 6th day since he came to the true spirit realm. This is the 2nd demon monster he killed in the true spirit realm. After coming to the true spirit realm, Chu Yun only took a short time to understand the basic situation of this world. He also had a clear idea of the concepts of Jiaozu and those small worlds. The true spirit realm is the central world of a remote small world area outside Shuaiyunzu. Not only the spiritual realm, but many other small worlds will also be connected to the spiritual realm, in the form of a road to heaven. Since the true spirit realm is the center of this area, it naturally assumes the responsibility of a transit station. In Tanjiang City, there is the only teleportation array in this world, which leads to Shuaiyunzu, one of the 9 states. There are only 2 ways to take the teleportation array to Shuaiyunzu. The first is that if you have reached the supreme realm, you can go directly if you want to take the teleportation array. If you have not reached the supreme realm, but still want to take the teleportation array, you can only obtain the teleportation qualification by completing tasks. In the City Lord's mention of Tanjiang City, some tasks will be announced on the notice board, and the task of this batch of teleportation arrays is to hunt wandering magic monsters outside the city. Kill 3 monsters and take their heads to exchange for teleportation qualifications. Chu Yun only knew that there were magic monsters in the true spirit realm after accepting the task. He thought that the monsters composed of cosmic magic energy only existed in the cosmic environment, but later he found out that this was not the case. There is no spiritual power of heaven and earth in the universe, but there is not necessarily no cosmic magic energy in the world. The difference is whether this world is open to the outside world, or to put it simply, the difference is whether there is a teleportation array in this world that leads to the outside world. If there is, then the existence of the teleportation array will form a crack in the world barrier, causing the invasion of cosmic magic energy, and will also form magic monsters in the world. The magic monsters in this world are slightly different from the magic monsters in the outside world. Perhaps influenced by the creatures of the world, they are likely to have spiritual intelligence and form a unique race, the demons. However, despite having spiritual intelligence, the existence of the demons is also the public enemy of all humans or all creatures in the world, because the demons cultivate cosmic magic energy, while all creatures born in the world cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and there is a natural conflict between the two. Therefore, throughout the history of Jiaozu, in any world where magic monsters are born, magic monsters and demons are the public enemies of all creatures in the world, and they must be eliminated whenever they appear. Tanjiang City is the transit station between the true spirit world and Shuaiyunzu, and the teleportation array is built here. Therefore, outside Tanjiang City is naturally the area with the largest world rift, and it is also the easiest place for magic monsters to be born. Every once in a while, when the teleportation array is activated, the rift in the world barrier will expand for a moment, and then more cosmic magic energy will flow into the true spirit world, forming a magic energy tide, and in this magic energy tide, new magic monsters will often be born. The responsibility of Tanjiang City is to immediately eliminate these new magic monsters before they grow up. There is only one left. Chu Yun put away the head of the magic monster and sent it into the system space. While slowly exhaling, a bitter smile appeared on his face. If he had known earlier that the qualification for the teleportation array required the head of a magic monster to be exchanged, he would have brought the body of the magic monster on Tongshan Avenue with him. Anyway, when accepting tasks, the City Lord's mention will only check whether it is the head of a magic monster, but will not check whether it is a magic monster in the true spirit realm. He killed thousands of magic monsters to come to the true spirit realm, but he actually had to go to great lengths to find 3 magic monsters to kill for a place in the teleportation array. This is quite funny. However, even if Chu Yun could predict the future and bring 3 heads of magic monsters in advance, he still couldn't go directly to Shuaiyunzu at this moment, because, after each activation of the teleportation array in Tanjiang City, it takes about 2 months to carry out the next batch of teleportation, and the last activation has just passed less than 10 days, which means that the next activation of the teleportation array is about a month away. Even if the conditions for the 3 heads are met, it is still necessary to wait until the teleportation array is fully charged before you can ride the teleportation array, and there is no rush. When Chu Yun was asking for information, He also unexpectedly heard some information about Yang Jian and Yang Xiaoqin. 3 months ago, Lin Wuya and Liu Ke took the little Yang Jian brother and sister on the teleportation array and met Bai Kangshan, a saint who was famous in the 9 states. As a result, Bai Kangshan robbed one of their disciples. This matter has been spread to everyone in Tianjin City. After all, it is too difficult for ordinary people to meet such a supreme and saintly existence on weekdays. It is rare to have such a big melon, so naturally everyone loves to eat it. This also led to Chu Yun knowing the ins and outs of this matter not long after entering the city and before knowing the situation of the teleportation array. It is conceivable how complicated Chu Yun's mood was at that time. Good guy, 1 or 2. Are you addicted to robbing my disciples? That Yuan Dao Lingshan sect robbed Yang Xiaoqin, and Bai Kangshan, who came out of nowhere, robbed my little Yang Jian. For Chu Yun, this sudden change undoubtedly added a huge obstacle to his great cause of finding a disciple. Yang Xiaoqin was kidnapped by Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, so it was actually relatively easy to find her. After all, Yuan Dao Lingshan sect was a big sect in Shuai Yunzu. Just relying on this name, Chu Yun could find clues. But Bai Kangshan was different. He was a lone man with no power and no fixed residence. He was like a dragon that could not be seen from head to tail. It would be very difficult to find him unless he showed up on his own initiative. For now, we can only put Yang Jian's situation aside and go to Yuan Dao Lingshan sect to see how Xiaoqin is doing. This was Chu Yun's plan. In fact, his biggest purpose in coming to the spiritual world this time was to confirm whether Yang Jian and his sister were safe. As the master of Yang Jian and his sister, Chu Yun was of course very angry that his 2 good disciples were kidnapped. However, this did not mean that Chu Yun lost his mind because of this and came to Jiaozu to fight with Yuan Dao Lingshan sect and do everything he could to get Yang Xiaoqin back. That's unrealistic and unsafe. If Yang Xiaoqin is still safe in Yuan Dao Linked Yanzong, Chu Yun doesn't plan to do anything extra. After all, no matter what you want to do, you have to have the corresponding strength to support it. The Yuan Dao Linked Yanzong is a powerful force that dominates one side, with several saints in it, and Chu Yun can't even beat a supreme being now. It is extremely unwise to force the Yuan Dao Linked Yanzong to be the enemy. Chu Yun will go to the Yuan Dao Linked Yanzong to settle the account of stealing his apprentice, but he will never go now. That would be like a moth flying into a flame. Too stupid. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and according to Chu Yun's estimation, he wants to improve his strength to the point of crushing the Yuan Dao Linked Yanzong. It should not take 10 years, 5 years, or 3 years. Of course, all this is based on the premise that Yang Xiaoqin is doing well in the Yuan Dao Linked Yanzong. If Yang Xiaoqin was used and bullied in Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, Chu Yun would definitely not hesitate and try his best to take this little girl away. That was Chu Yun's duty as a master. When Yang Shi handed little Yang Jian and Yang Xiaoqin to him, Chu Yun had to fulfill his responsibility as a master. Otherwise, how can we talk about master and father? Chapter 348 Little White Cat. While Chu Yun was searching for the 3rd magic monster all over the world, 2 figures who had just arrived in the true spirit realm were also searching for Chu Yun all over the world. These 2 people, one big and one small. The small one was delicate and smart, but sometimes looked a bit like a stupid child. The big one, on the other hand, had a transcendent temperament and a beautiful face, and her every move seemed to contain the truth of heaven. Needless to say, these 2 people were naturally Wo Qingcheng and Yang Xiaoqin. Sister, where are we going to find the master? Yang Xiaoqin asked expectantly while gnawing on a chicken leg. In this little girl's world, there are not many important people, but Chu Yun is one of them. When she heard that her beautiful sister was going to bring her here to find a master, the little girl quickly became excited. Go to Tianjin City, Wo Qingcheng said without hesitation. Then Chu Yun will take the teleportation array from the true spirit realm to Shuai province, and Tianjin City is the place he must pass through. As she spoke, Wo Qingcheng held Yang Xiaoqin's hand and flew towards Tianjin City at high speed, recalling what she had seen and heard in the past few days. Whether it was from the mouths of the people in the spiritual world, the mouth of Sun Zi, the head of the Buping building in Liufeng City, or the mouth of Yang Xiaoqin's mother, Madame Yang, she could hear a very legendary image. After leaving the spiritual world, the thousands of corpses of magic monsters seen on the Tongshan Avenue leading to the true spirit realm made this legend even more confusing. To be honest, Luo Qingcheng is now very curious about Chu Yun. From the mouths of others and from those outrageous traces, Luo Qingcheng can only form a vague impression in her mind, and that image, just thinking about it, feels too unreal. Before Luo Qingcheng saw this person with her own eyes, this curiosity could not be erased. The true spirit world is very large. From the size of the world barrier, it can be seen that this world is several times larger than the spirit world. If you want to find a person in such a vast world, it is not a simple matter, and it can even be said to be looking for a needle in a haystack. But fortunately, Luo Qingcheng has clues and knows that Chu Yun will definitely appear near Tanjiang City. At the same time, in her hand, there is a jade pendant that Chu Yun carries with him. Through this jade pendant, Luo Qingcheng can perform a special search for gods. As long as the holder of the item appears within a certain range, the caster will immediately sense it. In Luo Qingcheng's cultivation, as long as she is in Tanjiang City, covering tens of thousands of miles is not a problem. It is very simple to find Chu Yun. After just a few breaths, Luo Qingcheng has directly crossed tens of millions of miles from the world barrier of the true spirit world and came to Tanjiang City. For a saint, the distance in a small world is really not worth mentioning. After arriving in Tanjiang City, Luo Qingcheng took out Chu Yun's jade pendant and searched the entire Tanjiang City with the method of searching gods. Soon, she found Chu Yun's trace in the mountains outside Tanjiang City. Finally found it. Luo Qingcheng smiled faintly, then turned to look at Yang Xiuqin and said, "We are about to see him. Are you happy?" Happy, Yang Xiuqin replied happily. "Sister, let's go find the master." As soon as she finished speaking, a black line floated over Luo Qingcheng's heart. Since she and Yang Xiuqin started talking, every time she called herself a master, Yang Xiuqin would call her sister. Although for a young and beautiful beauty like her, being called sister by a little girl is still a good and pleasant thing. But, she is going to be Yang Xiuqin's master. How can she keep calling her sister? At first, Luo Qingcheng also tried to guide this stupid child, but Yang Xiuqin just refused to change her words. It seemed that only that person could enjoy the title of master. "It's really annoying," Luo Qingcheng muttered, then looked at Yang Xiuqin, with a strange smile on his face, and said, "Little girl, your master will take you to see Chu Yun now, but in order to prevent the master's identity from being exposed, you can't just appear in front of him like this, you still need to deal with the details." As he said, Luo Qingcheng stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Xiuqin's eyebrows under Yang Xiuqin's confused gaze. The next moment, Yang Xiuqin's figure changed and kept shrinking. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Xiuqin's figure turned into the image of a little white cat. Meow meow meow. Yang Xiuqin herself was also confused, looking at her pair of cat paws blankly, subconsciously licking them with her tongue, and meowing for a while, as if she was surprised to realize that she had been turned into a cat. She wanted to speak, but all she uttered was meowing. If Yang Xiuqin could still speak at this moment, she would definitely complain about Luo Qingcheng's dealing with details. "Are you dealing with details? I even changed my species. It's quite cute." Luo Qingcheng looked at Yang Xiuqin's confused expression and couldn't help laughing. Then she reached out and picked Yang Xiuqin up, held her in her arms and rubbed her face a few times, saying, "Ah, the transformation technique is really useful. You, little girl, are so cute even after becoming a cat." After stroking her for a long time, she smiled with satisfaction and said, "I'll wrong you for a while, but be honest. We'll set off now." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng held the little white cat and left Tanjiang City in a flash, heading straight for the mountain where Chu Yun was at the moment. When Luo Qingcheng arrived above the mountain, following the breath of the search for the gods, he soon found that in the distant mountains, a figure was roasting meat by the river on a bonfire. "That's Chu Yun? He's really young." "No, he's a little too young." Luo Qingcheng observed him from a distance and saw that Chu Yun was expertly gutting a wild boar and processing the meat. He looked very focused on processing the food. He looked very handsome and had a kind of focused charm. "Humphrey, He looks pretty good, and he looks pretty good. But, his cultivation has obviously passed the stage of fasting, but he's still so greedy, Luo Qingcheng said, looking down at the little white cat in her arms, as if she knew who this girl learned the habit of talking all day long from. It's really misleading. After observing from a distance for a while, Luo Qingcheng did not plan to fly up and talk to Chu Yun directly. Out of curiosity about Chu Yun, Luo Qingcheng decided to observe him from a closer perspective. Chapter 349, A Hero Saves a Beauty. After making up her mind, Luo Qingcheng stroked the little white cat in her hand while thinking about how to proceed, and soon she had an idea. Her powerful divine consciousness covered the entire mountain range, looking for a suitable target. After a moment, Luo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes lit up, and she soon found the right person. Then, her figure flashed and immediately disappeared from the spot. Deep in the mountains, in a magnificent and huge cave, a huge brown bear with powerful strength, comparable to that of a human life-wheel realm strongman, was sitting high on a soft couch. On the exquisitely built stage below, a big drama was being performed. The performance on the stage was a drama troupe from the human world. This time, they were invited by the Wild Bear King to come to this mountain range to sing for him. Ha ha ha, you sing well, fight, fight. This king loves to watch such dramas. The Wild Bear King held a huge wine glass bigger than a human head in his hand, and he drank tons of wine, and was very heroic. However, this peaceful life of drinking wine and watching the show was soon broken by a sudden accident. The space in the cave fluctuated, and soon an uninvited guest suddenly appeared here at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Who is it? The Wild Bear King's face changed slightly. Although he was a bit slower, he was still the first person in the cave to notice Luo Qingcheng's appearance. It was also at this time that Luo Qingcheng glanced at the Wild Bear King. This moment of eye contact made the Wild Bear King shiver uncontrollably, as if he was swimming naked in the ice lake outside in the cold winter. Icy and piercing. This woman's cultivation is too terrible. Just looking at her, the spiritual power in this king's body is about to freeze. The Wild Bear King was extremely shocked. He estimated that the strength of this woman was at least a powerful supreme realm, and it was even possible that she was a terrible saint. Based on this judgment, the Wild Bear King quickly made the wisest choice. He climbed down from his couch swiftly and kowtowed directly to Luo Qingcheng. I didn't know that you were coming. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you from afar. I hope you will forgive me. These words startled everyone in the cave. Whether it was the other monsters watching the show or the human drama troupe on the stage, they were all surprised by the Wild Bear King's appearance at the moment, wondering what was going on. But soon, they realized that a remarkable existence had appeared in the cave. So everyone looked at Luo Qingcheng, their eyes full of surprise. You are a sensible guy. Seeing the Wild Bear King lying on the ground so simply, Luo Qingcheng felt a little funny in her heart and said casually, "Get up. I am not here to cause trouble to you, but I need you to cooperate with me on something." As soon as these words came out, the cold sweat in the Wild Bear King's heart immediately disappeared, and the whole person breathed a sigh of relief, and laughed. "Senior, if there is anything I can do for you, just ask. No matter if it means going through fire and water, I will do my best." The Wild Bear King is certainly not a demon who is willing to help others, but at this moment, the situation is weaker than that of humans, and he has no choice. Although he lives very close to the human city and is a demon who is very close to humans, he still can't stand the fact that there are many self-proclaimed righteous people among humans, who often attack any demon without distinguishing right from wrong. Whether it is a good demon or a bad demon, they are all the same in their eyes, and they will kill them all when they meet. Luo Qingcheng suddenly appeared here, which could be described as an uninvited guest. The Wild Bear King was still worried whether she would also be such a demon-killing warrior, but now that he had received a negative answer, he was relieved. As for the risk of going through fire and water, as long as Luo Qingcheng was not here to kill him, no matter what kind of help she gave, could it be more serious than this? The Wild Bear King could still distinguish between the important and the unimportant. "I want you to cooperate with me in a play. When you go out later, you will pretend to chase me. When I get in front of a human man, you will be defeated by him and then quickly run away. Do you understand? Luo Qingcheng said in a serious tone. As soon as the voice fell, the Wild Bear King's face suddenly became a little strange. This lady's request really sounds strange. Let him pretend to chase this lady, then come to a human man, and then let the human man drive him away. Isn't this a standard hero saving a beauty? The Wild Bear King's biggest hobby is watching human performances. He has watched this kind of hero saving beauty drama at least dozens of times. Among them, there are also many deliberately designed hero saving beauty plots, but in most cases, it is a man who finds someone to hunt down a woman, but this time it is the other way around. It becomes a woman who finds someone to hunt down herself, and then gives the man a chance to be a hero and save the beauty. Thinking of this, the Wild Bear King couldn't help but secretly glance at Luo Qingcheng, thinking that this lady is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. She is so powerful, but she is actually chasing after a human man, not only chasing after him, but also trying to create a chance for the other party to be a hero and save the beauty in this way. What is this for? The more carefully the Wild Bear King thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was really inexplicable. What? Is there a problem? Seeing that the Wild Bear King didn't reply for a long time, Luo Qingcheng glanced at him and asked, No, how could that be? I am willing to cooperate with you fully. The Wild Bear King shuddered, and then he remembered that no matter what this lady thought, at least she had the strength to crush him to death with just one finger. Very good. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, Come with me now. As he spoke, Luo Qingcheng flew out of the cave, followed by the Wild Bear King, and headed towards the direction where Chu Yun was. At this moment, Chu Yun was putting the wild boar meat that had just been processed on the bonfire rack by the river and roasting it carefully. With his cultivation, he really didn't need to eat a long time ago, but as Chu Yun had thought before, if he refused even delicious food, what was the point of living? So when he was not busy, Chu Yun would take a little time every day to make something he liked to eat. He skillfully turned the wild boar meat that was roasted to golden brown, and then sprinkled it with his special seasoning. Suddenly, an extremely tempting meat aroma floated along the river. Chu Yun took a deep sniff of the aroma of the barbecue, with a satisfied look on his face. Just as he was about to have a big meal, there was a sudden earth-shaking sound outside the woods by the river. It was like some extremely terrifying creature was running quickly, and the ground would tremble 3 times when it stepped on the ground. Chu Yun frowned, and then he saw a woman rushing out of the woods in a panic. Behind the woman, there was a huge brown bear chasing her. Its body was extremely huge, like a small hill, with bulging muscles all over its body, and one of its fingers was almost as thick as a person's waist. Stop! Die! The Wild Bear King roared, and smashed his fists on the ground angrily. The terrifying force caused the ground to crack instantly, and the force was transmitted forward, destroying the roots of the forest in front of it at a very fast speed. A series of rumbling sounds rang out, and all the trees in the forest in front of the woman in white fell down. Fortunately, the woman dodged it flexibly, otherwise she would be blocked by this group of trees. But even if she tried her best to avoid it, the woman was still scratched by some trees. She staggered a few times. After finally rushing out of the woods, she saw Chu Yun by the river. A glimmer of hope suddenly lit up in her eyes, and she immediately whispered, "Young master, help me." Seeing this scene of Beauty and the Beast, Chu Yun did not hesitate at all. He put the barbecue back on the rack, stood up suddenly, and went to meet the Wild Bear King. Seeing injustice, one side is human and the other side is the demon clan. Chu Yun certainly knows which side to choose to help. Although Chu Yun does not think that the demon clan is definitely bad and humans are definitely good, he should at least stand on the human side first. When encountering such a thing, he must protect the woman first. When Luo Qingcheng saw Chu Yun stand up to help without hesitation, a look of satisfaction flashed in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, when the Wild Bear King saw the handsome young man coming towards him with a sword, he suddenly understood and became more convinced of his previous guess. The powerful lady was indeed planning to capture this young pretty boy, just based on this handsome face. It was worth it for a woman to do this for him. This world of appearance is really abominable. Is it great to be good-looking? There is actually such a powerful woman who is willing to pay for me. I am also very handsome when I turn into a human form. Why is there no one to appreciate me? The wild bear king still maintained a ferocious and terrifying posture on his face, but he sighed secretly in his heart. When he looked at Chu Yun again, he couldn't help shaking his head repeatedly, thinking that this pretty boy, except for his appearance being more handsome than me, can't compare with me in any other aspects, and he is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Apart from other things, just based on this pretty boy, with his cultivation level of nirvana, he is simply worse than scum in front of me. That lady still wanted to lose to this pretty boy, but how could she lose? The wild bear king felt that even if he gave up 2 hands and 1 foot, or even both feet, the pretty boy would not have any chance of winning. After all, his powerful aura comparable to that of a human Fate Wheel Realm expert had already been revealed. After that, unless he acted openly and didn't hide anything, the wild bear king couldn't think of a reasonable way to lose to Chu Yun. But the most infuriating thing about this matter was that he had to lose to Chu Yun in a reasonable way, otherwise if the pretty boy saw something was wrong, the lady's plan to save the beauty would fail. At that time, who knew if the terrifying lady would get angry and cut off his bear head directly? Decades later, when the wild bear king recalled this day, he thought that this day was the biggest test of his acting skills. But who would have thought that it actually tested his survival skills and ability to withstand blows? Chu Yun rushed over from the river, his hands were empty, and he actually went straight to the wild bear king, whose body was as big as a mountain, with his bare hands. With the roar of the wild bear king, he was focused on anger on the surface, but in his heart he was thinking about how to let Chu Yun go. However, Chu Yun on the opposite side had already launched the attack first. With a bang, Chu Yun's fist hit the wild bear king. The wild bear king's body was shaken all over. For this punch, he had no intention of dodging it, just to see the quality of this kid. However, when this punch hit the wild bear king, the rough and thick-skinned wild bear king almost vomited out what he had eaten last week. Too strong, the whole body and internal organs were shaking violently, and all the muscles and fat on the body were shaking uncontrollably. And the place hit by Chu Yun's punch had lost consciousness due to pain. Damn it, what kind of natural strength does this kid have? Why does this punch hurt so much? The wild bear king opened his eyes wide. His facial features were extremely ferocious, his eyeballs were about to bulge out of his eye sockets, and the edges were red. While he was stunned, Chu Yun's fists had already attacked again, hitting him like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. Just listening to the series of attacks, Chu Yun's fists kept hitting the wild bear king's body, which could be said to be very solid. The wild bear king was still thinking about how to release the water, but soon he realized that the most important problem now was how to close this damn sluice, otherwise, he would be drowned soon. The boy's realm was obviously only the Nirvana realm, but the power of his fist was terrifying, and even the powerful wild bear king could not stop it. You know, the strength and physique of the demon clan are much stronger than human warriors, and among all the demon clans, the bear clan has always been famous for its strength and physique. It can be said that under the supreme realm, there are very few warriors in the Fate Wheel realm who are stronger than the wild bear king. But at this moment, as Chu Yun's fists hit him, the wild bear king couldn't help but start to doubt his life. Monster? What kind of monster is this? On the other side, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the scene in front of her. Although she had long known that Chu Yun's strength was strong, it was not comparable to that of ordinary Nirvana realm. However, judging from the traces of the corpses of thousands of magic monsters on the Supreme Road, Chu Yun should be good at weapons such as swords and knives. How could he be so fierce with his bare hands now? He could suppress the wild bear king, who was more powerful than him by one major realm, and beat him without any ability to fight back. However, what Luo Qingcheng and the wild bear king didn't know was that the reason why Chu Yun didn't use a sword at this moment, but used fists, was because he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, why the wild bear king wanted to chase Luo Qingcheng, and what grudges there were between the two. If the real villain is Luo Qingcheng, If she did something to the Wild Bear King that angered the heaven and the people, then wouldn't Chu Yun become an accomplice of the murderer? So Chu Yun's purpose of taking action at this moment is to subdue the Wild Bear King with force first, and then decide how to deal with it after asking about the situation and grievances between the two parties. The Wild Bear King was beaten black and blue, and had no strength to resist at all. When he wanted to fight hard and fight to the death, he suddenly remembered that the mission given to him by the Ant was clear, that is, to be defeated by the human man after meeting him. So isn't the current situation just right? Why should he fight for his life? Thinking of this, the Wild Bear King immediately ran away with his head in his hands, without the slightest hesitation. Stop! Chu Yun frowned and immediately stopped him. Even if the Wild Bear King wanted to escape, he still couldn't get away under Chu Yun's powerful strength. So stupid. After seeing this scene, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but curse in her heart, and then used her strength to secretly help the Wild Bear King escape. With a few bangs, the Wild Bear King inexplicably showed a strength far beyond his own level in the forced counterattack, and directly forced Chu Yun to retreat. Chu Yun frowned, and clearly felt that the strength of the big brown bear in front of him had increased again. The power of those punches made his arms numb, which was completely different from the strength shown by the Wild Bear King before, which made him confused, because from the situation that the Wild Bear King was beaten black and blue by him just now, this big brown bear did not seem to be the kind of person who would hide his strength and act, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. But what was going on at this moment? Because he couldn't figure out the situation, Chu Yun did not act rashly for a while, but adopted a cautious approach, confronting the Wild Bear King and looking for the opponent's flaws. After being stunned for a while, the Wild Bear King was also surprised and pleasantly surprised by the bravery he had just shown. As the saying goes, the sky is clear and the rain has stopped, and he feels that he can do it again. The bear's face just showed an expectant expression, but in his mind, like a thunderclap, he heard the voice of the old lady. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and leave." As soon as the words fell, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on the Wild Bear King. He immediately realized the situation at the moment, and then turned around and ran without hesitation. Chu Yun frowned and chased after him again. The Wild Bear King fought back several times, once again showing a stronger force than before, and actually escaped from Chu Yun's hands. In fact, although Chu Yun wanted to stop the other party, he did not intend to fight him to death. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, and not knowing the other party's strength, he had to let him go. Chapter 350 Mission completed. After the Wild Bear King escaped, Chu Yun looked at the other side's figure running away in a panic and slowly exhaled. Behind him, Luo Qingcheng was also looking at Chu Yun's figure with a surprised look, wondering if this guy was really a Nirvana Realm warrior. When she helped the Wild Bear King escape just now, the power she secretly applied was enough to resist the attack of the Supreme Realm warrior, but in Chu Yun's hands, it seemed a little shaky, and it just barely blocked his attack. This was incredible. A Nirvana Realm warrior actually had a power that many Fate Wheel Realm warriors could not match. At this time, Chu Yun turned his head and looked at her. Luo Qingcheng's eyes met Chu Yun, and the surprise in her eyes suddenly disappeared without a trace, and turned into a look of gratitude and surviving a disaster. "Thank you for your help, sir. I can't repay you for saving my life," Luo Qingcheng said gratefully. "It's okay." Chu Yun shook his head and looked at Luo Qingcheng. He saw that the girl's appearance was really amazing. In the spiritual world, Chu Yun had never seen such a beautiful woman. She was so elegant, like a fairy. In the woman's arms, there was a little white cat. Its two paws were on the woman's arms, and its big black eyes were blinking and staring at him. It was at the moment when Chu Yun's eyes fell on the little white cat that a familiar system prompt sounded in Chu Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, the mission is completed. The mission reward, 3 holy baits, has been issued to your system space. Please check it. When the prompt sound fell, Chu Yun's heart was shocked, and a layer of doubt appeared in his eyes. Mission completed? What happened? Which mission? How was it completed? These questions came to Chu Yun's mind, but they were soon answered one by one. Chu Yun doesn't have many personal tasks now, and the tasks with the reward of 3 holy baits are even rarer. There is only one, that is, to find Yang Xiuqin. But he obviously didn't find Yang Xiuqin. Why did he complete this task? With a suspicious and scrutinizing look, Chu Yun looked at the woman in white and the little white cat in her hand. "Sir, what's wrong?" Luo Qingcheng said softly. Seeing Chu Yun staring at her without blinking, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart while secretly feeling proud. Sure enough, men are all the same. Anyone who has seen this girl's stunning beauty will be willing to fall at her feet. When she was in the spiritual world before, Luo Qingcheng heard that Chu Yun, the deputy owner of Buping Tower, was handsome, suave, and powerful. He was loved by thousands of women in Jingxia City, but she had never heard that he had any feelings beyond friendship with anyone. Many women who wanted but could not get him even maliciously speculated whether he had some unknown relationship with Akayami. He did not like women, but liked men? Luo Qingcheng originally thought that this speculation was very likely to be true. After all, a heroic boy with such superior conditions, loved by thousands of girls, but never close to women. What other explanation could there be except that he did not like women? But now it seems that it is just that the vulgar powders in the small world are not colorful enough. Putting them in front of this girl, she still asked her to bow down under the pomegranate skirt of this girl. Thinking of this, Luo Qingcheng felt greatly satisfied in her heart, so the smile on her face became more gentle, as if she was going to fascinate Chu Yun to death. However, in Chu Yun's eyes, the focus of his sight gradually shifted from Luo Qingcheng to the little white cat in her arms. First of all, the completion of the mission is a fact. Secondly, the woman in white in front of him could not be Yang Xiuqin, so there is only one answer. The little white cat in her hand is Yang Xiuqin. Although this conjecture is incredible, it is the only reasonable explanation at the moment. After having this preconceived concept, Chu Yun looked at the little white cat again and found that the little white cat's eyes revealed a familiar intimacy. Suddenly, Chu Yun frowned secretly, although he smiled slightly and remained calm on the surface. He was shocked in his heart. What's going on? How did Yang Xiuqin become a little white cat and appear here? What is the identity of this woman in white? Yang Xiuqin was taken to the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect in Shuai Yunzu. She should be in Shuai Yunzu at this moment. Why did she appear in this true spirit world? With Chu Yun's limited understanding of the true spirit world, he can also know that the biggest function of this true spirit world is to serve as a transmission station between Shuai Yunzu and this entire small world area. Yang Xiuqin's appearance here means that after she was sent to the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, she returned to the spiritual world for some reason, so she passed through the true spirit world. So what is the reason for Yang Xiuqin's return to the spiritual world? In other words, why did the people of Yuan Dao Ling Yanzong take Yang Xiuqin back to the spiritual world? You know, it is definitely the will of Yuan Dao Ling Yanzong that is the dominant force behind this. Otherwise, Yang Xiuqin, a child, would not be able to travel far alone. In Chu Yun's opinion, with a powerful sect like Yuan Dao Ling Yanzong and Jiazu, there should be nothing in the spiritual world that can attract them, and they have to take Yang Xiuqin with them. Then there is only one reasonable guess: they went for Yang Xiuqin's mother, Madame Yang. Maybe it was to find a mother to accompany Yang Xiuqin, or maybe it was because they guessed that Madame Yang might have some strange physique from the unique spiritual talents of Yang Xiuqin and Jiang, so they went to explore. These are all possible, but Chu Yun currently has too little information, so he can't make a definite guess at all. Apart from these basic reasons, the more important question appeared in front of Chu Yun at this moment. That is, what is the purpose of this woman bringing Yang Xiuqin to him? Chu Yun didn't believe that the encounter between the two sides was a coincidence. How could such a coincidence happen in such a large spiritual world? It happened that a person from Yuan Dao Ling Yanzong was chased by a big brown bear with Yang Xiuqin, and he bumped into them and saved them. Chu Yun didn't believe such a coincidence. It must have been deliberately arranged by the woman in front of him. In addition, when Chu Yun fought with the Wild Bear King before, he could clearly feel that the Wild Bear King suddenly had some extra strength after showing his intention to escape. It can be guessed that someone must have helped secretly. Then it can be deduced that the good show of the hero saving the beauty just now should also be planned by the woman in white in front of him. with the purpose of getting close to him. But why? With the strength of Yuan Daling Tianzong, there are several saints, and the strong men in the supreme realm are endless. Just one or two people from the middle are enough to take down Chu Yun. If this woman in white has any bad intentions towards Chu Yun, she can take him down at this moment. Why go to such trouble? Therefore, even though he was extremely shocked, Chu Yun was inclined to believe that the other party had no ill intentions. Even if he did, it must be something that required his subjective will to cooperate. Now that he had learned the other party's identity, he would naturally be more cautious in his heart. Thinking of this, Chu Yun quickly had an idea of how to deal with it. He pretended not to notice anything and nodded to Luo Qingcheng, saying, "I'm fine, it's just too cute. I was a little distracted for a while." After the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but be slightly startled. A blush appeared on her face, and her heart beat faster. What is this guy talking about here? How can you praise a girl as cute so directly as soon as you meet her? And the adjective cute is too unique. When others praise a girl, they either praise her for being beautiful or for being gentle, beautiful and having a good temperament. How can you say that she is so cute as soon as you meet her? Although Luo Qingcheng had heard a lot of compliments from the opposite sex since she was a child, and had a very skilled defense system, she was confident that she could defend against men's sweet words. But who knew that this handsome man from a small world in front of her would take a different approach and not follow the routine at all? He made a fake move when he went up, which almost made Luo Qingcheng unable to defend. Luo Qingcheng maintained the blush on her face and said shyly, "What are you talking about, young master?" It's so annoying. At this point, she seemed to be unable to continue, and her face turned red. Chu Yun's expression did not change. With a sincere smile on his face, he looked at Luo Qingcheng and said, "Just now, the girl said that she could not repay you for saving my life. I do have a small request. I wonder if the girl can agree?" After the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng raised her eyebrows slightly. "You are pushing it too far, pushing it too far." This girl just said it casually. "Do you really want me to be unable to repay you for saving my life, and only have to give me my body? Even if you really have these bold ideas about this girl, you should at least lay the groundwork, brew and cultivate feelings, right? How can you ask someone to pledge their love to you in the second sentence? What a shameless pervert." Luo Qingcheng spat in her heart. She was still a little curious about Chu Yun, but now it disappeared. A man who wants to repay a favor and asks a beautiful woman to pledge her love to him as soon as they meet is not much nobler than those hooligans who are tempted by beauty. And for such a person, no matter what achievements he has made or what he has done, Luo Qingcheng will not look down on him. The look in his eyes slowly faded, and Luo Qingcheng wondered in her heart, what kind of lesson should she teach Chu Yun? But she heard Chu Yun on the opposite side speak again. "Since you're silent, I will take it as your consent." Chu Yun looked at Luo Qingcheng, pointed at the little white cat in her arms, and said, "To be honest, I have always liked these cute little animals. Your cat is really cute. I wonder if you can give it up? I will definitely treat her well." Luo Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, and countless question marks appeared in her eyes. "No, wait a minute. Is this what you want? I am such a fragrant and beautiful woman in front of you, but you don't want me to marry you, but want the cat in my arms? Are you still a man?" Moreover, Luo Qingcheng recalled what Chu Yun had just said. It turned out that the sentence "too cute" was not about her, but was praising the cat in her arms. Damn, this is outrageous. Luo Qingcheng was immediately so angry that her teeth itched, and the blush on her face became even more intense, and she even had a bit of annoyance. It turned out that all her mental activities just now were just going further and further on a deviant path. Chu Yun had never meant that from the beginning to the end. She was just imagining things. Although she didn't tell anyone about this thought, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but feel ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. She turned her eyes and looked at Chu Yun again. It's so infuriating. Girl. Chu Yun was still quite uneasy when he saw that the other party didn't speak for a while. The reason why he asked the other party for the cat was that he wanted to take Yang Xiuqun with him before the other party knew that he had seen through her identity. If something happened later, he could take Yang Xiaokan away directly. No. Luo Qingcheng's gentle tone changed slightly, as if she was gritting her teeth, and she replied softly, I have raised this little white cat since it was a child, and I have deep feelings for it. No matter where I go, I will take it with me, so please forgive me for not being able to agree. Okay. Chu Yun nodded. Although he had guessed that Luo Qingcheng might refuse, he still couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yun slowly said, in this case, it would be bad for me to take someone else's love away, so I will say goodbye here. As he said that, Chu Yun bowed to Luo Qingcheng and made a gesture to leave. He didn't really want to leave, but he wanted to retreat in order to advance, so that the woman in white would reveal her true intentions. No matter what the other party intended for him, at least she had to stay with him, so when he proposed to leave, the woman in white would definitely try to keep him, and the fact was indeed so. Wait. Luo Qingcheng was startled, and then immediately spoke, stopped Chu Yun, and said, young master, please stay. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.